Hello, old chum. If you stick around, you'll hear about the Batman. He's kind of a big deal. The Fantasmagorium is pleased to welcome you to Capes, Cowls, and Crusaders, a show about the Batman. This movie really needs no introduction. Cat is radiant as always. Ernesto is the Bat expert, and Black Philip Alvarez is here to discuss The Dark Knight. How is everyone this evening?
Good.
Great.
Good.
Good evening, ladies
Looking forward to it.
and gentlemen. We are tonight's entertainment.
There you go. See, I'm glad. I didn't want to say anything right off the hop because I think everybody's going to have something to say about this movie. I don't like to editorialize in the introduction. So thank you, Ernesto, for dropping the first of many great quotes by the late, great Heath Ledger as the Joker.
You see, I'm a guy of simple taste.
Well, you don't tease. Finish it.
Where
I
are you going with this?
Dynamite and gunpowder and gasoline.
You know.
And you know the thing they have in common? They're cheap.
It's not about the money. Amazing movie. Obviously, the award-winning performance by Heath Ledger. I guess, did everyone see this in the theater?
I did 3 times.
Yep.
Saw it twice in regular theaters opening weekend, once at the midnight premiere, and then once in IMAX a couple months after that.
Yeah, I saw it in IMAX too.
This
Nice.
is one of 2 movies that I have seen like back to back. Like the credits roll, walk out of the theater, turn right back around and watch it again. The other one is when they did the Star Wars special editions in '97. I watched A New
Nice.
Hope twice. But yeah, this was an absolute anticipated movie for me. Obviously, Batman and the Joker, they are the best like hero and villain pitted against each other in the history of literature. That's right. I'm going to go that far on this one. I love them. They are Holmes and Moriarty, and I was very happy with the Batman Begins. Sorry, Kat.
Batman to that analogy you just made is the world's greatest detective. Sorry, Sherlock Holmes.
And
Good.
it is absolutely. I had to see it. Christopher Nolan wowed me. I was very happy with Batman Begins, and this is another one. I just got all my friends, and we went and we saw the matinee. I invited my parents. I was like, Dad, you're gonna love this. You have to see this. And he's like, Have you seen it yet? And I was like, No, but it's gonna be amazing. And it was that time when you walked into a movie theater, and it was amazing. And so, yeah, I had to go see it twice. My parents left. All of my friends from work came the second show. And it was great. Anyway, how was your first experience in the theater, Kat?
That's an interesting long story. Because I roll it back a little bit further. So I first became aware of this movie on July 30th, 2006, when they announced Heath Ledger as the Joker. And I didn't really have a thought. I'm like, okay. I wasn't too familiar with his resume at that time to know one way or another. I just know I was really surprised because he was a lot younger than Jack Nicholson. And I thought, oh, okay, they're going younger. Fast forward a year later, I'm browsing MySpace and I see the publicity photo of Batman and Joker in the interrogation room where Batman's like striking a pose like he's going to punch Joker in the back of the head while Joker's tapping his hands on the desk. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, that just looks so weird to see this grungy, pastel-y looking Joker in a really run down Blade Runner-y kind of, room. And I just kind of went, oh, okay. So 5 months later, on December 28th, 2007, my friends and I go to see I Am Legend, and they played the teaser trailer for The Dark Knight, the one that is a shot-for-shot copy of the Batman '89 trailer. And I didn't even think about I Am Legend when I was watching it. It was like I was watching that movie, but I was just thinking about the trailer the whole way through. I was just mesmerized by it. And a couple weeks later, a bootleg copy of the prologue that Nolan had premiered in advance showed up on YouTube, and I watched it. I'm like, this is amazing. And then a few weeks after that, they found out that Heath Ledger died. And then I joined MovieWeb a couple weeks after that. And that's where I met Ernesto and a bunch of other people. And we were just anticipating the hell. I think that was like probably as much of a Star Wars fan as I am. I probably anticipated this movie more than anything else. Like I followed every aspect of that advertising campaign, the scavenger hunts, the Joker Eyes websites. I remember having DSL at the time, and it took like 3 hours to upload the second trailer to watch. And then in June, everybody at Movie Web was going crazy because they were dropping all the TV spots and everybody was just theorizing and having fun with it. And then on June 29th, 2008, they dropped that story that, will the Joker be recast in Batman 3 or will the Riddler take his place? Because everybody just figured it was a foregone conclusion that the film was going to succeed. So that was fun. And I bought the tickets a week in advance. We lined up Thursday night at 9:30. There were tons of people there, a lot of cosplayers, met up with a lot of people I hadn't seen in a few years. And we got in there, had 3 different screenings that night, all at 12:01. The theater had to even start, the showing started a little later than that because people were holding seats for friends that didn't have tickets. So it was like a sold out show. And I watched it and it was like, I was in the 3rd row. It was mesmerizing from the cinematography by Wally Pfister is amazing. Heath Ledger is the X factor. I still think Gary Oldman's kind of the MVP because he's just bringing that grounded performance all the way through. But I admit the first time I saw it, I was enjoying the crime drama aspect of it in the first half of the movie more than the action-packed, anarchist romp in the second half. But then so when we got home that night, I had the house to myself. My friends were here. We were sitting down having a good time talking about the movie for a few hours. I went back to see it again on Sunday the 20th in the morning when nobody was there. So I kind of got to sit in the middle, much better seats. Loved it even more. And then 2 months later, it opened in IMAX. I don't know why it took that long to open in IMAX, but it did. And I saw it there, and it was fantastic. And then that was the most agonizingly long wait for that DVD to come out. I remember I went to class down at Sierra.
It's forever to come out.
Yeah, finished math classes and all that, and I took the 2.5 hours I had off to go over to the mall and go into FYE and pay an overpriced price for the DVD steelbook, but didn't get to watch it till like the next day because I got home super late that night. But that was just, I remember that was a fantastic year, and I made again a ton of friends that I made online thanks to this movie. This movie alone is what set me down the online movie criticdom direction and how I met eventually everybody else and eventually all of you guys. So that this movie is everything.
Nice.
Perfect.
That's a good story, Kat.
Phil, can you top it?
Oh, I can't ever. Who can ever top Kat? Come on.
Fair enough. But what was it like going to the theater to see that for the first time for you?
Well, I saw it the first time all by myself because I just wanted to enjoy it on my own. And then the crowd was crazy and like it was like from the first reel, and then that interrogation scene and everybody was like going crazy and wild, and it was like so loud you couldn't even hear some of the dialogue. Like, hey, be quiet, people are trying to listen. And then
nice.
I saw it again in IMAX, because like you said, you watch in IMAX, the IMAX scenes fill up the whole screen, so it looked even better in IMAX. So that was probably the most memorable one because seeing it in IMAX. I haven't seen an IMAX movie in like 10 years.
I think the first IMAX movie that I saw like theatrically was No Time to Die.
Yeah, I hadn't seen one since The Matrix. But,
oh wow, okay.
But,
sweet.
That was my first IMAX film since The Matrix. So it looked so good in IMAX, especially those IMAX scenes.
Ernesto, do you remember your first time? Before you were a Dark Knight virgin?
Leave it to you to make the low-hanging fruit joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always go for the sex joke. It's my thing.
I thought my jokes were bad.
Oh, he's a voice. Good voice.
Come on.
I've seen the movie enough to do a good Heath Ledger Joker.
I do have a pencil if you'd like.
I do a good Batman.
Yeah. The story I could tell, I can't say that I went and saw an IMAX because I didn't see my first IMAX movie until Avatar came out. And by that point, I was transitioning from living in Puerto Rico to go to Arizona. So, and I've never seen The Dark Knight in IMAX. So if they ever do re-release it in IMAX, you bet your ass I'm going to go see it. I remember it was 3:00. School had gone out. It was a Wednesday. Not a Thursday like a movie typically opens, but it was a Wednesday. And The Dark Knight was opening a day early in Puerto Rico, and the show times were starting in the afternoon. So my dad told me to pick 5 of my friends, and he was going to take us to go watch The Dark Knight. So bought tickets, took 5 of my friends. We went. We were unfortunately put in like a pretty conservative size auditorium. You can fit like maybe 80 people in there, but it wasn't like the bigger auditorium, not the one where I saw The Batman Begins 3 years prior. And we had a blast. That movie was to see that the first time, just the electricity in the room, everybody just jumping up and down their seats every time Batman did something cool with the tumbler or the bat pod, or how he skydives to steal the Chinese billionaire, how Heath Ledger's entrance into the crime gang organization. They were trying to figure out what to do with Batman. Where's our money and stuff like that. And the moment he did the trick with the magic pencil, oh, I can remember that the theater just erupting. It's just like, holy shit. And I saw that movie 3 times in a row. I saw it Thursday with my mom, and then Friday I went by myself to the biggest theater at the biggest mall, and that was a packed house. My dad just dropped me off because he's like, once is enough for me. You go enjoy it. So he dropped me off, and I was able to find a seat. This was before I signed seating, so I was lucky enough to find a seat in the middle. And the beauty of watching a movie of this caliber with a Puerto Rican audience adds to the energy, because again, when something cool happens, people turn it up to 11. So that was a great experience. Sadly, the other story that I do have that I remember from this movie was in January of that year, I was taking a 2-week trip in Europe, and I was in France when I got an alert. This was when the iTouch was still brand new, and the iPhone had come out the year prior, so the iTouch was like, "Hey, if you can't get an iPhone, get an iTouch." Trying not to date myself.
I believe it's an iPod Touch. If they called it the iTouch, I think it would have different connotations. Sorry, low hanging fruit. Low hanging fruit.
Had to go there, huh?
Yeah, you can always tell who the squealer is. And so
Television.
I'm there, and I look at, and I get this report on CNN on the iTouch saying Heath Ledger passed away, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? And it was like early in the morning on the other side of the world, and I turned on the TV, and even with the subtitles on, I can hear everybody talking about how Heath Ledger passed away, and I was shocked. I called a friend of mine, I woke him up and says like, dude, the guy died. And I remember, like, when people walked out of there, people were quoting the movie left and right, mostly quoting Heath Ledger's Joker, and even a lot of people having back and forth conversations between one person talking like Heath Ledger's Joker and the other person doing the "I'm the Batman." And so yeah, so I have those two stories to remember for the Dark Knight. But for the most part, it was a great experience. Very few movies can top. Very few can top the energy when that movie premiered. It was incredible.
Absolutely. It was really like, it was a cultural experience, and that's why I just assumed that everybody had seen it in the theater for the first time. And it's one of those things. I don't know. Is that make it people of a certain age, or is that one of those movies? Like, I can't think of another one that was really well, no, wait, there's been a lot of Avengers movies. Never mind. But this is really the first huge superhero blockbuster that I recall going with all my friends, and it was like, we have to see this. I do want to say hello to the people, the fine people in the chat. We have Matt G here saying hello, and Captain Finity with a fine cup of coffee. Nice to see you guys. Daniel's Hot Topics is here, and hello to the panel, I assume, Daniel. Hey, Terrier's here. Hello, Ulations. Yes, sir. Daniel's Hot Topic says, I saw The Dark Knight once in a theater. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is that I think it's appropriate. I think it's one of those things that a lot of people did. Captain Finity says, oh, good. Glad to see you could all actually make it. Yes, that's true. We did. We were late, but, the show goes on. Daniel says, the Weekly Planet podcast hosts Nick Mason and James Clement shared a scoop during their hot scoop of shot of poop segment, saying Batman George Clooney would be making an appearance in the film. Hey, man, at this point, I'm going to be disappointed for you if Clooney doesn't show up in The Flash. Oh, and hey, Mega Reacts is here. Hello, Mega Reacts, and thank you with the support I appreciate it greatly. That is we will put that towards the show. Actually, we do. We have intros to make and things, don't we? That's a big yes from Kat. Ben from Cinema Gulp says, I saw this film in theater the weekend that I was moving homes, and I had the soundtrack in my head the entire time. I'm telling you, it motivated me. Totes, man. Hans Zimmer and who's the other gentleman? I know there's two.
James Newton Howard.
That's it. Sorry, I'm not the expert. I knew one of them.
Cheers, Ben from Cinema Gulp.
Cheers. Yes,
man.
sir.
I
Absolutely.
don't have a drink, but yeah.
Salute.
If you'd like to find the link to Ben's channel, there was an anticipation that perhaps he could join us, but he is here in spirit. His link is in the description. So if you'd like to subscribe, please feel free. I will put it in the chat closer to the end of the show. Captain Finity says, I sat in a dark room and watched the Batman movie. I watched the Batman movie, and it was good. You don't typically dig on the superheroes. I don't usually comment on my context of viewing, but clearly it's the go-to. Yes. I like to Netflix and chill. I like listening to Jessica's Heart while watching thrillers. Well, then you can't go wrong with The Dark Knight, dude. So I know we're not going to get in. We can't necessarily get into the plot quite yet because of the production of it. And then do we want to go over performances? Do we want to talk about the late great right off the hop? I think he deserves a little bit of pomp and circumstance.
Definitely. It was, I remember that, there were multiple actors that expressed interest in this when they heard this movie was being made. Robin Williams did, Dwight Yoakam, surprisingly, again did. And then it kind of came about that Chris kind of always had Heath in mind for the role. Like, they didn't really do a bunch of auditions. And apparently a lot of the Joker's dialogue hadn't really been written yet because they were kind of going to find that with whoever they ended up casting. And once they did cast Heath, he locked himself up in a room in a hotel in, like, I think it was France or something, in London for like a month, kept a journal and just really tried to get in this guy's head. And initially he looked for inspirations from Sid Vicious and decided, let's go in another direction. Then he looked at Alex for Clockwork Orange and things like that. And he worked in for a whole month on that type of stuff and coming up with a laugh. And he got the Chicago accent and reinventing the Joker, not as a kind of crazy clown, goofy guy like Cesar Romero or Jack Nicholson, but or Nicholson being the gangster, but doing this as, an anarchist. It was just a wholly new thing. And it's kind of funny that Nicholson was the benchmark for such a long time, but that's just one version of that character. There are so many different versions in the comics and even the TV show. Like, Mark Hamill's is still my favorite because I find him to be consistently funny. Specifically the one from the Arkham Knight or the Arkham video games that Hamill played, because they were allowed to go a bit darker with it. So to me, it was never really, I didn't think that, like, when all the people were saying, how are you you can't do what Jack Nicholson already did. I'm like, of course you can. It's a Joker, And so seeing the performance, it was just so mesmerizing. It's like he's the X factor, and you could just feel it in the theater. Everybody just kind of lifts up out of their seat in every scene that he's in. And much like he alludes to in the end of the film, where he says he's like an unstoppable force, he kind of feels like an enigma in the movie. Like, I can't picture what he's doing in the scenes that he's not in. Like, I joked that this is a guy who's not going to go home. Like, his hideout is the ship that's parked in or docked in the harbor, but it's not like he just goes to bed at night and just hangs out in his cot, right? I mean, this is a guy who probably goes on a robbery spree of liquor stores to stock up on booze and goes to kidnap people or terrorize people just for kicks until he passes out from too much booze or too much drugs, And it's like, but that way he kind of feels like, doesn't feel human. It does feel like an enigma, like some type of phantom in a way. Which is why I still felt that Gary Oldman, in a sense, was the MVP, because he's like the real person kind of grounding it, whereas the Joker is just this enigma in the way that he's supposed to be. Because while they do give plenty of hints as to what his backstory might be, they never tell you. And I love that they don't tell you, because to me, it kind of defeats the purpose of the character to give him an origin, because he's, like Christopher Nolan says, the Joker is the logical response to the absurdity of a man dressing up as a bat fighting crime. And so it's supposed to be chaos. Like, Batman's all about law and order, which is ironic because he's a vigilante, whereas the Joker's basically mocking the idea that all of your laws are just pointing out the fact that the world is naturally chaotic. And it therefore fits that he doesn't have a straight, square origin story. Like, the Killing Joke tried to give him one, and the Todd Phillips Joker movie tried to give him one, and I just feel that's fundamental misunderstanding of the character. Like when you go back to Batman #1, as cheesy and dated as a lot of those comics are, the Joker story is not dated. It's actually really dark by compared to the other stuff that you're reading at that time. So I think Ledger really nailed it. It's just ballpark, knocks it out of the park. He definitely earned that Oscar. It's not just because he died. He definitely earned that 100%.
Oh, absolutely. And if you hear his voice from things like 10 Things I Hate About You or A Knight's Tale, or even was Brokeback Mountain before The Dark Knight? Well, yes.
Like 3 years.
There were no well, except for the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. There's no other Heath Ledger performances after that. But yeah, and you look at all of those performances, and then you look at the Joker. I don't even see Heath Ledger, and that's one of the things that people, they say that when you're praising the best actor, but in that, like, that's a total reality when you're watching the Joker. Even when he's without the makeup and he has the just the prosthetics, like in The Color Guard when they kill Gordon. And so like there is something just absolutely not just as playing the Joker, but as a performance in general, that it transcends the movie. It doesn't deserve to be in a Batman movie, but it elevates the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And to piggyback on what Cal was talking about, the origin of the Joker, it's kind of funny because we have the Jack Nicholson Joker, who's the gangster. We have Heath Ledger's, who's the anarchist. We have, oh sweet Jesus, why am I blanking?
It's okay.
Talking about Joaquin or what?
No, not Joaquin. I mean, yeah, we do have Joaquin Phoenix, and we also have
Jared Leto,
and then we also now have Barry Keoghan, if you watch the deleted scenes.
Yes.
And then the kid from the Gotham TV show, Cameron.
No, he doesn't exist.
I heard that was actually a good representation of the Joker.
No, we will not entertain the idea.
That's what I heard. I haven't seen it.
We will not entertain the idea.
Oh man,
do not.
I come to the Batman shows so there's no controversy. I hang out on a Picard show if I want the controversy.
That is your cross to bear, good sir.
Well, okay. So anyway, don't watch Gotham. I get it.
Yeah. No, it's just that I like that you have all these options that kind of falls into the mythology of the Joker. It's the multiple choice of what his origin is. There's no really one definitive one, even though many writers have tried to give him one, but they're usually just offshoots of what came before. Even recently, Jeff Johns did the 3 Jokers, where he had 3 representations of the Joker, and you're thinking, oh, are we finally going to figure out who the real Joker is and where they come from? They never really definitively give you who he is. We don't really get, that sense, but it's an interesting story. It still keeps you guessing who exactly was the real Joker and who was the pawn. And the one with Joaquin Phoenix, I see it just as a character study of what happens when somebody just has nothing to lose and just simply just goes for it and takes his rage against the world and decides to paint himself like a clown because life is a joke and might as well. And Heath Ledger is just a man who probably just, psychologically speaking, he saw Batman just like, okay, I see what's going on here. I mean, even the multiple choices used in this movie when he keeps talking about, you want to know how I got these scars?
Yeah, he keeps changing it up.
So you can't really trust him whenever he tells you anything. And even across the movie, when Batman's interrogating him, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, okay, that's way too easy. And nothing is ever too easy with the Joker. Never is easy with the Joker.
Well, and it's one of those adaptations of the character that is so amazing. Phil, what is your what's your relationship been with the Joker? Like, you're a Bat fan. You like the Joker,
of course. Sure. Yeah. I've always liked that. That we don't know the origin of the Joker. I like that mysterious side of him. Like, we don't know where he came from. They never even know his name, and she's just this clown that's just like one of the most popular, biggest villains in the Batman universe. So everybody loves him and respects him, and
for sure. But when were you introduced to the Joker? Was it through the TV show? Was it Nicholson? Was it the comics? Or
it was just probably Nicholson. I mean, she'll still always be my. I know this is going to be the controversial thing, but I still prefer Nicholson over Ledger. even though
Okay.
both performances are great. And obviously, this is Ledger's movie, period. So he makes this movie, what it is, it's special. So you say like he's all over the covers. I mean, like, he's on the cover of the
Yeah.
4K, so
Oh yeah.
he's the one that makes
Well,
this movie. So I mean,
and
that's
I
not a
can
knock against Bale. That's not a knock against Christian Bale because he's, right, nice. Yeah,
nice.
not against Bale, but this is definitely Heath Ledger's movie, and I think that what made it so great. I mean, because like Heath Ledger. I mean, the way he did, I mean, it's like you say, he disappears in the role. That's not Heath Ledger. That's Joker.
Well, and like you said, like people have their own favorite Jokers, and when Heath Ledger was announced, there was a lot of like, really? Again, the guy from
10 Things About You.
Patriot.
Yeah. And right, I forgot about the Patriot. But
I think it's fair to say that every single Batman movie moving forward, when they cast somebody in an iconic role, is always going to be met with some uproar in the beginning, and at the end, we're going to be like, "Oh shit, I was wrong."
Again, Jared Leto.
Well, there was something there. Let's put it that way. There was something there.
And there is controversy over the Suicide Squad, in terms of the final cut. So, and apparently there was much more footage. So perhaps I am being a little short-sighted in saying that it was terrible. But what was that? Come on, Damage.
I'm not a fan of wannabe gangster Joker.
Wannabe gangster with the little grill
I
and
never
everything, like a
minded
gangster
because
rapper.
when does the Joker make anything that makes sense?
Well, anyway. It is interesting, but there is another villain. There is another villain in this movie, and Aaron Eckhart as Harvey Dent. How do you feel? How do you feel? Do you think? Okay, I'll start. How do you feel about that? Let's flip a coin. Heads. I make my own luck. So yeah, I really like the digital work that was done on making Aaron Eckhart Two-Face. And the only thing I don't like about it is that they didn't necessarily explore the psychological divide that he already had. It showed how far he would go, like when he has the gun to the guy. I forget his name, but he is in a lot of. He's Polka Dot Man. When he had the gun to Polka Dot Man,
Ant-Man.
And he was an Ant-Man. I forget his name in Ant-Man though. So
well, the actor's name is David Dastmalchian. The character's name in this movie is Thomas Schiff.
Thank you. And it shows how far he's willing to go if he gets angry enough or if something that he loves is threatened. The entire reason that he reacts the way that he reacts is because he has what's his last name again? Dollman's last name.
The
character. Schmidt?
Thomas Schiff?
Schiff. Schiff has Rachel Dawes on his name badge. And that's why Harvey goes all crazy. It's not necessarily because of a deep-rooted psychological duality that he had in terms of right and wrong, or any rage issues. I think it was brilliantly portrayed in the animated series, as much of the Batman mythos is. But I thought that Aaron Eckhart did a really good job. I know, hot take. He was the hero we needed but didn't deserve. How did you guys feel about Aaron Eckhart as Two-Face?
Definitely the part that I would probably disagree. The only disagreement that I would mean, I thought it always felt a little forced toward the end. I mean, because
really,
I liked him as Harvey Dent, but as Two-Face, it felt a little too forced and a little bit over the top at times.
I loved it.
The CGI work on his face was great, though. I mean, it's really like a little forced, and like the way they were like you're trying to force a story just to like
you thought he was shoehorned in at the end.
Yeah. It feels a little bit worse. And like I said, I think they should have saved it for the next film, which I think I heard was the original intention, because Joker was going to be in the third one also. But obviously, with Heath Ledger passing, so it pretty much changed everything in the third movie. But I think they should have saved Two-Face for the third one.
Yeah, I would have. No, I've heard the concern, but Kat, in terms of it being shoehorned in, how did you feel? Kat? I
remember there was a lot of debate from people before the movie came out, assuming that Two-Face, that he was going to turn into Two-Face at the end of the movie, and then he would be the villain in the third. I don't think that was. I mean, that was something that was coming from somewhere, but I don't think Nolan ever wanted to do that, because he said that the only reason he made this movie was because he was curious as to what would the Joker even look like in this hyper real Gotham? And that's really what brought him back to do the movie. Whereas the version of Two-Face we're presented with, he already had the nickname Two-Face before he got injured. And the idea is that when Harvey kind of flippantly tells Gordon, "Oh, I knew the risk when I took this job, Lieutenant," it's like, well, no, you didn't, because clearly you're not able to handle it very well when you lose somebody close to you. Like Gordon took precautions by faking his death to get his family out of the way, whereas Dent didn't take those precautions because he's kind of cocksure about himself and figures nothing's going to go wrong. And then when it does, he turns out to be, in a sense, a hypocrite because he's like, "Oh, I'm the White Knight of Gotham. I'm going to stick up for the law. We're going to lock up all the bad guys, blah, blah, blah." But the second something bad happens to him, he's just turns out to be just as bad as they are. And the makeup was more or less, or the CGI, the injury was more or less done for the fans to please them.
I was happy.
Nolan said that Nolan wanted it to look more fantastical because he didn't want it to evoke like real burn victims and stuff. But I thought the storyline, I didn't feel shoehorned in because I could tell the version of Harvey they were going with in this hyper real world was going to be very different from the comics version. Because in the comics, he can be very bipolar at times, to the point that it is very comic book logic that he even has followers. Because it's like, if your crime boss or whatever makes decisions by flipping a coin, then you're not going to follow that guy very long. But in the comics, it works because it's comic book logic. Whereas in the hyper real Gotham that Nolan created, I don't picture that Two-Face working as a villain for like a whole movie. But by presenting him as the guy who is really cocksure about himself the whole time, and you find out that he's actually not, it's a different version on it. And so to me, it didn't really feel forced because he's specifically going after the people he blames for Rachel's death. But we can see that he's also, as much as he's flipping the coin to try and justify what he's doing, when he spares Maroney, he flips the coin for the driver who's innocent, but he does it because he's upset. He doesn't show that he's upset, but he is upset that he had to spare Maroney. So I'm going to flip it again so I could try and get him by, killing the driver, and Maroney's presumably killed in the car crash. And another plot point, which I thought might have come back in the third movie, which never did, is that he spared Ana Ramirez.
Yeah.
He knows who he is. Now, maybe Gordon connected with her afterwards and said, "Look, I'm not going to prosecute you for the shit you've been doing as long as you keep your mouth shut." I'm guessing that's what happened. But I kind of bought that he was, because Harvey, like he says, there's no escape from this. Like when Gordon says, "My cops are outside, but they don't know the situation," it's like he doesn't want to get out of it because to him, his life is over. Like Rachel was his everything, and he's shown to be rather fragile in that he can't handle it when things don't go his way. But like most politicians or whatnot, he is a two-faced guy. But again, he didn't have the gall for that. He wasn't tough enough for that type of job, and so he that's him kind of reacting in a bit like a petulant way. So for me, given the way everything I said and the way they presented the movie, it worked for me. A lot of fans I remember thought that maybe he survived the fall and instead, I'm pretty sure he's dead, which kind of fit with the hyper real thing they were doing. Plus the whole story concept of this film is, let's take the Joker's one bad day philosophy from The Killing Joke and apply it to Harvey Dent's origin story. And in hindsight, that seems like a slap in your forehead. Like, why didn't I think of that before? It sounds so perfect. Because granted, The Long Halloween is like the seminal origin story for Two-Face, one of the best that's ever been done. But it just seems so obvious to apply that Joker one bad day logic to Two-Face. It just seems perfect. And to me, that's why I thought it worked so well. And so I really liked it.
Ernesto, do you have any thoughts on Aaron Eckhart or Two-Face, or the characterizations, or your favorite characterization?
Oh, I liked him very much. Full disclosure, I never had any issues with Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face because that was my first exposure to Two-Face in live action.
Me too.
And it wasn't until I saw the animated series where I actually got a more adequate Two-Face and what the whole, it always comes in twos, and the duality of the character. So when Aaron Eckhart came in, there was at least a good chunk of my brain that wasn't registering that Harvey Dent was the alter ego of Two-Face. For whatever reason, I was watching it and I just burned it completely out of my psyche. And it wasn't until his introduction that I'm just like, holy shit, we're going to get a Two-Face in this movie. And I kept it to myself. And it wasn't until he strapped to the bomb and his face gets burned up that my friend looks at him, "Oh my God, he's Two-Face!" I'm like, yeah. Meanwhile, trying to be like, he must never know that I also didn't know this was going to be a Two-Face movie, because I just completely blocked it out of my brain for whatever reason. I just couldn't put two and two together, ironically. But no, I think it was a very good performance, and I echo what Kat mentioned, that it makes sense that it was a one and done, because it does go hand in hand with the one bad day. And this is a man, like, again, he lost the love of his life. He's not thinking straight. He's in pain, physically, mentally, and psychologically broken. And at that point, he took the law in his own hands. Batman tried to stop him when he almost tried to kill Thomas Schiff, and he finally carried out his vengeance. And unfortunately, Harvey Dent had to die to save the city. And I kind of like the motif at the end where he's dead, and instead of Two-Face dying, they moved his head to the side, so it was Harvey that was the one that found dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that too.
That was really, really good. Well, and again, you're either die the hero or live long enough to be the villain, and I appreciate the fact that he died a hero,
so to speak.
Well, his actions were heroic, but
yes,
they had to hide it, because it's one of those things where if somebody found out, it's all gonna be, all hell will break loose. It's like when you catch a dirty cop and you see that all the cases, all the arrests that he worked on were all either fabricated evidence, and he's been doing it for years and years. And then when you find that out after retirement, you know what that's gonna do? It's gonna get hundreds, if not thousands, of cases re-examined, and a lot of people are going to be released from prison because of gross negligence and the fact that he was a dirty cop. So
yeah.
It's powerful. It's powerful how this movie ends. You're thinking, man, they gotta hide this, because if it leaks, it's a game over.
It's a powerful thing when you find out someone has done so many good things, and you have to examine all of them through a prism of, wait a second, that guy slapped Chris Rock. And it's like, I can't forgive that. I can't.
I could tell you tales about other people when you watch.
Oh no, there's lots of people. I still watch The Naked Gun. There's nothing wrong with that movie, and everyone in it did nothing. No, wait, hang on. Anyway, I do want to say hello to the chat, and again, I will. If I'm clickety clacking here, I might as well throw your link in the chat. It is in the description, though. Daniel's Hot Topic says, Scotty, have you and Kat seen the 1943 Batman serials? Kat, have you seen those?
No, I have not.
Apparently, one of them is like really against the Japanese.
Yeah, one of them was a war propaganda hit piece against the Japanese because it was 1943. So forget that one.
Oh no, I want to see it just as being an artifact of its time, but right. I wouldn't do a show about it, because I would probably be prone to the vernacular.
They're not like movies; they're long serials,
right?
Like 15-episode serials that kind of unique in that they're telling one story that long, but it also feels kind of like Batman 66 in the sense that it's like the adventure of the week, and then you end on a cliffhanger and you continue next week, kind of thing. But but
are they? How long are each episode? I saw like it was 15 chapters for one of them, and I was like, how long's a chapter?
I actually don't know, but back then serials could sometimes be as short as 15 minutes, maybe 20 or half hour. I really don't know. I haven't looked that up.
So still, if it's 15 chapters of 15 minutes, that's a lot of Batman. But like you said, yeah, and it's not like he just drives a car.
Yeah, it's a regular car, much like the original Batmobile was just a regular car. Where if he had I can't remember. It's like if the top is down, it's Bruce Wayne.
It's Bruce Wayne's.
When the top's up, it's the Batmobile or something, or the other way around.
It makes perfect sense.
I never cared for the tumbler myself, to be honest. I never cared.
Really?
For the tumbler. Bit too flashy.
Well, I was going to show my Lego tumbler. I forgot to bring it up, but that's something else that they do in this movie, because we'll get to that when we get to it. But two other villains that are in this film.
Yes.
Yep, Cillian Murphy has a quick cameo as Scarecrow, and the fact that when he says, "I told you my compound would take you places, I never said there'd be places you wanted to go." Presumably, he's talking about the fear toxin, which means that this movie is about, I believe it's supposed to be like 6 months after Batman Begins, because he obviously isn't getting any more of his toxin because he's a fugitive on the run or whatever, which is kind of an interesting avenue that they don't really explore. It's like, why are you lacing regular drugs to sell with your fear toxin? That's kind of interesting. because again, he is a sadist and he is obsessed with fear, which is why I wish that. I mean, I get plot-wise why he's used the way he's used in Batman Begins, but I kind of wish with Cillian Murphy in the role that they'd found a way to push that further. Because the idea now that he's selling fear-laced drugs to people just for kicks or whatever just seems like really delectably evil. But the movie, given what it is, doesn't allow us to explore that. So you just get that one-off cameo with him, where you have that great joke where Batman's kind of talking down to the imitation Batman. He's like, "I don't need help."
Not by my diagnosis.
Needs it. And that's his only
Wear hockey pads.
Yeah. It's great. That's how the guns. But then the fourth villain, of course, I was going to mention is Maroni. And
Eric Roberts.
It's great because, in the first movie, Tom Wilkinson as Falcone just radiates professionalism, which is the way Falcone is in the comics. He's like the Godfather in a way. Whereas also in the comics, as carried over in this movie by Eric Roberts, is Maroni feels more like imitation professionalism. Like he's trying to pretend to be classy when he's really not. He feels more street. And I think Eric Roberts brings that A game to this role. And I also love how he kind of talks down to Batman like he's not really bothered. Like, come on, man, you're trying to intimidate somebody. Pick a better spot. From this site, the fall wouldn't kill me. Just totally, which I would beg to differ. Like, if he actually leaned back a little ways and hit his head, that fall probably would kill him. But I thought he was really great in the role.
The plot demanded that he survive that fall.
Yes, the plot demanded it.
Well, as long as we're bringing up him surviving the fall, I do want to give a special credit to Eric Roberts for playing a person who instantly went into shock by landing on shattering one of his legs. And the way that he slurs his speech as if he's actually been hurt without conveying, like, it's one of those things, because a lesser actor would do like a Peter Griffin and just like, ah. And it was not the reaction of the pain. It was the reaction to his body just going into shock because it wouldn't be able to deal with the pain. And I thought that was a great acting choice. I think this is, I don't know. I don't remember very many Eric Roberts
walking a couple days later, even with a cane. It's like, no way.
True. Yeah, both ankles broken.
Yeah.
Or it's one of those moments where they went into his trailer, he was drunk out of his mind, and they just knocked him out and threw him on set, and he started rolling film, and they used it.
Hey, then that was a great performance considering he was drunk while on the job.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Or he was just wasted, dude.
Yeah. But The Dark Knight kind of carries over that prestige element of the cast as a whole. This is an ensemble piece. I mean, yeah, people went and saw it for Heath Ledger, but at the end of the day, it's the ensemble that makes it as good as it is, and everybody's giving 110%.
Absolutely.
Except for that Batman voice.
Admittedly, I think it was with this movie that people started to make fun of the Batman voice, because even when he's around people he knows, especially with Lucius Fox, and using the sonar technology, it's like, dude, use your regular voice. Nobody's listening to you.
But that's part of the reason why I think that Michael Keaton's Batman is so endearing, is that, like, he did have a Batman whisper. Like, he didn't have a Batman growl, he had a Batman whisper, and I could tell the difference between when he was being Bruce Wayne and when he was being Batman. Case in point, in Batman Returns, when he's in the Batmobile and he's going towards that narrow alley, and he's like, oh, this ain't good. And I liked that instant humanization. I know it could be against characterization for some, but I liked that sort of instant of like, good, Batman actually does take a moment and be like, oh shit. And I liked that, and I wish that there was more of that, not necessarily as a joke, but I agree with you. If he had talked to Lucius with a little bit more Bruce in him, then it would have been, I think I would have liked it. Maybe they tried it, and it looked ridiculous.
Well, no, it's because I believe Christian Bale just started using the voice, and they just ran with it. They just never stopped to correct it or think, oh, maybe we should try looking into giving him a voice modulator with the new suit that he gets in the movie. But no, he just kept doing the voice.
I was fine with his voice in the first movie. It is kind of interesting that I don't, like you said, I don't know if that was Christian's idea to change it or if it was Chris or what. It was
just all Bale that decided to do that. You're like,
try
this voice.
There is definitely an evolution between the three movies, and we'll see it even more prominently. And it's the most egregious moment of Batman using the Batman voice when he absolutely doesn't have to, because he's only talking to himself. But Like if in the first one, he softens the bat voice sometimes when he's actually communicating with people. In in Dark Knight, it's more of a volume. It's always got the same growl. It's just whether or not he's yelling.
It's just when he yells, it's like, oh my
I'm
God.
Batman and I'm here to help you. I'm Batman and I'm here to help you. And so, sorry, that was my punk version. But
yeah.
And then by the third one, it's just constantly, there's no, except for the where is it? Yeah, it's just like.
I do like also that they redesigned the bat suit in this one so that
hell yeah,
that they incorporated that into the story. Because Chris is like, I need to figure out a story reason, because everything with Chris Nolan is it's like there has to be a story justification for it, which is like, oh, we need a story reason to justify redesigning the bat suit. He's like, oh yeah, that's right, we'll just say it for the real reason, because it gives you more mobility and agility in the suit.
Couldn't move my head.
Applied a lot of that type of logic to the third movie, but we'll get there when we get there. So that was really cool. The bat suit looks great, and then in the spirit of redesigning things, in the first movie he wanted to not have a Batmobile. That's where the studio put their foot down. They're like, no, you have to have one. He's like, well, then I'm going to blow it up. He's like, you can't do that in the first movie, because they still wanted to sell some merchandise. I mean, I admit that Nolan said that the fact that he got the executives to come to his garage to look at the set of the Narrow, the miniature set of the Narrows they built, and he got him to sit on the couch and listen to his pitch, and he basically told him very directly that I'm not making this movie if your head is in the merchandising space. It's like, yes, there will be things you can merchandise from it, but that's not what the aim is, and they listened to him on it. But in the second movie, since he did grant their wish to give them a Batmobile, he decided, well, I'm blowing it up this time. And he was just, and from that we get the new redesigned Bat cycle, in this instance called the Bat Pod.
That was cool.
Is just amazing. And how Chris Corbold's like, you actually want me to build this thing? That's not gonna. It's not, the maneuverability is gonna suck. It's just not gonna work. And he's like, I have faith in you, and son of a bitch, you did it. They pulled it off.
Son of a bitch, you did it.
Could you imagine this movie being designed by Stan Winston?
Oh God.
Just imagine for a second a Stan Winston Dark Knight trilogy with Christopher Nolan at the helm. Just imagine for a moment.
Oh, jeez, that's something.
I remember a funny story from that where technology into it would have been. Mwah.
Didn't Stan Winston do the initial Green Goblin mask for?
I think so, and he also worked on Batman '89 and Batman Returns. Like when they built the Batmobile, and he looked at it, or Tim Burton looked at it, and he's like, "Oh my God, this is amazing!" But there's just one thing, and they're like, "What? How does he get in it?" And they're like, "Oh shit, we forgot to build a door." So instead, they came up with the canopy thing, and then they carried that over to the tumbler design in these movies, where it kind of opens like a flower petal or whatever to let you in.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing. I never cease to be amazed that they actually built that bike and made it actually work. It's crazy. And
I actually love how him getting that new suit is, when you look at it aesthetically, it's a suit that from cowl to boot, it all fits together. It's all designed to be one suit. Whereas in the first movie, it still has the inspiration of when Batman first appeared in the comics, where he's got the gliding cape, the purple gloves, the mask that looks like it was sewn in by hand. And you have in Batman Begins where he's got the gloves that just does not fit with the suit. He's got the cape that does not fit with the suit, and he's got the shackles, I guess you could call them, that does not fit with the suit. So it's all just bits and pieces here and there that it's like borrowed here, borrowed there. And when you get the new suit, that suit is top to bottom Wayne Tech.
True. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Well, and Lucius, this is at this point, Lucius is all in. Lucius knows.
Oh, he knows for sure. Come on. And then when that guy confronts him about it, he's like, "You're gonna blackmail him."
Well, and I kind of want to talk about this. Like, I feel like I'm sort of slowing up the recap, but I just want to go point by point, because if we go through the entire recap, we're just going to end up stopping so many times talking about.
Yeah, let's just keep the discussion going because it's fun.
Okay, cool. But I really love when and you brought it up, when the guy, Mr. Reese, Coleman Reese, and he basically tries to blackmail Wayne Enterprises for finding out who Batman is. Was Mr. Reese, was that supposed to be the Nolan Riddler?
I don't think so because one, I remember that was big on the internet back in the day. People thought, oh, he's going to come back in the third movie as the Riddler. But
I'm hearing about that.
and I agree that the way he plays the character, he's kind of meek, kind of like Edward Nygma is. But I don't think so. If he wanted it to be the Riddler, I think he would have cast somebody, maybe not a superstar because he doesn't want to make it obvious, but somebody a bit more, just like
Up and comer.
Yeah, or somebody with a little bit more. I'm trying to say it nicely. Like the guy who played Reese is okay if you think of him as
Yeah.
I think that if you wanted to do it as Edward Nygma, but not call him that and just imply it, then they could have maybe
Brought him back.
subtly bring in a little bit more of Nygma's mannerisms, a little bit to hint at it. Because I just didn't buy. Because when everybody was saying that, oh, he'll come back in Batman 3, I'm like, no, they would not have cast him if they wanted to bring the Riddler in if they meant to set him up as the Riddler. But I thought it was been a clever nod.
No, but and I don't mean that was supposed to be Nolan's Riddler and then it could have possibly blossomed. I mean that Nolan's Batman Batman didn't even have to get involved in beating the Riddler in Nolan's universe. Like, because there are more people who know, like Lucius is new to the Nolan trilogy. I know comics character accurate, but still, like, this is the first time in the last two movies we've seen Lucius Fox on the screen, and Morgan Freeman. But it is one of those things where it's like, okay, if you want to mess with Batman, there are other people who will help, and that happens later. I hate to bring up the Bat family. I know it offends you, Ernesto, but like, I do appreciate the allies of Batman, and it's nice to know that even the Riddler wouldn't survive in Nolan's Gotham.
Let me get this straight.
Yes.
You think that your client, one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in the world, is secretly a vigilante who spends his nights beating criminals to a pulp with his bare hands, and your plan is to blackmail this person? Good luck.
Yeah, that delivery,
I
man.
love
Like, damn.
that.
You can just keep
Delivery is
this.
perfect. That's perfect.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a power move.
I
Yeah.
love that joke too, where he's like, I've been noticing some problems and inconsistencies in the files, and he, without even looking up, he's like, their CEO is in police custody.
Yeah. Great scene.
Yeah.
In terms of the chat, I just wanted to say,
But you're right. You know, he does work for Wayne Enterprises. It is a Mr. Reese thing. And he does figure out who Batman is. So that's kind of plays.
well, yeah, but it's it's Cat, you're savvy. You know, it's not 100% mine. But it is something that I read and I was like, yeah, that's good enough. I like that. That's a nice bow. Daniel's Hot Topic says Robin Williams tried out for the Dark Knight. He tried out for the Joker. That would have been so cool. I don't know.
I didn't get as far as auditioning, but once Batman Begins ended with the Joker card, and then it was announced they were making a sequel, a lot of people, including Robin Williams, expressed interest and pursued it rather vigorously. And then it just didn't happen because Nolan had Ledger in mind from the beginning.
But also there would have been credence to that because of Insomnia.
Yeah, because he'd done that before. And he'd worked with Nolan, so that he had his foot in the door a bit.
It wasn't just the crazy like sort of aftershock of Batman '89 when he was rumored that time as well. And then
it was actually true that Robin Williams himself said that he did
play
Batman '89 and had meetings, and he felt burned by them then, and he felt burned again. He said this time as well, which is why he says, "Yeah, I guess I won't make it into the Batman universe." But yeah, he did express a disappointment.
God, he would have been a great Hugo Strange.
Oh, yeah.
That blows my mind. I think he would absolutely, especially if you consider 1 hour photo.
Watching 1 hour photo, it's like, oh God, this guy could be Hugo Strange.
I still haven't seen that, and I've wanted to see it for so long. I'll probably just rent it digitally one night. But you're right.
I saw the movie as a kid, thinking it was another Robin Williams comedy, and oh sweet Jesus, not.
1 hour photo is creepy. Movie, man.
Yep.
Gotta watch it.
One of those moments where I start even before I ever saw why am I always blanking when I need the title the most? Even before I saw Blade Runner, in the back of my mind I'm saying I have seen things. Believe.
Stay on track, stay on target.
Well, it's still on target because he was in the previous movie.
Well, no, fair enough. No, but 1 hour photo is amazing. In fact, bless Robin Williams. As long as we're having a discussion surrounding potential and actual Jokers, who are not with us anymore. Robin Williams, big up. Same as Heath Ledger, just body of work. Lost too soon.
Tip your head up to him. Tip your head.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wish I had a
But
drink.
speaking of Jokers, Captain Finity says The Killing Joke is the best Joker story ever written. I agree.
I disagree.
Okay.
I don't like that they give him an origin story, and it kind of conflicts with the one bad day philosophy because on the one hand, everything he does to Gordon is great because he's trying to push him to the edge, prove the one bad day thing is real. But when you look at the backstory for this Joker, it wasn't just something that happened on one bad day. It was a whole litany of things. Like he quit his regular job to pursue his dream of being a stand-up comic. That wasn't working. They were losing money, moved into this dumpy apartment. He's getting pressured by his wife. They got to do something. They got a new baby. It's getting worse. And then all of a sudden he's told that she died with the bottle warmer caught fire, baby bottle warmer, killing the mother and the child. And then he doesn't know what he's going to do. Then the gangsters say, meet us on this weekend. We're going to do this, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of this litany of things that just culminates in him falling into the vat of chemicals. And afterwards, he's just like, I'm insane and I'm the Joker. And at that point, he says it's one bad day, but it really wasn't. It was like a whole thing. And again, I don't like them giving an origin story.
Right.
But I do like my favorite.
I don't believe the origin story from the book.
Yeah, my favorite.
Because it's orange and red and it's in a flashback, I feel like it is something that he's trying to remember because even there is a moment when he's holding a microphone and even I think it's surrounding when if I have to remember my history, I like to think of it as multiple choice. And
he does that.
And when he's remembering it and it's still red, he goes from one position to the next, and there is the frame, and he's just like it looks like he's trying to remember.
Right.
And I don't think he did. I think he was trying and he failed.
Linear. Like it was too much. Like unlike in this movie where they give you all sorts of little completely different but scar stories and different hints of what's going on.
Absolutely.
Like in The Killing Joke, it just felt like too linear of a memory. Like I agree that it might not be reality, but it makes sense that, like you're reading a story, but again, go that kind of thing. But I do love the joke that he tells at the end, where because the whole premise of that comic is Batman doesn't want the Joker's death on his hands. He's like, meet me halfway, and Joker basically says, well, you don't want to meet me halfway either, so why should I meet you halfway? And he tells that joke about the inmates from the asylum, and they're trying to jump over the rooftops, and one guy can't make it across, so the other guy's like, oh, I'll just turn on a flashlight and you can walk across. It's like, no, you're crazy. You'll just turn it off, And it's like the double entendre. But I've liked other Joker stories better. I'm not sure if I have one that's a definitive favorite. Maybe Arkham Asylum, simply because that's how the Joker ultimately succeeds in showing Batman that his way is twisted and just as twisted as him, by showing that, look, this is what your institution of law and order has done and how it's thoroughly corrupt and has turned the rest of us into even more raving lunatics than we were before. And Batman ultimately concedes that the Joker is right and destroys the asylum. Because that's usually where most of the Batman stories end, is that they catch the bad guy and they send him to Arkham. Whereas in the Arkham Asylum story, Joker's showing him that, well, you sending him there is not really helping. It's just, you're just contributing to the problem. And it's Batman realizing that he's right and destroying it. That's like the only time that Batman, I feel, has ever really agreed with the Joker on anything, at least to that level, that he actually goes so far as to destroy the asylum. And so it's almost like the Joker wins in that particular story. So I love that one. That's my favorite story.
It would make for a good Elseworlds story where somebody decides, hey, let's tell a 3-issue, 4-issue, 6-issue story about Batman trying to rehabilitate the Joker.
Trying to witch the Joker?
What?
Trying to witch the Joker?
Rehabilitate him.
Oh, well, but that's how The Killing Joke starts too.
And this is that book right here, Arkham Asylum. And fun fact, this is one of the books that gave Heath Ledger to prepare for the role, and he had to put it down after a few pages. Like, it was too dark; he couldn't get through it. And I'm like,
wow.
Man, you couldn't get through this, but you still delivered an A++ performance. Kudos, man.
That's interesting.
He wouldn't sleep for days either. He would go like 2-3 days without sleeping, dude. Again, the character.
Oh, the events surrounding his death are quite contentious.
Mm-hmm.
I think his family released a statement. Now, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I believe them.
I know that he said he was already an insomniac anyway, and that Dark Knight was arguably the longest, hardest shoot in terms of just the schedule for being a big blockbuster movie. But in December, the month before he died, he was filming Dr. Parnassus in London in winter, wearing these skimpy 19th century like circus outfits, freezing in the rain, and then he got walking pneumonia from that. And the walking pneumonia combined with his insomnia prompted him to start taking the drug. But everybody said, like, Gary Oldman put his foot down really hard when people were trying to push the conspiracy that the Joker role corrupted him. He's like, bullshit. Every time Nolan called cut, Heath was back. It was, and then he had the funnest time that he's probably ever had on a movie playing that role. So that's just an internet conspiracy. That got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he was
Right, no, Toad's
he was
awesome.
a method actor, like
He's not that way.
If I ever had an executive position at Warner Bros., I would go into the archives and look at every unused footage and behind the scenes picture that they have on that shoot. That's a gold mine of.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, I would love a documentary of how the Dark Knight was filmed and just take all those unused archival footage. I'm not talking about the making of. I'm talking about just a documentary of what it was like with people with Heath Ledger in the background, because somebody had to have had a camcorder just recording every intimate moment and stuff like that.
Well,
I would like to.
Story that during filming, all the production assistants started noticing that Heath would carry around a skateboard, and when they were filming the Lower Whacker sequence, Christopher Nolan was kind of biting his lip and was upset that Heath was in makeup, just kind of skateboarding around. And he's like, because he didn't want people to see him that way. And then, but then Chris notices the nights went on as they were filming that the production assistants started showing up with skateboards, and they started showing up with tattered, kind of type of clothing like the Joker. And he's like, this guy's got charisma as natural as gravity. He was like creating this unofficial cult of Jokers just because he just had that in him. And the charisma was lit. Like when he said they were filming the car chase, in one of the shots that Heath's not in, they had the Mercedes with the cameras mounted on it, filming it as they're speeding down through the tunnels. And that Heath was sitting with Chris in the back of one of those speeding Mercedes. And while Chris is looking at the footage of what the camera's shooting, Heath is sitting there with his little camera phone showing Chris this little movie he's working on separately while they're speeding like 100 miles an hour down the road. He's like, hey, man, look at this little film I'm working on. It was so fun. And there's a great foreword about that in the making of the Dark Knight book I have down there. But yeah, Narsto's right. That would be a massive gold mine. And I also know that a few years ago, Nolan was giving a Q&A, and he spoke of that Heath actually expressed interest in reprising the role if they would delve into his origins. He said Heath was endlessly fascinated at the idea of where this guy came from. But I don't think that even if Heath lived, they would have done that.
Hey, Tiger. Tiger Stripes is here and says that's interesting, especially considering that Ledger made his own Joker journal while he was building the character, which is crazy dark. Oh, yeah. And
yeah, his father has it, and his father's only shown like one page of it publicly, but he has the whole thing.
God,
yeah.
Can you imagine how much that would sell for auction?
I would love to see it just printed. Like if they made Heath Ledger's Joker journal as a making of supplementary thing.
I'll have my old man Harrison Ford. That belongs in a museum.
Well, and also, if you're going to say that it wasn't necessarily the performance of the Joker that drove Heath Ledger to his ultimate demise, then why not release the journal? It's kind of a memoir of a performance from a great actor gone too soon. I think that there would be nothing but respect for that.
Yeah, people would probably say that they're trying to profit off of him too. So
Yeah, that's.
I'm just saying for the family.
I know that they had an emergency meeting after he died at Warner Brothers to decide how they were going to market the movie going forward, because they were originally going to market the whole thing around Joker, and then they thought, well, that's probably going to be in bad taste because people are going to think we're trying to profit off him, dying, and like, oh, we're going to play that up as a big, thing. And so they ended up going in a. They still had Joker in the marketing, but they went more in the trailers marketing the ensemble.
Yes.
Than the whole thing, but yeah.
But also, even the cut of the movie changed because there is that one scene where they bring Joker to gamble in the garbage bag's body bag, and because he had passed away, they weren't sure if they were going to show it out of respect for Heath Ledger's children or daughter, Matilda, I think. Yeah, that's how deep it was. But there was a moment, and they weren't sure whether or not they were going to show Heath Ledger in a body bag because. Not necessarily specifically because of the children, but they were. I heard a rumor. Again, if I'm wrong, I'm going to blame Ain't It Cool News.
Well, that's your problem. You're relying on
circa 2000. And what year is this movie?
That's why they don't exist anymore.
That's right. This is the 15th anniversary coming up this year in this July.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Also,
Heavens.
Also,
Yes.
can we appreciate and give a little bit of a applause to the people who cut that trailer, like the main trailer, where every single scene is remixed with Hans Zimmer's um, soundtrack of The Dark Knight. It's especially when Heath Ledger just claps his hand and
Yeah.
everything's blowing up, and you have the drums in the background. It's
Oh,
just
and then the flip of the
beautiful
truck.
and the truck as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then they put out a third trailer even, which was also quite good.
Yeah. You know the one trailer I never got to experience? The one where it feels like it was hijacked by the Joker and it got scratched up and painted over.
Oh yeah,
I never got
that
to
one.
see that.
No, but sorry, I'm just reminiscing about the marketing campaign of The Dark Knight. I remember I was driving through Montreal on a Saturday afternoon. The sun was shining. We were smack dab in the city right by the Olympic Stadium. And up in the sky was a Dark Knight blimp
Wow.
advertising, and it was the image of Christian Bale holding the Batarang, and it would change to the image of Heath Ledger. So, yeah. I was driving. I shouldn't have been looking at the blimp.
And then there's the third poster, which is Harvey Dent holding his campaign button.
Absolutely, yes. The
Those
lesser of the
posters
three.
are great.
And even after that, I still believe in Harvey Dent.
I do believe in Harvey Dent. I love the fact that the Joker is wearing "I believe in Harvey Dent" button on his nurse's uniform. It is one of the best. That scene between Two-Face and Joker.
That attention to detail. Everything in this movie was an attention to detail where, man, this movie transcends comic book genre because it's littered with all those yummy cameos and little tidbits here and there.
Yes. Now, I think that we have gone. Hang on. Let me just. I do want to say hello and ahoy to Edge of Time. Ahoy, Edge of Time.
Ahoy.
I'm not ignoring people. I'm just sort of randomly scrolling up and down. I apologize.
Scott, when have you ever ignored people?
So, Kat.
Another thing this film did before we get into the recap, before I forget about it, is that it does show us a very different side of Gotham. Like the first movie mostly takes place at night in the slums. This movie takes place a lot of it in daylight in the downtown super top 1% financial district, which I know a lot of people initially complained out because they said it felt like a regular city and not as much like Gotham. But I kind of liked it because I kind of acknowledged that, you know, Gotham is this massive city archipelago and we're seeing just a different district of the city. And admittedly, it is weird to see Joker walking down LaSalle Street in the way that he looks down this place with, you know, literally bank vaults under his feet. And it's like, in a way, I kind of want to see what it would be like if he were in the Narrows, you know? So that's one design thing that's different. Another major innovation and something that was really revolutionary in this film is this is the first movie which really pioneered the idea of using IMAX cameras for fiction narrative movies rather than just documentaries. Because Chris and his wife, Emma Thomas, said that, well, if you can take an IMAX camera to space and take it to the top of Mount Everest, then certainly you could take it on the streets of Chicago. Now, granted, there are only 20 minutes of this film about is at IMAX, but it really kickstarted something. And that's when screening theatrical movies in IMAX also became more of a regular thing rather than just a special engagement. And to the point that's pretty much all IMAX, at least my IMAX, they still show documentaries every once in a while, but for the most part, they're constantly showing movies. Even if they weren't shot in IMAX cameras, they still put them on the big IMAX screen. And so that really just snowballed that whole industry. And they were given, I think they said there was like 5 cameras in the world and of those cameras, and they destroyed one of them during the car chase. And the final shot of that camera is actually in the movie where it's a close-up of the big rig slamming forward. And then you actually see the shot where the camera gets smashed, but they digitally removed the camera, but you can still see when it's hitting, which is kind of cool that even in death, the camera was still able to transmit and, you know, save it. But that's just how exclusive this stuff is. And it just began this whole thing. So that's another reason this film is very important in the history of movies.
Yeah.
That opening scene, man. Wow.
And like I said, it transcends its genre. Like Spielberg recently said it was an excellent movie and should have been on the list for Best Picture. It qualified 6th place on the list, which is why it didn't get nominated, because there were that was back in the era when they only nominated 5 movies. And it inspired the Academy Awards to change the size of the Best Picture pool, because when the Academy president was asked the following year, hey, why are you going back to nominating 10 films? You haven't done that in decades. And he says, I would be lying to you if I said the words "The Dark Knight" were not uttered multiple times in that conversation.
That movie would have won. That movie would have won. I swear.
It didn't even get nominated either.
What did win that year?
Slumdog Millionaire.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Yeah. The
And
one
then-
movie
Slumdog still would have won.
Maybe.
I don't know what the other 4 movies would have been, but Slumdog still would have won.
But
Yeah,
so that's a seminal film in that way. And of course, when they say, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, we've seen that interrogation scene done a bajillion times.
But also inspired by Heat.
Right. And that's the thing is like, if the first movie was sort of trying to be more comic booky, this one is trying to be like, he ups the ante of hyper realness by making this one Heat.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really much like how the Batman, the new one, is 7. This one was Heat a lot. Yeah. And when we get to the recap, we'll definitely dive into how that is.
Even if it has the Heat inspirations, it still has that comic book panel from The Killing Joke where Batman is in the cell interviewing him.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
Multiple times in the comics, every single time Batman is sitting across the Joker, they always have to have a conversation. And each conversation is as deliciously wonderful as the next.
Yeah, and there's a lot of allusions to the original Joker story in Batman #1 in this film as well.
I just want to bring this up while it is topical, and thank you, Tiger Stripes, for keeping me honest with the chat. Really, I know that films win Oscars for a variety of reasons, but I'd say Dark Knight is a better film than Slumdog. First things first,
but I think it's also what we think would have won versus what should win, because the Oscars have been very much a popularity contest for a long time.
It wouldn't have won if it got nominated anyway, I don't think.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have won.
Yeah.
I think it would have been sort of like a Shawshank Redemption or Pulp Fiction in that regard, where you get Forrest Gump instead of, and the movie that should have won that year. Mm-hmm. And that's how it would have gone down in history if that happened. Not saying that one is better than the others, but that it's the Oscars.
And the mentality back then was way different than it is now.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. That's why I brought up.
Well, that's true. Because back then they were still in the habit of awarding mainstream films for the most part. Like over the last decade, it's been very independent oriented, like limited release Oscar bait stuff. But that's a whole other conversation for another show.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the Oscars are coming up. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a conversation about it. But yeah, I'm. I don't know, man. I'm flustered. I'm talking about, I don't know where to go in this movie as to what is great. So I'm going to go on the flip side. Phil, you're here, right? Yep, welcome to
I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome to the jungle. But you were coming on and you had anticipation of being the contrarian of the group, and you were going to say what you didn't like about it. What did you remember? And then you rewatched it.
You rewatched it like not even an hour ago. So
exactly.
I'm in the middle of watching it right now,
but you've seen it before. Your credentials and your resume are in order. Your papers are fine. And so, but like, what were you going to say before you started rewatching it that you didn't like about The Dark Knight?
What I really was going to say, like the movie started great, and then it had the middle,
first time. Okay, the middle.
Yeah, like the middle part is great, and then the ending falls a little bit flat for me because it like goes all over the place, and, especially once like I said earlier, once Harvey became Two-Face. I mean, I know everybody else disagrees about it, and they liked it, but to me, it just didn't work for me. It did feel a little forced, but like all I was gonna say was, strong beginning, even better middle, but didn't care for the third act.
Hey, it could have been worse. You could have been the guy that gave it a rotten review, but gave Magic Mike a raving review.
I know, right?
Does everybody remember that controversy on Rotten Tomatoes? That one woman who reviewed The Dark Knight poorly, but she raved about Magic Mike.
I don't remember that.
Comment section. It was a bloodbath. People were just.
I do remember when Rotten Tomatoes started, they actually shut down the reviews for Dark Knight Rises when the first negative critic reviews were coming out.
Yeah, they thought they were fake or something. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then I would have probably delved more into like how reality, and it didn't really feel like comic book movie, but
Yeah, it's trying really hard to be Heat.
Yeah. That would
Ernest?
be my other criticism. Is it doesn't feel like it's a good, well-made movie, but it just doesn't feel like a comic book movie at times.
Well, and see, that's interesting that you bring that up. Sorry, Tiger Stripe says that Magic Mike is a good movie.
Never said it wasn't.
No, I just want, dude, it's fun.
Well, last
That's
night
all.
I watched 2 movies. I watched The Godfather for the first time and A Fish Called Wanda for the first time. Guess which one I liked more? You might be surprised. I gave The Godfather a 3 out of 5. I gave Fish Called Wanda a 4 out of 5.
Nice.
Ironically,
That's still a good score. That's still a good score.
Okay. You know what? I don't want to. If Todd Michael listens to this, I don't want to cause a shenanigans on this show based on your review. I think your review of The Godfather is something that has to be done specifically. I guess this is a teaser for some sort of a video or live stream that we will be doing in the future, and it will be Catherine talking about a movie that she just finds overrated and meh with Kat.
I can't wait to be a part of that.
That should be interesting.
This is
I
going to
will
be a
have
fun video.
popcorn, and I am ready to call 911 for Todd just in case.
But luckily,
I'm not the biggest Godfather.
from what I understand, The Godfather 2 is a better sequel than the original, right, Kat?
Well, better movie than the original. The original was not a sequel.
No, better sequel.
Better sequel. Yeah, a better movie than the original for me. Yeah.
Strike that, reverse it. You know I'm Willy Wonka.
I gave part 2 a 4 out of 5.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So better than the original. Now you were saying that this movie is the superior, or one of the greatest. No, wait. I heard you or read that you said it was the greatest
sequel ever made. So here's the thing. I brought movies that have been generally considered the best sequels of all time. Of course, we have The Dark Knight right here, which we're talking about.
Yes.
We have The Empire Strikes Back.
Indeed.
I should hold. This is the classic poster for it.
Yeah.
We have, as I just saw today, The Godfather Part 2.
Oh my god! Look at that steelbook.
That's a great steelbook. The art's good.
Damn, I'm jealous.
Star Trek 2: The Wrath of Khan.
Oh, the classic. Yeah.
I knew there's gonna be a Star Trek in there somewhere.
Come on. It is.
Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers.
Agreed.
And then my personal choice, which is not on anybody else's list, as ours the greatest ever made, would be Batman Returns.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
Ernesto doesn't.
I knew you were gonna pull that.
But those movies, excluding
First Weekend at Bernie's too.
Great. The others, those are conversations for like greatest. By sequels, you'll notice I singled out specifically the second installment, not the like threequels and stuff. But those are generally considered the best sequels ever made. Wrath of Khan, Empire Strikes Back, Godfather 2, Dark Knight. And so
I really want to throw Aliens and Terminator 2 onto the pile.
that's right. Yeah, I didn't have those on at my side, but those
Spider-Man 2 also.
Oh wow, good call.
Yeah, Spider-Man 2. Yeah, those ones I don't have at my at the side yet, but those are also.
Yeah,
I think this one definitely gets up there as, and for me, I do think this is the greatest sequel ever made because I like that it's free of all the obligations of origin story. They don't need.
Oh no.
Oh no, what don't they need? Well, you know what? I'm going to jump in here with a little bit of my own until Kat interrupts. And I'm going to say that the only thing that divides this from being the greatest sequel of all time is 2 words. And this is no detriment to the performer at all. But if it had been Katie Holmes in this movie would have been the greatest sequel of all time. And I'm not joking. I am being absolutely deathly serious. If it had still been Katie Holmes, then the weight of her death would have been more important. And I think that it would have been not just the great, but a perfect sequel. And the only thing that makes it not that is the lack of Katie Holmes. Now, Maggie Gyllenhaal does an amazing job as Rachel Dawes. I enjoy the fact that they are similar enough and yet different enough. There is distinction in their performances. Both of them have a thing for DAs.
Why so serious?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for Kat to get back.
No, she'll be back. She's just frozen.
She's frozen.
She is not
finishes
frozen.
Hope she
She's
finishes
right there. But we're gonna leave her frozen visage holding court over everyone in the middle.
I don't see any. All I see in the other one is just a black screen. I don't know what happened or why it's.
There it goes.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. It just kind of everybody's
Yeah,
they went to the spinning pinwheel of death, and then it just kind of kicked me out.
You were put in a timeout, unfortunately.
I know.
As you were saying,
Wonder what you were going to say. Continue, please.
Yeah, so
It was a nice shuffle. Let's shuffle.
Yeah, greatest sequels of all time. I like that with this movie, you don't have a ton of exposition going into it. The movie feels like it begins in media res, and we just kind of roll with it. But it's also, I'm thoroughly entertained by it. Granted, the others are very entertaining as well, but I feel this one just has the X factors and raises the bar. Mm-hmm. And it also, in terms of being the greatest sequel ever made, I feel that part of the criteria has to be that the first movie was really great too. And I think Batman Begins was a pretty great movie given everything it did for the Batman franchise, at least on the franchise on the silver screen anyway, bringing everything back down to where it needed to be. As opposed to say, I mean, I love Wrath of Khan, but I didn't think Star Trek the Motion Picture was that good. It was kind of a movie that was catching up people who hadn't seen the original series as to what Star Trek was, as well as gawking a lot of its own visuals and the visual effects. So it's like, to me, it wasn't really that hard to top it because it's like, well, all you have to do now that you've told the casual fans who haven't seen the show what Star Trek is, now you just need to tell a good Star Trek story.
That's a whole other thing.
Godfather 2. I mean, admittedly, I didn't think the Godfather 1 was a great movie or as good as it is, but the second one's a lot better. Mm-hmm. So in a sense, by my own criteria, I didn't think the first one was that good, so I can't really put this one up as the greatest. Two Towers, I would say that Fellowship of the Ring is still my favorite of that trilogy, but Two Towers is exceptionally good as well, but in a different way. Empire Strikes Back, same thing. The original Star Wars is still my favorite Star Wars movie, but Empire is just a whole other, like a completely different type of experience. It's not just Star Wars again. Same thing with Batman Returns to Batman 89. Returns is a completely different, totally Tim Burton movie as opposed to the first one. And so, and much like this, like The Dark Knight is also being a very different movie, whereas the first one is very steeped in the lore of Batman and his origins and classic stuff like Arkham and just the rundown eerie stuff of Gotham. This one is just an entirely different animal, like a whole crime drama, again, like Heat.
Yeah. At the risk of being patriotic, I would also throw in Winter Soldier as a sequel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Yeah, I would totally. Oh, heavens. There's a little bit of an echo going on.
It's
I don't know if
echoing.
it's me.
Oh, my goodness.
Heavens to Murgatroyd.
It's gone now.
All right. Fabu. Heavens.
Forbid.
So, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about?
The recap?
Sure, let's skip to the recap.
Before we
We're only an hour and a half in.
Before we do the recap, and this is just me just doing a what if scenario. Instead of the Dark Knight opening up with everybody wearing a clown mask, could you imagine that they were all wearing red helmets just to go into the motif of the Red Hood, just for a brief introduction?
Yeah, kind of. I'm not sure how they'd be able to see out of the Red Hood, but
well, I like the clown masks at the beginning because like there is the reference to Cesar Romero's Joker in there that is really subtle and also really intimidating when Heath wears it. So Heath, like we're buddies.
I just was spitballing it because it's like a very integral detail into where the Joker came from, about him being the Red Hood long time ago before he fell into a vat of acid.
But yeah, because in The Killing Joke, it was just a bucket that got thrown on his head at the last second, and he panics and he falls in, and then they ended up turning that into a whole other thing later on.
But I thought it wasn't a costume that they put on multiple hired goons, like just patsies that they would hire, put the Red Hood on them, and then go and do it. I just thought that was something that the gang.
There are different versions. There's always the mastermind, but he always had a patsy, like you said, like a fall guy. That way he was never caught.
Right.
And somebody else was caught in his place, and then you get the one where, oh, well, this poor bastard got caught, but he fell into a vat of acid. And I think the last time that concept was reimagined was during Scott Snyder's run of the comics, especially during Year Zero, where they're introducing the Red Hood and alluding to a future Joker story.
Mm.
I just wanted to bring up the Red Hood because I always feel like how cool would it have been instead of the clown mask, they were all wearing either a type of red mask or a red helmet. And then when Heath Ledger takes his off, he's already in Joker makeup. So it's kind of like a cool nod to those origins.
Yeah, well, the clown mask reminded me of, specifically the one that Heath was wearing, is the clown mask from the Kubrick movie, The Killing.
Good call.
When they're robbing the racetrack. That's where my mind went to. I didn't find out about the connection to Batman 66 till many years later, but that I remember when Criterion a couple years later put that out, and they had the poster. One of the best Criterion covers ever is this a black cover, and you see a little bit of rain and this clown walking with the billy club, and I'm looking at that, I'm like, hey, that looks like the Joker from the bank heist. But that's where
is that what motivated you to see that movie, The Killing?
No, because I wanted to see it anyways. It was Kubrick and it was Criterion, but that's what drew me when I first that's how it first caught my eye when I was at the store and I saw it. I'm like, wow, what is that? And then I made the connection immediately. And when I read the description that it's about a bunch of gangsters, Chicago gangster types robbing a racetrack, this movie, obviously Chicago's a stand-in for Gotham in this film, and Joker's got a Chicago accent. So I just kind of put all that together, and so that's where my mind goes when I see that in the movie.
Well, and also if you haven't seen The Killing by Stanley Kubrick, please.
Yeah,
check it out. Awesome crime movie. Awesome Kubrick movie. Awesome movie about racetracks too. It's actually gorgeously shot. It's funnily enough. Well, and speaking of the clown masks, that's where we begin the movie. We get to see the explosion off the side of a glass tower. Oh no, I'm starting. I'm doing the opening. You got to do the whole damn movie last week, lady.
Yes, skip the opening IMAX shot.
Yeah, with the same harpoon gun used to take on Jaws.
From the Revenge. Hey, another.
Just keep going, damn it.
No, you want to interject? I'm going to respond with Jaws for the Revenge because it has Michael Caine in it.
That's Michael.
I was Mama House with Michael Caine.
6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon reference.
Hey, man. Fun game, and long live Kevin Bacon. So anyway, the explosion out of the side of the glass window with a harpoon that was used to kill Jaws fires them across the city streets atop a bank where two nefarious gentlemen wearing clown masks decide that they're going to start tapping into the alarm system. While that is happening, the Joker is picked up. We don't know who it is. It's just a lone figure on a street corner in the middle of what looks to be Chicago. And he's picked up, gets into a car with he has his mask beside him. I'm not going to describe every shot. I'm going to want to, but I'm not going to. So he gets in the car. They get to the bank. They go to the bank and, what? What did I miss?
The Spider-Man 3 poster and that shot of the Joker standing there on the corner.
I didn't see the Spider-Man 3 poster, Cat.
Yeah, it's the Spider-Man 3. It's across the intersection, and you see the alcove for a movie theater. It's the poster of Peter in the black suit where he's pulling his coat down, so you see that he's wearing the symbiote.
Oh, cool.
Like, so Spider-Man 3 exists in this world, which is kind of neat. But just the intensity of that shot, how you just feel this instant sense of foreboding, the way the cameras is leering up behind him.
Yeah,
and Hans Zimmer's already got the ticking stopwatch going, which he uses in Dunkirk, and it's like, oh god, brilliant.
Yeah, even if it was even in the comics, it's always been that running joke between the two companies that in the DC world, Marvel Comics exist, and in the Marvel world, DC Comics exists. So that's a nice little gem.
Yeah,
is that a reality?
Huh. Yeah, we've seen it. You see it in some comics. Yeah.
I just don't like that idea. If there is in Avengers versus the Justice League Justice League, I don't like that idea. Then, like the Marvel versus DC fight that is inevitably going to happen when one company owns everything and they want to see Batman and Captain America fight. Actually, it would be Batman and.
Okay, we're getting off track, Scott.
No, but I'm just saying I don't.
It'd be Batman and Daredevil.
I like the idea that they are separate, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like mixing them.
Focus, Scotty, focus.
Can't do it, Sally. But no, Kat, you are describing the cinematography perfectly. So
Yeah, and I like that each clown is also a reference to like happy, dopey, sad, grumpy. Joker's wearing grumpy, like the Seven Dwarfs, even though they're clowns. And Joker gets in the car, and the guy's like, 3 of a kind, let's do this. It's like, that's it, 3 guys, like 5 guys, 2 guys on the roof, 5 shares, there's plenty. He's like, 6, don't forget the guy who played the job. He's like, oh, he thinks he can sit it out and take a slice. I know why they call him the Joker. And then you cut to the rooftop. It's like, why do they call him the Joker? I hear he wears makeup, scare people, war paint. I thought that was kind of funny. But as the guy's he's trying to disable the alarm, and the other clowns run in through the bank, they immediately knock out the security guard. We have William Fichtner making a cameo as the bank reference, and the criminals are running through here. They're telling everybody to, drop everything, get on the ground, nobody make a move. They're tying these grenades to people's hands, and you're not sure if they're real or not. And then the bank manager's kind of initially startled, but then he kind of calms down, and he just gets this shotgun and aims and shoots the first clown in the back. Joker dives for cover, and he just starts walking forward, pumping the shotgun. He's like, you have any idea who you're stealing from? You and her friends are dead. And the buddy's like, he's out, right? And Joker thinks about it, and he's like, yeah. And so the guy runs around, he gets shot in the shoulder, and then he fires at the bank manager. He's like, where'd you learn to count? That was funny.
Well, not only funny, but the fact that he actually shoots the guy later, and that guy has nothing to do with what happens throughout the rest of the scene. If the bank manager had shot the guy, it's like, way to go, I didn't have to do it. That was easy. Right. And so it all plays out exactly the same. It's, love it.
And then the silent alarm is tripped. And the first inkling that we get that something else is amiss here is when the clown on the roof is like, that's funny. That didn't try to dial out to 911. It was trying to reach a private number because it's a mob bank. And the guy's like, is it a problem? He's like, no, I'm done here. And he shoots him dead. He runs downstairs, starts opening the vault. The other clown walks in, and he's like, where's the other guy? And he's like, oh, the boss told me when the guy was done, I should take him out. One less share, right? And the guy's like, funny, he told me something similar. And I laughed out loud in the theater when the guy started, wait, no. And I'm thinking, you dumbass, you didn't think that you were expendable? Like your buddy upstairs is expendable? And I guess it speaks to my dark sense of humor. I thought that was really funny. And so he shoots him dead. They open the vault. They run in. They start bagging the money. Looks just like Heat with the cinematography and the intensity of the whole thing. And just as they're logging all of the bags back in, or the duffel bags back into the front, they're like, well, I guess I'm going to kill, how they're going to get out of here. And Joker says, no, I killed the bus driver. And the guy's like, bus driver? And Joker kind of steps aside. He's like, well, what bus driver? And the school bus just slams through, knocks this guy out, apparently killing him. And the other guy pops out. He's like, school's out, time to go. They start throwing in all the money. And it's like, well, what happened to the rest of the guys? And Joker just shoots him dead. He's hauling in the last duffel bag. And William Fichtner decides to get all brave. And he's like, oh, you think you're smart? Huh? The guy that hired you will just do the same thing to you. Because, of course, he's already pieced it all together because he's smart. And he's like, oh, God, all the criminals in this town used to believe in things, honor, respect. He's like, look at you. What do you believe in, huh? What do you believe in? And Joker just kind of walks up to him kind of casually and shoves this bomb in his mouth. And he's like, I believe whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you strangers. He pulls off the mask, and Fichtner is just totally kind of freaking out. This guy's an actual, clown psycho.
Everybody, if you would like to subscribe or follow to Kat on Twitter, she is at SlySnide. The only reason I bring it up right now at this particular instance is that her Twitter bio is whatever didn't kill me made me stranger.
That is.
And so, yeah, at SlySnide, if you would like to follow Kat on Twitter. I don't even know. Do you do things on Twitter very often?
I hadn't done anything for years until, and I came up with that idea because it was January 22nd in 2016 when I started Twitter. That being anniversary of Heat's death, that I just it happened to be a coincidence that it was on the same day. That's what made me think of it. But no, I've just been sharing the shows there a while ago, and I got locked out of my account. And I couldn't find out I'll find the password somewhere around here. But yeah, I don't really use Twitter that often.
So if you would like to find Kat's locked out Twitter account, it is at SL. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah. So the Joker just kind of smiles and laughs. He leaves, and Fichtner is just totally weirded out. Like, what the fuck is going on? And Joker throws the shotgun in the bus. He gets on the bus and starts driving away, and it pulls the pin out from the bomb. and we see there was just a smoke bomb, much to Fichtner's relief. And then you have admittedly a comic booky type thing where the school bus just pulls in line with all the other school buses and nobody, notices. And the school bus driver immediately behind the bus doesn't report it, to report the serial number, nothing. But they get away. We then cut to nightfall and we see that two new characters, Wirtz and Ramirez from the police department, are like in there, and the mayor's they're watching the mayor on TV who says he's.
Well, do you remember Wirtz from The Fugitive?
Yes.
Okay.
I've seen him in quite a few movies. He is local to Chicago because that was filmed there as well.
I think he was in that Keanu Reeves movie with the cold, like Sub-Zero. I don't forget it. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, and Ramirez is like, "Hey, Wirtz, the mayor says you're closing in on the Batman." And he's like, "The investigation is ongoing," and he throws this crumpled paper at the wall. And you have the Batman suspects are Elvis, Alien, and
Bigfoot.
Abraham Lincoln and Bigfoot. Yeah, Bigfoot.
Lincoln and Bigfoot. So then Ramirez goes up on the rooftop. Gordon's there and he has the signal on, and we see that she's okay with that because they're with Gordon. And she's like, is he coming? And he's like, so he hasn't shown up. And he's like, usually he doesn't. She's like, why? He says, well, hopefully because he's busy. But I like to remind everybody that he's out there. And you see some drug dealers doing a deal and they cancel it because they're afraid of the Batman. And the guy's like, you got more of a chance of winning the Powerball than running into him, which is likely true. So then we cut to a parking garage where we meet the Chechen. He's got his goons there with their guns. He's got the dogs, and he's like, he sees the bat signal. He's like, that's why we bring dogs, and they bring all the dogs.
Oh no! My dogs are hungry.
Well, I haven't gotten to that part yet, but
that's the best part.
He pulls one of his junkies out of the back of the van, and he's like, look what your drugs did to my customers. And you hear Scarecrow steps out of the other van. He's like, buyer beware. I told you my compound would take you places. I never said they'd be places you wanted to go. And Chetch is like, well, my business is based on repeat customers. This isn't going to work. He's like, well, you don't like what I have to offer. You can buy from someone else, assuming Batman left anyone to buy from. And that's when the dogs start barking. And that's where Chechen's like, my dogs are hungry. And then we see one of Batman in the hockey pads. And he's like, pity there's only one of you. And then we see multiple Batman showing up, firing guns at them. And Scarecrow's like, that's not him. He starts to run, and one of the fake Batman runs up to him, and Scarecrow, it's kind of neat. He's got the toxin now strapped around his wrist, almost like a web shooter, like Spider-Man. He just squeezes it and shoots and blasts the guy in the face with it.
Oh, and he drops.
Yeah,
it's just like instant terror.
And as the Chechen's trying to get back in the car, you see one of the fake Batman lining up for a shot, and then enter Batman, grabs the gun by the nozzle, bends it up, which is pretty impressive, and then just punches the guy out on the ground.
Quick question. Same thing that he uses to grapple onto the bus, onto the van. Yeah, I like how it's a multi-tool.
Yeah, because that Scarecrow tries to take off down the parking garage. Batman jumps down the center open way, and after initially he grabbed onto the side of the van and started peeling, and he couldn't keep onto it. But then he just jumps over the ledge and catches Scarecrow by just smashing the top of the van. Which is funny because they do something similar later that doesn't have the same result. But he smashes the top of the van, and then it cuts to him pulling off Scarecrow's mask. He's got him tied up, and the fake Batman's like, "Hey man, what? Why don't you let us help? What gives you the right? What's the difference between you and me?" And he's like, "I'm not wearing hockey pads."
Wait, just 1 second, Phil. Can you say I'm not wearing hockey pads?
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
Thank you.
And so we leave Scarecrow there, and that's. Sadly, he's only a little bit in the movie. We then cut back to the bank, and he goes in. Gordon goes in, and Ramirez shows him the photos that it's the Joker guy again. So he goes into the back room, and Batman shows up, and he tells him that, well, these are the lightly irradiated bills you gave me, and it's like it's a mob bank. And this makes the 5th mob bank that's been hit. And we found the bulk of their dirty cash. And Batman's like, time to move in. And he's like, yeah, but what about this Joker guy? And Batman's like, oh, one man of the entire mob, he can wait. Which is the audience, we know that, that's going to backfire. And and so Gordon's like, the new DA hears about this. He's going to want in. And Batman's like, well, do you trust him? He's like, well, yeah, I hear he's as stubborn as you are. And he just kind of takes off and disappears, which is neat.
Hello, DVB.
Yes, hello, DVB. And it's like, how exactly did Batman get into the bank vault without the others seeing him at this major crime scene? It's like, okay. But he disappears. So then we get to meet Harvey Dent. He's at a trial for Salvatore Maroni and it looks like he's got him grilled on the stand with a witness on the stand, and then the witness recants his earlier testimony. He's
That
like,
was the brains.
Yeah, I'm the brains of the organization, and he looks like he's dressed like such a cartoonish kind of gangster patsy type, and he's upset. And Rachel immediately rushes for the papers, and he's like, "Come on, you said this already." And he's like, "No," and Harvey's like, "Permission to treat the witness as hostile." And the guy gets angry at him. He's like, "Hostile? See, you're hostile." He pulls a gun, pulls the trigger a couple times, and nothing happens. So Harvey just smashes the gun and punches the guy out. And then he turns to Maroney, and he's like, Smith & Wesson, hidden caliber, made in China. He's like, "You want to kill a public servant, Mr. Maroney? I recommend you buy American."
Boom.
Blind, and just slams it on the desk. And that's how they greeted each other kind of too, with that catty back and forth where he's like, "I thought the DA just plays golf with the mayor," and things like that. He's like, "Tee-off's 1:30, more than enough time to put you away, Sally." And,
well, no, but don't. And then the judge says, "Take this man away." And then Harvey's like, "But Your Honor, I haven't finished."
And that's where we also introduce Harvey's coin, where Rachel says, "He's like, what, you want to flip a coin to see who leads on this?" He's like, "Well, heads I go through it." She's like, "Well, you went?" And he's like, "Well, I make my own luck." And we don't realize why it is at the time, because we don't see yet that it's a double-sided coin. So as they're leaving the court, Rachel's talking to Harvey, and she's like, "Well, the fact that you're getting shot at it's Gotham. If you're not getting shot at, you're not doing your job right," which I don't know what that says about the status of criminality in Gotham.
I don't know what it. Sorry.
It could have been acid to the face and not a gun that didn't go off.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's kind of an echo now that you mention it.
Yeah. So she finds out that
wait a second. No. There's one thing I want to talk about right now. Is Rachel dated the last DA and is dating this DA. Rachel has a thing for DAs.
Yeah.
And then also and it's low-hanging fruit. Come on. So hey, no, I'm happy to have you down on my level. But also
I am never going
I miss Katie Holmes.
Yeah, this characterization does feel different. Almost like it's a different character, but I kind of rolled with it. So she tells Harvey that, "Oh, you brought Gordon down here? He's a friend, actually. Try to be nice." So we cut to that meeting, and Gordon basically wants Harvey to sign off on a warrant to raid mob banks, but he's not willing to tell him what's in the banks. And Harvey kind of calls him out on that. And Gordon's like, "Well, I can give you the names of the banks." He's like, "Well, that's a start." And he's like, "Well, I want to meet him." He's like, because he knows Harvey's not an idiot. He knows he's working with Batman and everything. He's like, Gordon's like, "My official policy is to arrest the vigilante known as Batman on sight." He's like, "And what about that floodlight you got on top of major crimes?" He's like,
if you have a problem with malfunctioning equipment, you can take it up with maintenance.
Yeah, they take it up with maintenance counselor. And he's like, "Gordon, I don't like that you have your own special unit. I don't like that it's composed of people I investigated at Internal Affairs." And Gordon reiterates his trust in Harvey by saying, "Well, if it wasn't staffed with people that you had already investigated and cleared, then I would be working alone." And so he kind of just accepts that. And so he gives him the warrants that he wants. And he's like, "You better not burn me on this. I want your trust." And Gordon's like, "Oh, you don't need to sell me, Dent. We all know you're Gotham's White Knight." And he's like, "Well, here they
Very hard cut. Hard cut.
You have a different
Oh, no, wait. Sorry, I'm wrong.
Yeah, he says, "I hear they have a different name for me down at MCU." And he's like, "I wouldn't know that name." So then we
very hard cut
to a new Wayne Tower, not the one from the first movie that looked like a throwback to like the Chrysler Building or something from New York. This is like a
shimmering skyscraper of glass,
a jet black like skyscraper of sorts. And we see that Bruce is kind of sleeping on the job, and we have what's his name,
Coleman Reese.
Mr. Lau is there.
Wow.
Mr. Lau is there, and he's got his business proposal. And Fox says, "Oh, I think I speak for everyone," and Mr. Wayne expressing her own excitement. And after they leave, Mr. Reese is introduced. He's like, "Sir, I know that Mr. Wayne is curious as to how his trust fund gets replenished, but frankly, this is embarrassing." He's like, "You worry about the diligence, I'll worry about Bruce Wayne." He's like, "Well, it's done. The numbers are solid." He's like, "We'll do them again. We wouldn't want the trust fund to run out, would we?" And Reese kind of scoffs at that. But he's like, "Okay." So then Fox tells Bruce after the meeting, he's like, "This joint venture was your idea. The consultants love it." And he's like, "So what's up?" And he's like, "I'm not." But Fox is like, "I'm not convinced. The revenue stream must be off the books, doubling nonstop. It must be illegal." And Bruce is like, "Okay, cancel the deal." He's like, "What, you already knew?" And he's like, "I just needed a closer look at their books." And he tells him that you're the one, by the way, who's going to go to Hong Kong to meet him directly. It's like, what's wrong with the phone call? He's like, well, I think Mr. Lau deserves a more personal touch. And he asks him a request to help redesign the bat suit, saying he needs to be able to turn his head and whatnot. And so
it helps, or it makes backing out of the driveway easier.
Yes. And there was an earlier scene I forgot to mention when Bruce goes to the new Bat Cave, which is the Bat Bunker, because Wayne Manor isn't rebuilt yet, which Alfred comments on. And he's stitching up his injury from the dogs. And he's like, Alfred's like, did you get mauled by a tiger? It was like, no, it was a dog. It's a big dog. And it's acknowledged that Rachel's dating Harvey Dent. He's kind of nervous by that. And he's like, well, Alfred's like, well, I trust you don't have me followed on my days off. He's like, you ever took one? I might. He's like, know your limits, Master Wayne. He's like, Batman has no limits. He's like, well, you do, sir. It's like, well, I can't afford to know him. And he's like, yeah, well, what happens on that day when that finally comes? He's like, well, we all know how you love to say, I told you so. He's like, well, on that day, Mr. Wayne, even I won't want to. Probably. So,
one thing I just want to say in terms of how bruised, bloodied, and stitched up Bale's Batman is, I appreciate that whenever he puts on a shirt in this movie, like when you see him put on a dress shirt, it is always a white shirt, and you know it is always ruined. And it looks, especially, I don't know how it looks in 4K. I'm a big fashion guy. Like, I like to look good. This is why I have sport coats and collared shirts. If I could afford good ones, I would get Bruce Wayne ones. And I can see him actively ruining really good white shirts. Those are expensive. He's Bruce Wayne after all. So anyway, I just wanted to say those are some nice shirts that Bruce Wayne is wearing.
So then we check in.
Sorry, what?
Can you imagine the dry cleaning bill for?
I just think he throws them away.
Mm-hmm. So then we check in with the mob, and they're having a meeting, and Mr. Lau, of course, shows up on a TV screen rather than in person. And the guys are like, what the hell is this? He's like, well, thanks to your illustrious new DA, I had to take some actions rather quickly. I've had to move the money. And they're like, well, how soon can you move it? Because he's like, they're going to raid your bank because they're going to raid the mob banks today.
Is this on the TV?
Yeah, on the TV. And
I'm going to need a laugh from you, Ernesto.
And it's intercut with the montage of the police raiding the mob banks only to find that the money's gone. And Lau's like, well, I can't tell you exactly where the money's going to be. And like, well, why not? And he's like, well, if one of you were to get caught, then everybody's money would be at stake. He's like, well, what? And the Chechen's like, well, what stops the cops from getting to you? And he's like, well, I go to Hong Kong, far from dense jurisdiction, the Chinese own extradited national. And so it's like, okay, it sounds like kind of sound logic there. And he's like, so rest assured, your money is safe. And we see Gordon just kicking the small pile of money left in the bank, just frustrated. And that's where we hear the laugh. He's like, He's like, ooh, aha, ooh, aha, as he's walking through, just kind of mocking this.
Can I get it? Can I get it from Ernesto?
Oh, you'll get it, all right.
If I may request a performance on this particular show, would you be able to do the laugh? Because you got a good Joker, man.
One moment.
Thank you. Prepare.
Aha. And I thought my jokes were bad.
Nice.
And then Gamble gets all upset. He's like, why shouldn't I have my boy here pull your head off? And he's like, how about a magic trick? He slams the pencil into the table. And I love the guy. I don't even know what his character's name is. He just kind of silently looks at him with his eyeballing him there. And he's like, I'm going to make this pencil disappear. And then Gamble's like, this guy. And then he sends his thug over there to frisk him or whatever. And Joker's just like, eh, and he grabs him, slams him down on the table. And the pencil is just, bam, gone. And he's like, ta-da! Look, it's gone. And he's like, and he sits, and everybody's just kind of looking at him like, okay. Yeah, and he sits down. And he's like, oh, and by the way, the suit, it wasn't cheap. You ought to know, you bought it. And Gamble just stands up, and Chet is like, wait, I want to hear a proposition. And Joker's like, just looking and kind of like, eh. And so Gamble patiently, he kind of sits down, but you could tell he's fuming. And Joker's like, well, let's wind the clocks back a year. These cops and lawyers wouldn't dare cross any of you. Like, well, what happened? Your balls drop off? Because you see a guy like me, and Gamble's like, a freak. And all the guys start laughing at the table. And he's like, and Joker takes offense to it. He's like, a guy like me. He's like, well, listen. He's like, I know why you choose to have your little group therapy sessions in broad daylight. I know why you're afraid to go out at night. And we see Maroni listening very intently, and he hasn't laughed or said anything yet. And Joker's like, the Batman. He's like, you see, Batman has shown Gotham your true colors, unfortunately. And all the other gangsters are starting to reluctantly acknowledge that silently around the table. And Joker's like, Dent, nah, he's just the beginning. So, and as for the television so-called plan, he's like, Batman has no jurisdiction. You'll find him and make him squeal. He's like, I know the squealers when I see him. And Lau just covers the camera and shuts it off. And he's like, and he's like, well, he's like, so what do you propose? He's like, well, it's kill Batman. And he's like, and everybody's just kind of laughing. And Maroni's like,
why haven't you done it already?
Why haven't you done it already? He's like, if you could have something, never do it for free.
Never do it for free.
Oh my stars! We got to start role playing here. Like, if someone picks up a line, you do the next one. We don't all do the same line. We should. If you say one, I'll do the other, and then we just follow the script.
And Chechen like, "How much you want?" Like, half. And everybody just starts laughing at him. And then Gamble's just like seething. He's like, "You're crazy." He's like, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not."
That is an absolute brilliant. I have only seen one other performance of a person saying the same line with two different intentions once before. And I'm not going to say it's a Star Trek thing, so no one cares. But, okay, for my own personal, when Picard says in All Good Things, the last episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, and someone asks, how do you know where we have to go? He's like, I don't know. I don't know. And it's just like one is like a to themselves and then to the other. Now that's not what is happening here. But when Gamble says you're crazy and he's like, I'm not. And I don't know if that's to him. I don't know if that's to the rest of the crowd. But when he does shift his eyes over to Gamble and he's like, no, I'm not. It's just like one is for whether it be himself or everyone, but one is at Gamble. And I just love that switch of intention, intonation, performance, having one line said completely twice or twice completely differently. And it's just believable in both. Like the characters switched motivation in same line twice. Anyway, that's the praise that I have.
Yeah, and he's like, if we don't deal with this now, then soon a little Gamble here won't be able to get a nickel for his grandma. And you can tell how brilliant this is because the minute Gamble was giving him shit, Joker's already thinking down the road as to what he's going to do, which contradicts his statement later that he's a dog chasing car. Like he plans things out. It may not seem like it, but he does. And so Gamble just has enough of him, and it's like, enough from the clown. And Joker's like, he steps up and reveals that he's wired with explosive. He's like, let's not blow this out of proportion. And Gamble's like, you think you can steal from us and just walk away? And Joker's like, yeah, without missing a beat. And I got a big laugh in my theater. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he's like, look, listen. And then Gamble just puts it out there. He's like, 500 grand for this clown dead, 1 million alive, so I could teach him some manners first. And Joker's like, okay, right. Well, listen, how about you give me a call when you want to start taking things a little more seriously? Here's my card. And he starts kind of dangling back and forth. And I love the look on Maroni's face. He's like, okay, like looking at this guy's like totally nuts. And then Joker,
no, but that is not Maroni. That is absolutely Eric Roberts responding to the performance.
Oh yeah, exactly.
He is basically audience in that.
Yeah, he's audience, and then Joker just kind of takes off out of the double doors. We then cut to the top of the major crimes unit where Gordon comes out with his gun drawn because somebody has the bat signal on, and it's shown to be Harvey Dent. Batman steps out of the shadows, and Gordon's like upset, or Harvey's upset. He's like, yeah. Lau's halfway to Hong Kong. If you would have asked, I would have taken his passport. You told you to keep me in the loop. And Gordon's like, all that was left in the vault were the marked bills. They knew you were coming. As soon as your office got involved, it's like, my office? You're working in there with scum like Watson Ramirez. He's like, oh, yeah, Gordon. I almost had your rookie cold on a racketeering beef. And Gordon's like, don't mask the fact that Ronnie's clearly got people in your office. And Batman's just sitting here like waiting for the kids to stop fighting. And Harvey just exasperated. He's like, we need Lau back, but the Chinese want extra international. And he turns straight to Gordon and says, under any circumstances. And Batman's like, if I get him to you, can you get him to talk? He's like, I'll get him to sing. And Gordon's like, we're going after the mob's life savings. Things will get ugly. And Harvey's like, I knew the risk when I took this job, Lieutenant. And he turns to Batman. How will he get him back anyway? And he's just gone.
He does that.
Yeah, he does that. It's kind of funny. And again, it shows that Dent has this kind of cocksure attitude, like nothing's going to go wrong. Oh, I'm fine with it. So then we cut back to Wayne Enterprises, and Bruce is told by Fox that he's like, our Chinese friends left town before I could tell them the deal was off. And Bruce is like, well, I'm sure you've always wanted to go to Hong Kong. It's like, what's wrong with the phone call? It's like, well, I think Mr. Lau deserves a more personal touch. And I thought that was funny that Fox rebutted that immediately. It's like, dude, you're going to get a free trip to Hong Kong. Chill out. So they go down into the lower basement of the Applied Sciences Division, and he shows Bruce some new toys, like the wrist guard, which shoots the blades out. And this is totally like a Q Branch scene in a Bond movie where the new gadget is going to be used to stop the villain.
Well, let's not forget Christopher Nolan was vying to make a Bond movie.
Yes, and then he debuts the new Batsuit, but he mentions that a trade-off is that unlike the original Batsuit, which was immune to like knives and he's like, well, the bent plates means you're going to be more vulnerable to knives and gunfire, which is something that comes back at the end of the third movie, but they set it up in this one. And so Bruce is like, okay. And as he's playing around with the wrist blades, they suddenly just shoot out, and he's like, and Fox is like, perhaps you should read the instructions first. And Bruce is like, yeah. And he's like, okay, so I have looked into a way that what do you need? And he's like, well, I need to find out how to get a guy into an airplane. He's like, oh, well, I'd recommend a good travel agent. He's like, well, without the plane landing. He's like, well, that's a little bit more like it, Mr. Wayne. He's like, well, the CIA had this thing back in the 50s and 60s called Skyhook. We can look into that. And he's like, oh, okay, so that's the plan they're going to go with. We then cut back to the Batcave, and we have Alfred saying that, I found a man in Arizona who had a very nice man in Arizona had the plane you're looking for. It's going to work. He's like, if you thought of an alibi, he's like, oh, yes. And we see that I did forget to mention that Bruce did go out to dinner with Harvey and Rachel, that he brought one of his dates with him from the Russian ballet, and they were talking about Batman briefly. And just like in the first movie, Bruce publicly shuns the idea of Batman as being ridiculous, and his supermodel girlfriend sticks up for Harvey Dent, thinking that the city needs you, whereas Harvey, ironically, is the man of law and order, is sticking up for the vigilante, which is again like a red flag where this guy's going. And Harvey has those total comic booky lines where it's like, "Oh, we appointed the Batman when we stood by and let scum take control of our city." And the supermodel's like, "But this is a democracy, Harvey." And he's like, back in the Roman times, when somebody threatened the gates, it was somebody would be appointed to defend the city, and it was considered a public service. And Rachel's like, well, the last guy appointed to do that was named Caesar, and he never gave up his power. And Bruce and the supermodel laugh, and he's like, well, fine, you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And he's like, look, the Batman can't be wanting to do this for the rest of his life. How could he? He's like, Batman's looking for somebody to take the mantle. And Rachel and Bruce kind of steal these glances at each other, because Bruce is naive and thinking that he's going to retire Batman once they finish off the rest of the mob and live with Rachel, whereas Rachel knows that, yeah, right, that's not going to happen. And so that's kind of what they're setting up there. And he offers to host a campaign fundraiser for Harvey, saying that once you have a fundraiser with my friends, you're never going to need another penny. And so the alibi Bruce has come up with for leaving Gotham is to abscond with the entire Russian ballet, because it's shown that Bruce is a bit petty and he doesn't like the idea of Harvey and Rachel going out on dates together, which is why he crashed their dinner date at the expensive restaurant, which took Harvey like a month to get reservations for, and he had to lie and said he worked for the government he had to tell him that he worked for the government to get those seats. So now Alfred has helped out Bruce by helping abscond the entire Russian ballet to prevent Harvey and Rachel from having another date, which Rachel actually thought was quite funny. She's actually laughing at that, whereas Harvey's kind of miffed by it.
Wait 1 second. I never. Hang on a second. I'm gonna do a science experiment. So I didn't realize that until you just mentioned it just now. Is that how hard Harvey had to work to get the table in the restaurant, and then Bruce just walks in and says, maybe we can put two tables together, and he's like, oh, I don't think it's that kind of place, and he's like, I own it. So I thought that was an interesting sort of power dynamic, if you will, between the two, and I liked it. It was a Bruce Wayne moment, and Ben brought up last time on Batman Begins, he said that there are some pretty good Bruce Wayne moments that Christian Bale can pull off, and this is one of them. And then when he throws the we'll get there when we get there, but when he throws the fundraiser, it's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and then he had another petty jab where when Harvey asked him if Wayne Manor was in the city limits, he's like, the Palisades? He's like, yeah. He's like, well, as our new DA, you might want to find out where your jurisdiction is. And it's like, God, you're being so damn petty, Bruce.
Well, oh, come on. He's in a relationship with not Katie Holmes.
Yeah, and so that's there. So we cut to somewhere in the Pacific, I take it, and they have this great yacht. You know, all the supermodels from the Russian ballet are there, and the plane lands, and Alfred's like, "I think this is your plane, sir." And then, you know, Bruce is just sitting there lounging in the chair, drinking. Total Bruce Wayne moment. He's like, "You look tired, Alfred. You gonna be fine without me?" And he's like, and he turns, and Alfred kind of gives this derogatory look towards the women, and he turns back. He's like, "If you could tell me Russian for put on your own bloody suntan lotion." And so Bruce dives off the boat and swims towards the plane while Alfred motions for the girl to roll over so he could put suntan lotion on her. And I'm thinking, you have a group of the most gorgeous women in the world, and they're asking you to rub your hands all over them with the lotion, and you're like totally not into it. And I like that Alfred is not, you know, that type of thing. Like, he's not into that. He's too gentlemanly and, you know, British or whatever. He's not down for that.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. I've always sort of questioned it, and it was like, is Alfred non-sexual? And it's just like, no, he's old enough to know that he's bored by this. He doesn't want to have to try and communicate with foreign ballerinas. I got no frame of reference here.
So then we cut to Gam.
He told them stories of his time under His Majesty's Secret Service. Now
Yes.
that's what I call a panty dropping moment.
Yes, for sure. And that's a joke I'll make later as well. So then we cut to Gamble's headquarters, he's shooting pool, and this guy walks in. He's like, "Hey, Gamble, this guy's here for you. They say they killed the Joker." He's like, "They brought the body?" And they're like, "Yeah." So they bring in this body bag, or trash bag more like it, and they set it on the pool table. They pull the hood off, and you see the Joker lying there apparently dead. And Gamble's like, "So dead, that's 500. And Joker just sweeps up. He grabs the two guys next to him and pushes them back so his thugs can hold him at gunpoint on their knees. And then Joker just grabs Gamble by the side of the head and grips his head in a vice and puts the knife in his mouth. He's like, "How about alive?" He's like, and he tells him the story. He's like, "Want to know how I got these scars?" He's like, "My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night he goes off crazier than usual. Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. So, me watching. He takes the knife to her, laughing while he does it. Then he turns to me and he says, 'Why so serious?' Comes to me with the knife. 'Why so serious?' And he's like, sticks the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. And Gamble's just kind of looking like, what the fuck? You know, and he's like, and then Joker just kind of stops and looks at one of the thugs on the ground. He's like, 'Why so serious?' And he just cuts Gamble's mouth open, presumably severing the blood vessels, and Gamble just kind of passes out or falls over dead.
Yeah, I never understood how he died.
Yeah, I remember that. You could, theoretically, if he cuts it deep enough, get hit enough blood vessels that you can bleed out, but it would take a while.
I don't know if he stabbed him straight back.
Well, I assume that he cut like the smile on the side of his face.
That's what you assume, but
smile.
he died. I think he might have just went boom.
Yeah, perhaps. I remember.
It is the Joker. He's not friendly.
Yeah, I remember watching. Well, cutting a smile isn't friendly either. But I remember watching that scene for the first time, and I was so absorbed in it that I forgot it was a PG-13 movie. I thought I was about to see like a bloodbath, and I was just like kind of cringing at it because it was so drawn in. It was such a great bit. And then after Gamble falls over, the tension from Zimmer's score just breaks, and Joker just pulls the trash bag off. He's like, "Now, our operation is small, but there's a lot of potential for aggressive expansion." He's like, "So which of you fine gentlemen would like to join our team?" He's like, "Oh, there's only one spot open right now, so we're going to have tryouts," breaking the cue stick over his leg, and then tosses the shards on the ground, and he's like, "Make it fast," and marches out. And the idea that these three people are going to have to fight to kill each other with his pool stick, it's like, oh, geez, grisly. And so then we cut to Hong Kong. Fox arrives. He's greeted by one of Lau's associates. He's like, "Mr. Lau regrets he's unable to greet you in person today." He's like, "I understand." They walk into the lobby of the building, and he's like, "For security purposes, I'm going to have to ask you to check in your mobile phone." He's like, "Oh, of course." So he hands over the phone. Then we cut upstairs. They're at the business meeting. Lau apologizes for taking off. He's like, "Well, this misunderstanding with the Gotham police. The businessman of your stature will understand. Now you're here. We can continue." And Fox is like, "Well, I do appreciate you bringing me out here in such style, Mr. Lau, but I'm going to have to," and the phone rings. He's like, "We don't allow cell phones here." He's like, "Sorry, I forgot I had it." He's like, "I'm actually going to have to tell you the business meeting is put on hold. You see, we just can't be accused of being seen doing business with whatever it is you're accused of being." And then Lau just stands up because he gets it. And he's like, I'm sure a businessman of your stature will understand. He's like, I think Mr. Fox, a simple phone call might have sufficed. He's like, well, Mr. Wayne didn't want you to think he was accidentally wasting your time. Or he's like, oh, didn't think he was wasting your time. He's like, oh, just accidentally wasting it? He's like, oh, it's very good, Mr. Lau. Wait, accidentally, very good. So as he's walking out of the lobby, the same security guard is there, and he's like, sir, trying to hand him the phone. Fox kind of cockily pulls out another phone and shows him he has it. And I'm thinking, don't be an idiot, security guard. You obviously know he gave you the phone earlier, and this isn't the same one, but he just kind of accepts it like an idiot and like, oh, okay. And he just puts it back in the drawer. And
that's what happens when you get paid by the hour.
Yeah, and so Fox goes back to outside and greets Bruce, who's pretending to be a tourist, even though he's dressed way too nicely for that. And he's like, how's the view from LSI Holdings? He's like, restricted. Lau is held up there good and tight. And he's like, well, how can we help? He's like, and he shows him this gadget that the phone allows him to map the room from sonar. And he's like, sonar, just like, he's like, no, like a submarine, Mr. Wayne, like a submarine.
I do like that.
And he's leaving. He's like, Mr. Wayne, good luck. And then that night we cut to Bruce standing atop a skyscraper across the city. Gorgeous IMAX shot at night. And Bruce fires these like bombs with gel at the building.
Well, and this is one of those. This is the iconic Batman comic book stuff. Like everyone talks about the crazy, like how it is a crime thriller and all that jazz. But like when Batman's in Hong Kong, and I appreciate the fact that he gets to like travel. Batman is one of the few superheroes that makes sense to take out of his city based on the globe traveling that he did to train. But this is one of the most visually iconic Batman moments in terms of him just being Batman, even not against the Joker, just being Batman.
Yeah, and then it's kind of iconic because he's using those types of gadgets too, like using the guns to blow open the windows and stuff. And so then he dives off.
Oh, and also Arkham series.
Oh yeah, and then he dives off the building, and you have these great shot of Batman just flying through the city, and he just kind of brings the wings in around him to crash through the glass. You get in a big fight. The sonar machine had already knocked out the power, and the emergency lights came on, and Lau asked for the cops. He's like, what's taking them so long? What am I paying them for? And Batman just fights his way through the goons. The cops show up in mass. Batman quickly gets a hold of Lau and starts dragging him towards the corner of the building, which the bomb blows open a hole there. And the cops are all pointing guns at him. Lau's assistant is pointing a gun at him, and Batman pulls a tab, and you see this like almost like a parachute like balloon thing, this inflate taking off into the sky. And then you hear this rumbling sound, and the guards are wondering what's going on. And then you have the big C-130 with the skyhook on it, catching the balloon cable and clinging it tight. And then it just pulls Batman and Lau. A real thing that the CIA used to have this stuff back in the 60s. And they reel him into the plane. And the fact that the plane is run by South Korean smugglers flying below radar is how they get away without being caught. And so we then
South Korean? Yeah.
That's what Bruce gets.
Imagine the conversation in that plane.
Yes.
Do we just ignore him? Is he gonna?
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
but it's
just a bat.
It's kind of brilliant though, because you've got the Korean pilots, preferably speaking Korean. Then you've got Zhao, who speaks Chinese, and then you've got Batman, who speaks all of the languages.
Yeah, that would. Imagine just a deleted scene where we see what happens inside that plane. I'm just like, oh, sweet Jesus, the comedy gold just.
Yeah. So then.
Did I say Zhao? I meant Lau.
No, Lau. Yeah, Zhao is the Bond villain.
Yes. See, now you understand.
Yes. So we cut back to Gotham, and Lau is left outside police headquarters with a note saying "Deliver to Jim Gordon."
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yes, and he's got his mob lawyer, and Rachel's interrogating him, and he's like, we need something to go with. You're going to go to court. And he's like, well, I've handled all the calculations, one big pot, and he's not going to give up his. He's like, I won't give you the money. I'll give up my clients. He's like, you're a glorified accountant. What can we have on all of them that we could charge? He's like, well, I'm good with calculations, and hand one big pot, like he says, and Harvey's like, we got him. We can now charge him with a criminal conspiracy. And Gordon's like, well, charge him with what? And he's like, well, it's a RICO case. You can charge one. And Rachel's like, oh, we can charge them all. Great. And she marches back in there. She's like, well, Mr. Lau, what do you got? Like ledgers, briefcases? And he's like, immunity and a chartered plane back to Hong Kong. And she's like, as soon as you agree to after you testify in open court.
But like, that entire interaction between Gordon and Dent, that is essentially Law and Order. There are two sides of the criminal justice system. There are the people who enforce it, and it's just like, and so Gordon is like, "What's that?" And Harvey has to explain it. It's very like, it's got a little bit of the differences between law enforcement and the judicial system.
Yeah. So she goes back in there, and he's like, "Well," he said, "Well, Mr. Lau, what do you got? We're gonna charge you with this." And he says, "Well, he's gonna give him up." He's like, "Well, with all of your clients, like, if you kind of, in a sense, hints that there's a threat, like if you call even his lawyer asks, "Are you threatening my client?" She's like, "No, I'm just assuming his cooperation with the investigation, as will everyone." And so that's when he agrees to give everybody up. And then we cut to Maroney and the guys at the restaurant, and they're watching the Harvey making the announcement on TV that he doesn't know about the Mr. Lau's travel arrangements. So I'm sure glad Mr. Lau is back. And Gordon walks in with a cop. He's like, "Wow, boy, looks good on the tube." And Maroney's like, "You sure you want to embarrass me in front of my friends, Lieutenant?" He's like, "Oh, don't worry, they're coming too." And they all get arrested. And then I forgot to mention that Gordon does have like a partner or whatever, another local Chicago actor from this movie. I can't remember his name. I don't think he ever gets named in the movie, but he's kind of good. He's like putting the guys in the car. He's like, "Have a nice trip. See you next fall." And we cut to the big meeting, or the big arraignment, where you have the judge asking, "Okay, how do the defendants plead?" And she's going through everybody starts screaming and shouting, and she demands order in the court, and she sees a Joker card inside her papers, which is kind of interesting. We cut to the mayor's office, where we have DA and Gordon and Commissioner Loeb, and they're having a meeting. And he's like, "You're trying 549 criminals at once. How do you convince the judge to hear this?" And Harvey's like, "Well, she shares my enthusiasm for justice." He's like, "After all, she is a judge," which is sort of like a sly dig at the mayor and the commissioner, who aren't really big on punishing organized crime. And then the mayor says, "Okay, the rest of you get out of here." And so they leave, and he's like, "Look, the public likes you, but that's the only way this is going to fly. But if you do this, everybody's going to come after you, mobsters, politicians, cops." And again, Harvey's got that cocksure look on his face, like he's not worried about it. And he's like,
"Does he say journalists?" Does he say journalists?
I think he says that as well.
Okay.
Then he walks over to the window, and he's like, "You better be sure and better be ready, because otherwise you're going to be back on criminals are going to be back on the streets, followed swiftly by you and me." And then you have a great jump scare where one of the fake Batmen, with a Joker smile on his face and white makeup, hanging from a noose, slams into the window, and the mayor ducks in fear, and Harvey runs up wondering what the hell's going on. And we cut to Gordon having the body brought down.
Well, this was one of the first production stills that was released to the internet as well. Anyway, sorry.
Right, that's true. I remember that now, yeah. And there's a Joker card pinned to the body that says, "Will the real Batman please stand up?" And Gordon kind of looks at that indignantly. We then cut to Harvey, Bruce's penthouse, and Alfred's like, "I think the fundraiser is going to be a great success, sir." He's like, "Well, why do you think I'm doing this, Alfred?" He's like, "Well, aside from the usual, I think it's to try and impress Miss Dawes." And he's like, "Actually, no, it's Dent." And then they get distracted by the news report. And the news people are like, "Oh, you should be aware of this. We're going to show you a video, and this image is disturbing." And
wait. Anthony Michael Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Anthony Michael Hall is the news reporter in this. And
as Wally West or whatever he is.
Yes, again, showing something which I don't think they would actually show on the news. But they play the tape, and it's the same Batman.
The following images are disturbing.
It's the same Batman from the beginning who Bruce or Batman warned to stay off the streets. And he's like, "Tell me your Joker's filming, got him tied up in like a freezer with a bunch of dangling meat around it." He's like, "Tell them your name." He's like, "Brian Douglas." He's like, "Are you the real Batman?" And he's like, "No." And then Joker starts laughing at him. He's like, "Well, then why do you
dress up like him?"
He's like, "He's a symbol to show us we don't have to be afraid of scum like you." And he's like, "Oh, but we do."
You do.
And then he's like, "Oh, shh." It's like, "So you think Batman's made Gotham a better place?" He's like, "Look at me. Look at me."
Yeah.
And then he turns the camera on himself, and he's like, "This is how crazy Batman's made Gotham." It's like, "You want order in Gotham, then Batman must take off his mask and turn himself in." Oh,
I would like to.
People will die starting tonight. I'm a man of my word.
Word.
And he starts
Well, and that was part of the trailer as well, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was awesome. That was part of the viral. But also, I would like to say that if there is any copyright strikes that happen this evening, it is because of Casey and the Sunshine Band. Someone in the background, music. I can hear Casey and the Sunshine Band, and
the
so
mom's TV. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. That's the way. I like it. You were saying, Kat.
Yeah, and so Bruce and Alfred are really disturbed by this video, but they don't, and they're just kind of timid. But we don't see what they talk about afterwards. It just cuts to the fundraiser, and Harvey's really nervous, and Rachel's there, and she's like, "Harvey Dent, scourge of the underworld, scared stiff by the trust fund brigade," and he's like, and then she kind of walks off. And he's like, "Rachel, wait!" And Alfred comes up with some champagne. He's like, "Little liquid courage, Mr. Dent." He's like, "Oh, thanks. Oh, you're Alfred, right? You've known Rachel. You've known her whole life." He's like, "Well, not yet, sir." He's like, well, any psychotic ex-boyfriends I should be aware of? And Alfred, being ever sly, he's like, "Oh, you have no idea." And he kind of takes off, and then we cut, and Alfred's like, Harvey's like, "What the hell is that about?" So then we cut to Bruce arriving in a helicopter with some supermodels, and he's like, "Where's Harvey?" He's like, "Oh, I'm glad you all started the party without me." He's like, "Where Harvey?" "Oh, Harvey didn't." And he starts kind of dogging him a bit. He's like, "Oh, man of the hour. Where's Rachel?" "Oh, yeah, she's my oldest friend." He's like, when I first heard those god-awful campaign commercials, "I believe in Harvey Dent," it's like cheesy, but nice slogan, Harvey. But then I started paying attention to Harvey and all he's been doing, and then he gets all heartfelt about it. He's like, "You know what? I believe in Harvey Dent. Let's hear it for him." And they all applaud him. And Bruce goes outside and kind of ditches his champagne, and Rachel kind of indignantly comes after him, and she's like, "He may not know you well enough to know when you're making fun of him, but I do." And he's like, "No, I meant every word." She's like, "Come on." And he's like, "That day you once spoke of when Gotham no longer needed Batman, it's coming." And she's like, "Bruce, you can't ask me to wait for that." He's like, "It's here now. Harvey is that hero. He's locked up half the city's criminals without wearing a mask. Gotham needs a hero with a face." And
you just reminded me of something incredible. Keep going.
Yes. And so Harvey comes out. And he's like, "Well, you throw a party, Wayne. I'll give you that. Thanks." He's like, "Mind if I borrow Rachel?" And he's like, "Okay." And then we cut back to police headquarters where Ramirez tells Gordon, he's like, "Sir, that Joker card pinned to the body, it had DNA from Judge Cirillo and Commissioner Loeb." And he's like, "The Joker's telling us who he's targeting." And so he's like, get a police cordon and don't let anybody leave until I get there. So then we have these two guys show up at the judge's house, giving her instructions to go to a safe house. And he's like, "Look, we don't even know where you're going." He's like, "Is he serious?" And he's like, "Yes, just get in the car. I'll tell you where you're headed." So she goes to get in the car. And then meanwhile, Gordon barges in at Loeb's office and warns him that, the Joker's threatened you. And Loeb is kind of not really that concerned about it. He's like, he kind of burns Gordon really bad too here, where he's like, "Gordon, Jim, you're unlikely to discover this for yourself. But take my word, as commissioner, I've found the appropriate response to these threats a long time ago." And he gets out a bottle, and I'm like, "Oh God, that's a hard burn." Because he's implying that you're never going to be in my position, so nobody's ever going to bother threatening you,
Yeah.
Really?
Well, that's what he says, because he's like, "You're unlikely to discover this for yourself, but take my word, as commissioner, I've known how to deal with these threats." Like, basically saying you're never going to be commissioner. You're unlikely to discover that.
I never read it like that. I never read it like that. I read it like a man taking his last drink, like he knew he was going to go because everyone else had already gone. Oh, no, you've just added new perspective. Thank you, Kat.
Yeah, that's how he's like, "Oh, you're never really going to discover this. Take my word, man." And he sits down to take a drink, which is him accepting Gordon's order to stay put, but not taking it seriously either. And so then Harvey comes back to confront Rachel, and he's talking to her. He's like, "Come on, Rachel, what's going on?" And he basically confronts her about the fact that he says, like, "Bruce clearly has feelings for you, and I need an answer." And she's like, "I don't have an answer." And he's like, "Come on, tell me, is this not Wayne? The guy is a complete freak." And Bruce just shows up and puts him in a headlock. And Rachel's like, "What are you doing?" And he kind of chokes him out and hides him in a closet. And he tells Rachel to stay hidden. But I thought, well, he could have hid her in the closet too to keep her safe. But okay. So he locks Harvey in the closet. And then there's a lot of cross-cutting going on where the judge is in the car and the note that she has says to look up. And then
and the tension Gordon's in that, like, everything's great.
Yeah, and Gordon's trying to figure out, Loeb doesn't show any concern. He's like, "Well, how'd they get my DNA?" And he starts drinking. And Gordon's like, "Well, maybe something from a glass." He's like, "No, wait. And then finally, when all these things are coming to a head, we have Alfred goes to answer the door for the party. And you see Wirtz there holding the badge, and Joker shoves him down. He's like, "We made it." And then you have the judge looks up and her car explodes. All these Joker cards come flying out of the
document says up, and she looks up, and then boom.
Yeah, it's a really great.
Well, she blows.
Yeah, and then Loeb collapses and dies from fatal poisoning in his glass. And then Joker barges in with the shotgun. He's like, "We made it."
If I may take over for a moment from you, I would love to just dive into this scene.
Yeah.
You know, you have this typical, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are tonight's entertainment. I do have one question. Where's Harvey Dent? Where's Harvey Dent? Anyone? Do you know? He's waving his shotgun around. People clearly loaded. It's like
I like when he takes the cherry tomato.
the cherry tomato.
And shrimp, cocktail
And
shrimp.
then he grabs
Yeah.
the champagne glass that has no champagne in it because he grabbed it so quickly and flippantly it just sprays everywhere. I'm just like, oh my god, this is amazing.
But I love the fact that he would show up, grab that, and think that because it was such a shitty party that there wasn't enough champagne in it, and so he dumps the rest out and throws away the glass. It's just like it's a Joker. It's not prepared for me, so fuck it.
Yeah, and then you'd be like, you know, I'll settle for his loved ones. And then you got that gentleman, we're not intimidated by you, by thugs. It's like, you know, you remind me of my father. I hated my father.
That's
And
the senator from Vermont as well. That's probably his biggest cameo in a Batman movie right there.
Is his last name Leahy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway, but yeah, though, and it's crazy. And this is the weird thing about the multiple choice history and the fact that he doesn't have a backstory is that when he does go into when he is confronted, he goes to his father's story, but then
Rachel,
not Katie Holmes, shows up.
like, okay, stop. And it's like, well, hello, beautiful. You must be Harvey Squeeze, and you are beautiful. Oh, you look nervous. Is it the scars? Want to know how I got them? And then he just grabs her and gets like, come here. Hey, look at me. So I had a wife. She was beautiful, like you. Who tells me I worry too much? Who tells me I ought to smile more? Who gambles and gets in deep with the sharks? One day, they carve her face. And we have no money for surgeries. She can't take it. I just want to see her smile again. I just want her to know that I don't care about the scars, so I stick a razor in my mouth and do this to myself. And you know what? She can't stand the sight of me.
Nice.
Now I see the funny side. Now I'm always smiling. And then Rachel needs him in the groin. And he's laughing it off. It's just like, oh, a little fight in you. I like that. Then you're gonna love me.
No, Phil, do okay. Say you're gonna do it.
Then you're gonna love me.
Yeah.
At that
And it is
point,
just a fight. And you had
At
that other
that
Bruce
point,
Wayne moment where
can I
he
just say
kind of
that at that point, that is the greatest Batman entrance in this trilogy.
Oh,
He just pops in there, just like, then you're gonna love me.
Yeah.
I have never been satisfied with that line.
I also like the bit where Bruce is walking in the back of the hall and one of the clowns is there. He's like, "Stop down, big guy!" And he just grabs the gun from him and just knocks him down and just breaks
it apart
effortlessly.
Yeah.
And then he sees these two people making out on the couch in the back room, and they're like, "Oh, thank God you got a panic room!" And he just leaves them there. He's like, "You got to be kidding me!" But yeah, and just how intense the Joker was in that whole bit, where he's like, feels like he's about to pop at any second, like he's having a real hard time telling the story. Like, she can't stay on the side of me, like totally, like just on the verge of that. And so I like that it's actually Batman who breaks the tension. And then you have the fight, and the fight ends pretty quickly with Joker getting Rachel in a headlock with a gun, and he's like, "Drop the gun." Batman's like, "Drop the gun," and he's like, "Oh sure, you just take off your little mask and show us all who you really are." Haha. And he fires the gun, shooting the window out, dangles Rachel over by the edge. And Batman's like, "Let her go." And he's like,
Poor choice of
"Very
words.
poor choice of words."
Choice of
And he lets her go. And Batman dives out the window as she's sliding out. He catches her. They start falling. And the thing I mentioned earlier, like when he landed on top of Scarecrow's van and it crushed it, they have a joke here where they land on this cab, not slowing down their fall at all. Not only is she like protected from the cape, but the driver inside, like the roof doesn't cave in on him or anything. It's like a minor thing, which is kind of funny and inconsistent. And Rachel's like, "Oh, is Harvey safe?" He's like, "Oh, he's all right." And she's like, "Oh, thank you. Let's not do that again." And strangely, the movie just ends the scene there. It's like, what happened to the Joker? and all the like.
Oh, Kat, I love
Yeah.
you so much. So here is again, I
It's
would
like
like to say Exhibit B as to how this is not the best sequel of all time. Because no, we got the damsel. We got the damsel. Everything's fine. Let's move on. And it is one of those sort of stutter stops that happens
Yeah, but
from time to time. And I do wonder about what happened to everybody.
I think the only explanation I could come up with is that maybe the Joker was rushed and he feels that, well, somebody's probably pocket dialed the cops by now. Let's get out of here. Because I don't get why, because that's the only way I could think of why that scene just kind of ends. And the flow of the movie, a lot of people don't really catch it the first time they watch it. They just kind of, accept that, oh, he saved Rachel, and I guess that's all that mattered.
First 2 times I saw it, I accepted it. Yeah,
we
totally.
could also think that let's get the hell out of here, because even if we don't know what happens next, there could have been 2 options in universe. 1, the cops are coming, so let's not stick around. And 2, okay, Rachel, you're okay. I'm going to grapple myself back up there and take care of business. You want to stick around for the Batman to come back up there? Because he would.
Okay, I can accept that.
And there are a lot
but I still think it's flimsy because, quite frankly, the Joker's entire goal in that situation, once he grabbed Rachel and let her go, Batman went after her. Yeah. He is on a mission to try and take down Harvey Dent. Yeah. But he's still looking for Harvey Dent.
Right, but remember what he says later. He thought in that moment that was Harvey Dent, and since, like he says,
since
the way
he left
after her, because he says later, the way you threw yourself after, he's like, I thought you really were Dent, and since he came there to personally kill Dent, he probably figured, well, if that's Harvey Dent and he's gone, that's all I wanted, so I'm leaving.
Yes, exactly. Agreed.
And I'm guessing that's the logic, but they don't really spell it out as much to the point that it does feel a little weird. Especially,
I just came to that conclusion right now.
Yeah,
this movie is how old?
It's still not perfect because even in that logic, you got to wonder why Batman didn't try and rush back up there and find him. It's like, okay, you save Rachel, now go get the Joker. But okay, it is what it is.
Well, but maybe I don't know. Maybe he shot back. Like Ernesto says, he shows back up, and then he's just like, everybody's gone, and it's like, all right, well then there's no reason for me to be here. You guys are safe.
We may not have seen it, but I have to believe at some point he went back up there, even if we don't see it.
Yeah,
he's not just gonna walk away and not check on everybody else.
Can I call you a cab?
Just a weird editing choice.
And I did forget to mention earlier that the reason the Joker has these new goons is because right before Maroni and the Chechen and all got arrested, the Chechen told him, upon seeing the news report that Batman caught Lau, he's like, see, the clown was right. Maybe we should hire him. Batman's the problem. And,
nice.
And another catch, I didn't even catch it at first either, that even though Harvey told Gordon that Wirtz was corrupt, Wirtz is the guy that Joker's holding a gun when he brings him inside. And the reason he's bringing Wirtz is because he's he's on Maroni's payroll.
No. That's not Wirtz.
It is.
No, Wirtz is the guy from The Fugitive.
Yeah, and Wirtz is the guy who said the investigation is ongoing. The guy who's gonna
right, but that's not the guy that the Joker brings into Special Crimes.
It is.
No, it's not.
Party. No, it's the guy. No, I'm not talking.
Oh, in the party. Yes, that's true. That is true.
He's the guy who takes him into the party.
My mistake.
Like a clue that he's bringing him because he's on one of the
complicit. Yeah,
and he's holding him. He's complicit, but he's holding him there, making him look like a hostage, kind of protecting his cover, which shows again that the Joker is intelligent. He's not. He plans things out. He's not as kooky as he likes to present himself. He does plan things out and think in advance about what he's doing.
It's all part of the plan.
Yes. So then the next morning, we find that Harvey's back at the police station, and he's talking to the guy from The Fugitive you mentioned. And
did you just call it the PlayStation?
No, the police station.
Police station.
He's like, well,
sorry.
And talking to Gordon, or no, it's not Harvey. I'm sorry, it's Gordon talking to the guy from The Fugitive. He's like, well, if as long as Lau's cut off, we got their funds. He's like, Jim, it's over. Nobody's going to go after these guys with judges and police commissioners getting blown away. He's like, well, we got Harvey Dent. And he's like, oh, come on, Dent's got any sense. He's halfway to Mexico by now. But then Harvey just storms in. He's like, where do you keep your trash? And they take him to, and Gordon and the Fugitive guy are totally surprised by this. But they take him to Lau, and Lau just scoffs at him. He's like, you can't protect me. You can't even protect yourselves. He's like, you don't cooperate. You're not coming back here. You go to county. How long do you think you'll last in there? And he tosses him the bulletproof vest. And that's also a callback to how Gordon insisted that Lau would be safely kept at the major crimes unit as opposed to county jail. And so he's got to go like to testify. Meanwhile,
sorry, I just caught myself and I look like Chet from Weird Science. Anyway, you were saying.
Meanwhile, Batman is kind of like, he goes back to Alfred and he's like, you know, targeting me won't get their money back. This is different. They crossed the line. He's like trying to figure out what's going on. And Alfred's like, look, you crossed the line first. I love that Alfred gives him tough love. He's like, no, you crossed the line first, sir. You squeezed him, you hammered him pammeled him to the point of desperation. And in that desperation, they turned to a man they didn't fully understand, which I always thought was a bit of an understated joke in a way, because what a way to put it. A man they didn't fully understand. And Bruce is like, and then Bruce just fires back, oh, criminals aren't complicated, Alfred. And he's like, we just need to figure out what he's after. And Alfred's like, yeah, and then he's trying to figure that out.
Well, and it's interesting because Alfred has such a specific understanding based on the Ruby story, but we'll get there.
Great, because he just tells him that, you know, with respect, Master Wayne, perhaps this is a man you don't understand either. He's like, a long time ago, my friends and I were in Burma doing some work for a local governor, but his caravans are being raided in the forest north of Rangoon by a bandit, and because we were trying to bribe him with precious stones. But in 6 months, we could never find anybody who traded with this bandit until one day we saw a child playing with a ruby the size of a tangerine. The bandit had been throwing them away. And Bruce was like, well, why steal him? He's like, well, because he thought it was good sport, because some men aren't looking for anything logical, like money. Some men can't be bought, reasoned, bullied, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn. And yes, like Scott. And I joke that this is like Alfred telling his tales of his times in like imperialist Britain, like the man who would be king, you know, his past adventures of exploitation, which is kind of funny because that's kind of what it is. Like you're going around bribing local tribesmen with diamonds in order to get them to obey the British consulate. And so,
well, it's interesting because that is the Alfred speech of the movie, and it's great not only as an Alfred speech and not just because of the gravitas of Michael Caine, which I don't think that I have to expound on here, but like it's just a great story that he tells, the way he tells it, and it is the reason that you love Alfred in the first movie is because it's Michael Caine.
Yes,
but the reason that you love Alfred in the second movie is because not only is he cautiously supportive of Bruce, but also it incorporates the history of Alfred that also coincides with the history of Michael Caine. Like you do think of those past adventures that you've seen in every Michael Caine movie.
Yeah.
And so it does, like you do. And again, and I appreciate
the fourth wall breaking thing that adds to the character.
It's just because Michael Caine is part of the cultural zeitgeist. Like I don't know, we could have an entire conversation about what the first Michael Caine movie was that you saw. But but this story, this is the one that cements it. And also I would like to say as a spoiler for next week, it's part of the reason why The Dark Knight Rises is a bit of a detriment for me, is not enough Michael Caine.
Yeah, so he tells him that story, and Bruce finally he takes it in, and we cut to Batman standing atop the roof of the building using his sonar to survey the radio channels, and he hears over a police scanner, Joker goes, Ethan Orchard, you'll find Harvey Dent there. So the cops raid the place, and they find 2 dead cops with Joker makeup and their cut faces, and they see that their names are Patrick Dent, Richard Harvey, and Ramirez is like, Harvey Dent. Batman's like, I need 5 minutes of the scene before you're being contaminated. She just snaps at him. He's like, contaminate. It's because of you. These guys are dead. And Gordon just snaps at her, shuts her down. And Bruce gets a knife and starts cutting this bullet hole out of the wall.
Oh, the infamous bullet.
Yeah, and Gordon's like, that's a brick underneath. You're going to get ballistics off the shattered bullet. He's like, no, fingerprints. And he's like, well, whatever you're going to do it fast because we already found his next target. He's put it in tomorrow's paper, and he has an obituary typed up for Mayor Anthony Garcia, murdered at 40. So then we cut back to the Bat Bunker where this is a neat experiment. So he's got a bunch of other blocks just like this lined up. He's got a big minigun there, and he's shooting it with different caliber bullets to see which bullet hole looks similar. So that way he could tell the computer what type of bullet to look for inside the real one that he cut out. And
Agreed.
and he gets Fox to be able to reassemble it and pieces it all together. And
chaos theory.
basically, yeah, because that's how he gets the fingerprint off the bullet.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's unbelievable science. It is comic book science.
Exactly.
It's a little far-fetched.
Yeah. And on this same day is when Mr. Reese goes to meet Fox. He's like, I was going through the old files and there's some inconsistencies with the numbers. Like, yeah, well, they're CEOs in police custody. He's like, no, not with their numbers, with yours. He's like, applied sciences. Whole division vanishes overnight. And you say they're related to cell phones for the armies, flowing through cash and all this kind of crap. He's like, and then he pulls out the Tumblr blueprints. He's like, oh, don't tell me you didn't recognize your baby pancaking cop cars in the evening news. He's like, he got us burning through cash, doing all this kind of crap. He's like, what are you building for him now? A rocket ship? Like, I want $10 million a year for the rest of my life. And I love how Fox is just looking at him like this, like,
trying not to laugh.
And then he's just like, let me get this straight. And he leans in. He's like, you believe that your client, one of the wealthiest, most powerful men in the world, is secretly a vigilante who spends his night beating criminals to a pulp with his bare hands. And you see the recognition of that just setting in on Reese's face. And Fox is like, and your plan is to blackmail this person? He's like, good luck.
That is 2 Morgan Freeman impressions that you've had this evening doing that exact same speech, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? It is. I would like to say for both of those recitations, they were both expertly performed and brilliantly remembered. Because I know neither one, Ernesto nor Catherine, neither one of them was doing that off of any kind of paper. That was recitation. They knew it by rote. But I would also like to say it was the worst Morgan and Freeman impression.
Yeah, it is. That's because I wasn't trying to do so much of Morgan Freeman impression. I suppose I should have. But I find
No, it's fine. It's fine. If I could do it, I have a better Morgan Freeman than you, but I don't have it in front of me. So
I found it interesting that when Bruce shows up later that day about the bullet, the pseudoscience of the bullet, Fox elects not to tell him about Mr. Reese and how Reese is onto them. He kind of keeps that to himself. And
I do have a question.
Bring it up. Yeah.
So I was wondering, just in terms as a storytelling device, is it important that someone else finds out? Like I was saying that the Bat family and Lucius being part of that and defending against Batman's identity, is it important for the story so that when at the end, skipping ahead a little bit, but when you get the sonar for all of Gotham, it's that it is just common knowledge. The audience is supposed to know that Lucius and Batman, because they're always kind of coy about their relationship. They always sort of like a submarine, Mr. Wayne. And yeah, but I'm wondering if that specific, once Lucius was confronted by a character who doesn't know that Batman is Bruce Wayne, was that to inform the audience more so that you would accept it when he gets involved in the sonar?
I always thought it was understood by the audience that he was in on it when back in the first movie when Alfred called for Fox's help to help Bruce when he got doused with the fear toxin because Fox showed up at the house. And
I don't think it's that explicit in there.
But he sees him lying there with all these bruises and all cut up, and I just assumed he kind of knew because again he kind of infers like he told Bruce in the first one, "Don't think of me as an idiot." Like, he says when asked, because initially he didn't know what he was up to. I don't have to lie, but I got the impression by the end of the movie he probably knows.
But
especially when he's getting the tech and Lucius asks him, "Do you expect a lot of knife fighting during your cave diving spelunking, Mr. Wayne?" And at that point, you have to already know that Fox is on to him. Like, okay, you want this for something. I don't know for what, but it's yours anyway, so you can do it. And when the Batman shows up, I'm pretty sure he put 2 and 2 together.
Well, but again, I'm also sort of stepping out of the in-universe situation and just looking at it from an audience perspective and be like, okay, so for sure, Morgan Freeman. Well, I guess the general audience does know that Morgan Freeman knows anything. That's what I assume.
Yes, but there's also an anonymity to it because he does
right,
and they play coy with it, but at the end of the day, he's never going to outright,
but this is when it becomes flat out outright.
No, I mean,
Like,
when if for some reason they get caught, Lucius is never going to just spoil it.
oh, plausible deniability is what you're
Possible
referring to.
deniability. So
Okay.
they always play coy because I believe at some point, even if in this universe he does get caught and everybody goes to arrest Alfred or Lucius or whoever, Lucius will at least have a way of kind of like dancing around it without actually admitting that he knew he was funding for the Batman.
Fair enough.
Which I think might be the reason that Bruce still uses the Batman voice even when he's in his costume with Lucius. It's like a practice thing. Is what if somebody walks in the room?
Well, but also it could be,
I thought that maybe that was a reason just for like security cameras or somebody walks in. But at the same time, if you're Batman, you know how to work around that.
well, I don't know. There's something about it, but and I understand in terms of
lazy writing.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because it's a performative decision, and it's Christian Bale being Bruce Wayne with someone that he primarily interacts with as Bruce Wayne, but he is dressed as Batman and he is doing his Batman job. And so I'm willing to forgive it. I'm not saying I'm anti it or thinking that it's a flaw at all. It's like, this is what I do, Lucius. And it's kind of refreshing. Like, I'm exploring this movie with you guys. I don't think that I have all the answers on it whatsoever. And it's interesting that it's this is the first time that Lucius actually sees Batman being Batman. And so that's the character interaction speaks for the trust and understanding of, don't think of me as a fool. All right, fine. You make all the toys, but you don't know that I'm me. And it's like, well, I kind of do. Yeah, well, I know you make my toys.
So I think, that's interesting because because Fox doesn't tell Bruce about Mr. Reese's discovery, and maybe that's an extension of the plausible deniability thing. Because he does bring up part of it when he says, did you reassign R&D? And Bruce is like, yeah, government telecommunications project. He's like, I wasn't aware we had any government contracts. And he's like, Lucius, I'm playing this one pretty close to the vest. He's like, fair enough. And he lets it go. Then we cut to the commissioner's funeral. And
that bothers me too. I'm sorry for being reactionary to this one, but the phrase itself is close to the vest. It is in reference to old Texas Hold'em or poker players of the Old West. And so when they say close to the chest in this movie, it is kind of like needles.
So then we cut to the commissioner's funeral. You got snipers positioned everywhere. We got Anthony Michael Hall's character who says, even though we got cops everywhere, they must be wondering if the Joker will make good on his threat to kill the mayor. And you see the mayor and everybody walking down, down LaSalle Street in their dress boots. And, they got the whole thing there, the honor guard, all that. Meanwhile, back in the Bat Bunker, Bruce is asking Alfred, get up a list of names. He's like, who are you looking for? He's like, I want to see names of the guys along this strip. And he says, I found one, Melvin White, aggravated assault, moved to Arkham twice. Like somebody who would be a concern. And so Bruce takes off on his motorcycle, goes into town, finds this apartment and sees a bunch of guys tied up who are part of the honor guard. And he's like, they took our guns and uniforms and they're petrified. And that's when the Joker's theme music starts settling in. Bruce walks over towards the window and you have the mayor is giving the speech. And it's kind of funny because he's supposed to be eulogizing Loeb, but if you listen closely, he's not really saying great things about him. And he's like, I asked him how long he wanted to stay on as commissioner, and his time here is featured with a lot of unpopular policies that flooded my office with angry calls. And I'm like, you're kind of digging the guy,
I never, I've never listened to the eulogy. I'm always paying attention to what's going on visually, and I'm listening to the music, and I'm paying attention to the Batman stuff.
Yeah, but the mayor,
I never listened to the eulogy.
Yeah, he's kind of digging at him a bit, which I thought was funny. And then Gordon is just on pins and needles because he's wondering something's going to happen. And Bruce walks over towards the window and he looking through a sniper, not a sniper rifle, but a scope. And the window thing pops open because it was on a string. And that causes one of the SWAT guys to fire guns at the window from across the way. Gordon flinches because he's not sure exactly where it came from. And then you hear the guys doing honor guard, attention, as they're all shooting and everything. And he's like, ready, aim, fired. You have a reference to Batman #1 where the Joker is in the, he's in the police uniform playing, the whole thing. And how the threats of killing one citizen a day for Batman not coming out. Again, a reference to him killing people for diamonds in the first one, or in Batman #1. And so, right when the guy says "ready, aim, fire" for like the third or fourth time, Joker spins around. He's not wearing his makeup this time. We see the scar. He fires, and Gordon reacts just in time. He knocks the mirror to the ground and takes the bullet. And his partner checks Gordon, who seems kind of dead. Joker disappears into the crowd. The one thug, Thomas Schiff, is captured. And Harvey says, "I'll be right back." And Rachel's like, "Wait, are you coming back?" And they're all getting everybody out of the way. And as more gunshots fired, Harvey gets into the back of the ambulance where Thomas Schiff is cuffed. And he's like, "Tell me what you know about the Joker." And Schiff is kind of laughing and gesturing to his name tag. Pause. Mm-hmm. And Harvey's just indignant about this. And he just gets into the driver's seat and steals the ambulance. And Schiff is kind of worried about it. And then we cut to Gordon's house where his partner, I remember the actor's name now, Keith Sarbaja, actually, and is the fugitive guy. And he answers the door, and Barbara knows what this means. And she breaks down and she blames Batman, saying, "You brought this on us. You brought this upon us." And Gordon's son looks out the window and sees Batman up on the rafters, kind of looking down solemnly. And then we cut back to police headquarters where the same guy, Keith, is on the roof with Ramirez and everybody else with the bat signal on.
"You did this. This is your fault."
Yeah, he's like, "Switch it off. He ain't coming. He doesn't want to talk to us." He's like, "God,
hang on.
He does want to talk to."
I would like to speak of the widow Gordon for one moment, because she played Bobby Barrett in season 2 of Mad Men, which is one of my favorite television shows because it has John Hamm. But actually, it's John Hamm is one of my favorite actors because I saw him on a television show called Mad Men. And she is a Canadian actress. I don't know her name off the top of my head, but she often plays the bride. So she
never the bride.
Yes, he's like, "He don't want to talk to us. God help whoever he does want to talk to." And we cut to Maroni's very loud and obnoxious nightclub with a lot of green strobe lighting and everything. And she's like, "Can we go somewhere quieter? We can't hear each other talk." He's like, "What makes you think I want to hear you talk?" and she's like, "Wait, what?" And then Batman just starts pummeling his way through here. And it's so loud, nobody seems to notice. And Maroni does, and he gestures towards his guards. And he smiles as he thinks it's under control. But Batman quickly beats them and grabs Maroni by the scruff of his collar. He's kind of worried. And then Rachel, meanwhile, is at work and gets a call from Harvey. And he's like, "Rachel, you're not safe there." He's like, "Oh, come on, Gordon vouched for these men." "Well, and he's gone." And she's like, "He's vouched for the end. He's gone." And she gets it. He's like, "The Joker's named you next." He's like, "Is there anybody we could trust?" He's like, "Bruce. We could trust Bruce Wayne." He's like, "Oh, come on, Rachel. I know you're his friend." He's like, "Trust me. Bruce's penthouse is the safest place in the city." He's like, "Well, you go straight there and don't tell anybody where you're going." And then he's like, "I love you." And he hangs up the phone and he pulls the duct tape off Thomas Schiff's mouth and he's got him tied to a chair. And Batman, meanwhile, is about to interrogate Maroni, who says, "You want to intimidate somebody, pick a better spot from this height to fall wouldn't kill me." He's like, "Oh, I'm counting on it," which was great that Batman said that because that kind of dark that, oh shit, you're actually willing to, really maim this guy. And he drops him. Maroni screams, should have broken his ankles. And
both of his ankles.
Both.
Probably, like his.
And then this one of my favorite jokes in the movie where Batman's like, "Where is he?" He's like, "I don't know. He found us." He's like, "He must have friends." And Maroni's like, "Friends? Have you met this guy?" And he's like, and Batman's like, "Somebody knows where he is." And he's like, "Nobody's gonna tell you nothing. They're wise to your act. You got rules. The Joker, he's got no rules. No one's gonna cross them for you. You want this guy? You got one way. But you already know what that is. Just take off that little mask. Let him come find you." Bruce is like, "Eh." It's like, "Are you gonna
what? Bruce is like, "What?"
He's like pissed off at him. He's like,
No. I want you to make the noise that you just made. Yeah.
So
Anyway, hello to Matt G.
So then we cut back to Dent and Schiff. And Dent's like, "You want to play games?" And he shows him he's got a loaded gun. And he fires and he presses the gun to Schiff's head. He's like, Schiff's like, "You wouldn't." He's like, "I wouldn't." And I love how you see Harvey's eyes, like his pupils are just getting like dilated, like he's super enraged. And then he's like, "Fine, you don't think I will? You don't think I will?" And he's like, And he's like, "Fine, well, I'm not going to leave it up to me." And he pulls out a coin. He's like, "Heads, you got to keep your head. Tails, it's another story. So you're going to tell me about the Joker?" And he kind of smiles again, like he thinks it's funny. And so he's like, "Okay." So he flips the coin, and the relief on Schiff's face when it's heads up. He's like, "Oh, let's go again." He's like, "I don't know anything. I don't." And he's like, "You're not playing the odds, friend. Let's do it again." He flips the coin and Batman catches it. And he says, "You leave a man's life to chance." He's like, "Not exactly." He's like,
Well,
Thomas, paranoid schizophrenic, former patient at Arkham, the type of mind the Joker attracts. What do you expect to learn from him? And then Harvey feels like he's kind of, been put in his place briefly, and he turns around very angrily, and he's like, "The Joker killed Gordon. He's going to kill Rachel." He's like, "You're the symbol of hope I can never be. If anyone saw this, everything you've done will be undone. You're the first legitimate ray of light that Gotham's seen in decades. All the criminals you've seen will be put back on the streets, and Jim Gordon will have died for nothing. You're going to hold a press conference tomorrow." He's like, "Why? No one else will die because of me. Gotham's in your hands now." And he gives him the coin back. And Harvey's just angry at this point. He's like, "You can't give in. You can't give in."
Well, and also agreeably so, because first things first, Batman may be the world's greatest detective, but he didn't recognize that it was a two-headed coin. And also, Harvey does make his own luck because he has a two-headed coin. He never had the intention to kill. So
you see the rage in his eyes, like you could tell.
Yeah, because he actually broke the system, and Batman is still playing a part of it. Like, let's look at Harvey Dent as being the villain that he becomes Two-Face, which is what drives him to be Two-Face. All he does need is one bad day and one push.
Yeah.
And he's done everything to manipulate the situation around him to make it so that if he flips his coin and he says, "Well, I'm going to do the thing that I want or the thing that you want, but guess what? Every time I flip this coin, it's going to be the thing that I want." I know that. I make my own luck. It is. And again, Batman shows up and says, "I trust you, Harvey Dent, and I won't let you leave this to chance," where Harvey knows more than Batman.
Yeah. So then
character-wise, it's fascinating.
Yeah. So then after leaving him there, Bruce goes back to the penthouse, and Rachel's like, "Harvey called. He says the Batman's going to turn himself in." He's like, "I have no choice." He's like, "You think that's honestly going to keep the Joker from killing people?" Absolutely correct, of course. But he's like, "I have enough blood on my hands, and I see now what it would have to become to stop men like him." And then he pivots and changes the subject. And he's like, "You once told me that when Gotham no longer needed Batman, did we be together? Did you mean it?" And she's like, "Bruce, I won't be your one hope for your one hope for a normal life." He's like, "Did you mean it?" And she says, "Yes." So they kiss, and then she's like, "Bruce, if you turn yourself in, they're not going to let us be together." And he kind of leaves anyway, and he goes back to the Bat Bunker, and he's putting his batarangs away, and then Alfred's like, "Logs as well," and he's like, "Yes, everything that could lead back to Lucius or Rachel." And Alfred just burning everything is because I guess they have crematoriums down here in the Bat Bunker for some reason. It's like, okay, so they're burning everything, and he's like,
and hang on just one second. Sorry, Ernesto, what were you saying? I'm sorry, I interrupted.
It is the Bat Bunker, so you kind of have to have a crematorium.
Do you?
You never know when you need to burn stuff.
Well, and also it might get cold. You never know. Like, I don't know what the heating is like down there. I know they shot a lot of music videos in the Bat Cave, but aside from that,
I want to risk having the bat nipples.
Well, and interesting that you bring up the bat nipples, because I was thinking that this was sort of eerily reminiscent of Chase Meridian, and now I'm going to give up the bat because I can be Bruce instead of being the Bat. And let's shut her all down. Let's go.
Yeah. And then Bruce
I'm going to allow Harvey Dent to do all of the work to make Gotham safe legally. And my plan is to steal his girlfriend.
Yeah, and then
Bruce is kind of a dick.
Yeah, so Bruce just kind of confronts Alfred about it. He's like, "Look, people are dying. What would you have me do?" And Alfred's like, "Endure it, Master Wayne. Take it. They'll hate you for it, but that's the point of Batman. You could be the outcast. You can make the choice that no one else can make. The right choice." And he's like, "Well,
I'm going to walk to the North Pole and get into a booth that takes away my powers so I can sleep with Lois Lane."
And he's like, "Well, today I found out what Batman can't do. He can't endure this." And he's like, "Today you got to say I told you so." He's like, "Today, Master Wayne, I don't want to." And they start walking away, and he's like, "But I did bloody tell you." And he's like, "I guess they're going to lock you up as well as your accomplice." And Bruce is like, "Accomplice? I'm going to tell him the whole thing was your idea." So then we got to the press conference where Harvey is trying to defend Batman's honor and saying, "Look, the only reason the Batman's offered to turn himself in is because you guys are scared, and should we cave to the Joker's demands, and the people are upset that Harvey's more interested in protecting the Batman seemingly, and the police union's there, and they're upset about the dead cops, and realizing that the angry mob is building, and this one weirdo is like, things are worse than ever.
Oh yeah, the crowd acting in that scene is terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Dead cops.
And Harvey's like, yes, they are. But the night is darkest just before the dawn, and I promise you, the dawn is coming. One day, the Batman will have to answer for the laws he's broken, but to us, not to this madman. And that's where the thing all goes to the dogs. And Bruce finally is about to step forward when Harvey says, take the Batman into custody. But then he surprises everybody, including Bruce, when he's like, I am the Batman. And the look of shock on the audience as he's arrested.
Okay, so there's something kind of weird about it also, because one of the most iconic lines, not only from Michael Keaton, but also from Christian Bale, is, I'm Batman. And to see there's an earnestness to Harvey Aaron Eckhart's performance. It's like, take me into custody. I am the Batman. And it's so bureaucratic and not, I'm Batman. I am the Batman.
I am the Batman.
Well, yeah, I remember that, Bruce's supermodel girlfriend joked about that when they're all at the dinner. She's like, what if Harvey Dent is the Cape Crusader and puts the napkin over his eyes? He's like, if I was sneaking out every night, somebody would have noticed by now.
Well, and the thing is, and I wanted to bring this up earlier, but this is part of the reason why we eventually discover, I think it's a dick move to try and steal Rachel away, because Rachel had to wait for Bruce not to be Batman. At least Harvey was willing to. But then again, there is, I don't know, workplace romances.
Funny unintended joke where Rachel's so shocked by what she saw, and she runs just over to Alfred, who's like pretending to not be bothered by it. She's like, why is he letting Harvey do this? He's like, he went down to the press conference. He's like, yeah, and he just stood by. And he's like, because Miss Dawes, Harvey and Batman believe in something more than the whims of a terrorist. And she's like, he has to do something heroic, even if it doesn't. He's like, that's what makes him a hero, is by not being the hero right now. And she says, what I thought was really funny, she's like, you're right. Making Harvey take the fall for this is not heroic at all. And I thought, to your point about how Bruce's plan is to steal, Rachel away, make Harvey do the heavy lifting. It's like, yep, he's going to let Harvey take the fall for this. So he can go be with Rachel.
Not only that, but there is something. It's almost like a test from Bruce to Harvey in terms of, okay, if you are willing to be hated in a moment, Harvey's going to get off.
Yeah.
Harvey is not going to credibly be defined as being the Batman. They'll investigate every corner of his life, and they'll be like, you don't have the means, the method, or the opportunity to do such a thing. You can't be Batman. Well, nice try. Good work. But we still need to find the Batman. You cool? We're cool. So it's not like it's a real threat. It's a symbol, as Harvey Dent is supposed to be when you consider the triumvirate of Gordon, Bruce, and Harvey. And so, but it is a test from Bruce. It's like, is he willing to be hated? And in that moment, if people will believe that he was Harvey Dent or Batman, if Harvey Dent was Batman, then he is willing to be hated. And it is a test. Are you good enough to be the guardian of this city? And so it's, again, a dick move, but it's a Batman move. Batman's a dick.
Yeah, but even if it ended up with Harvey saying, I'm Batman, it wouldn't just be that cut and dry and then, put the cuffs on me and take me away. It would be more monumental than just that.
Well, yeah, there would be so much paperwork.
So as Rachel decides to leave, she's like, can you give Bruce this when the time is right? And it's a letter. And he's like, well, how will I know? She's like, it's not sealed. And he's like, goodbye, Rachel. And you can tell the way he says that Alfred knows that she's basically leaving Bruce's life, that she's done with him until this whole Batman thing is resolved. She goes back down to the major crimes unit to visit Harvey. And she's like, what's going on? And he's like, well, I'm going to be transferred down to county jail. And she's like, you can't do this. This is too dangerous. He's like, well, and then he reveals what his plan is. He's like, well, the Joker will attack the convoy, and when he does, the Batman will take him down. She's like, this is too dangerous. You can't do this. And he's like, oh, how do you know what he's thinking? And she's like, well, because I do. It's not going to work. You have to, what about the people depending on you to clean the city up and do it honorably and blah, blah, blah. And he kisses her, and they put him in the back of the van, the SWAT van, and she's like, Harvey, this is your life. You can't leave that to chance. And he's like, I'm not. And he tosses her the coin, and she sees that it's the double-headed coin from 1922. And she's like, you make your own luck. So then we cut to the convoy.
Well, that's the last time that they see each other.
Right. So then we cut to the convoy, and the music starts settling in very slowly, the Joker music, and we see all of this is shot in IMAX, and the convoy moves along, and a semi-truck gets up to a blockade, and the guy starts honking the horn. And
what about Nicky Cat? Nicky Cat.
Yeah, and the cops
his acting is so bad.
You don't remember Nicky Cat? Nicky Cat was in Batman and Robin. He was part of Coolio's gang.
Yeah,
he had the paint, but he is the sidekick to the unknown.
Now that is right. Yeah, so,
same guy. I know spoilers.
So the truck, the semi truck comes up to the blockade. This cop walks up there. He's like, "You gotta wait like everybody else, pal." And the Joker just leans over around the driver's seat with his shotgun and just shoots this guy dead. I'm like, holy shit. So then as the convoy's moving along, they see this obstruction, a fire truck, which is parked, blocking the road in flames. And rather than doing what they should have done, which is just simply drive into the opposite lane of traffic where there was no cars at all, they instead decide to cave and go down a low whacker, falling into the trap. And no sooner than they're in there, the garbage truck starts slamming into them and the chase is on. And the SWAT van is notified that there's a problem. And the driver's like, "We got trouble, guys. Lock and load." And then arguably one of the best visual metaphors for I am going to hijack this movie. And the movie you have been watching, this crime drama, is over. And now we're going to turn this into an action-packed anarchist romp occurs when the Joker's semi-truck just T-bones the SWAT van, knocking it into the river. And
which apparently is a cinematographic irregularity in terms of the way that one is hitting the other. It doesn't match up.
I don't recall. I'd have to look closer.
No, but in terms of the frenetic nature of it, it has been praised as being one of the best. But if the geography of the situation is scrutinized, it doesn't work.
Right, but I mean, it works in terms of a visual metaphor for the movie is about to change. And
right, but in terms of the geography of the actual physicality, and I give full credit to all of the production staff and everything that happened within the creation of this scene, like the practical effects, it being all in camera, very little CGI, all of it, I give incredible credit to. And the fact that I cannot remember specifically, I just know that if you look at one portion of the screen in terms of where the river is and where it gets hit, if you look at it from the way that it is presented in the most dynamic of ways, you are taken by the spectacle, and the geography of the situation does not check out.
Yeah, anyway, so the van, it knocks the SWAT van.
Anyway, that's production stuff.
So the truck is driving down the road, and we see that on the side it says laughter is the best medicine, but it's got a bloody S spray painted next to it. Slaughter is the best medicine. The door opens, the Joker's there, and he just starts firing with his machine guns. And Harvey's like, "This thing's built for that, right?" And he's like, "Oh, he's going to need something a lot bigger to get through this." And you can see the SWAT guy riding with up front in the van is like, "Oh man, I didn't sign up for this." Like all freaking out and thinking, this kind of is what you signed up for. You're like a SWAT driver right now. But the Joker ends up whipping out a bazooka, and the guy's like, "What was that, a bazooka?" And
I believe it was an RPG.
Yeah, and the tumbler, which has already shown up and deliberately crashed right into the trash truck to knock it out of the way, ends up firing its rocket to jump in the air, which I'm not sure exactly how it jumps in the air. It just kind of does. And the bazooka just hits the tumbler, and it doesn't seem to cause too much damage. Or it kind of does. It blows the thing, and it kind of crashes and flips, but it lands right side up and still looks mostly intact. But the computer is telling him damage is catastrophic, so he initiates the eject sequence, and the two front tires pop out, and he's riding the motorcycle as the Batpod. The self-destruct is initiated, and it blows up, and Batman takes off like a bat out of hell, trying to catch up with the convoy as the Joker keeps driving the truck, just firing everybody, and he eventually takes command of the semi-truck because the driver got killed, and he says, Harvey Dent. He's like, "Oh, excuse me, I want to drive," and knocks him out of the seat and starts driving.
Doesn't he kill him?
Yeah.
Well, he got not.
No, I think Joker kills him.
He was already dead.
No, but when he's dead, yeah, he was already dead. But like Joker killed him.
Mm.
Yeah, well, they were in the car. They fired the thing, they blasted, and they get down. And because the blast takes the driver by surprise, he kind of crashes the truck briefly, or hits the brakes, kind of comes into this awkward stop. And it's not. I didn't think the Joker killed him. I thought because it looked like he was slumped over the wheel, like he was already dead. Because Joker comes climbing around and he says like, Harvey Dent. He's like, oh, excuse me, I want to drive, and kicks him out of the front seat. So then Joker starts driving, and he's just kind of having really a lot of fun. They end up turning back onto the upper streets, and he calls to his guys to deal with the police helicopter, saying, rack him up. And they fire 2 cling wires across on either side from the fire escapes, and that catches the legs of the helicopter. And it's funny because Nicky Cat was initially excited about the helicopter, and he's like, time to, that they were going to get him. But instead it gets racked up, and the tail gets cut up in one of the buildings. It falls down, and he's like, that's not good. Okay, that's not good. And it hits the ground and cartwheels into flames, and the Joker's just laughing. He's like, and he's like slamming the steering wheel, and Batman's racing to catch up. And finally, he gets out into the street with the Batpod, and he does a roll, which admittedly is one thing they couldn't do in camera. The fact that the Batpod's tire is able to like roll.
Yes,
and,
both. Yeah, they could go both forward and horizontally.
Right. So it rolls like horizontally, and he's parked in front of the truck, and he starts taking off for him. And Joker's like, "Ooh, you want to play? Come on!" And he's like, "Oh, come on!" And he's racing at him, and he fires 2 cling wires off the Batpod into the truck. And then he weaves under the truck and in between the street lights. And then the Joker kind of looks around what's going on, and his thug's like, "He missed." And all the lanterns are getting pulled down. And then you have a great in-camera legit stunt. Apparently the guy who was playing the initial driver who dies, he's actually a professional stunt driver. And when he actually does this stunt at like traveling circus shows where he would just do this truck flip. And they flipped the truck. I don't know how they even found out about this, but they insisted on getting this guy. They built a whole roll cage inside it, and they had to be careful about where on the street they could do it because there were a ton of manholes down the street. And Chris Corbold's like, "What's this about?" He's like, "Well, it's where all the underground bank vaults." So there was only one section of the street where they're actually allowed to flip the truck, and they catch it on multiple angles just in case they lose it. But Chris is like, "No, we're going to use the one angle because I don't want it to look too 80s, and we're not going to reshoot it, or we're not going to play every different angle of it." So the truck flips, and if you look closely, you can actually see the steam from the piston that shoots it in the air, whereas the CGI removed the actual piston that they used, and that's how they perform the trick. The piston fires and flips the thing over, so it crashes. The SWAT van pulls to a stop, and Nicky Cat's like, "You can't stop here. We'll be like sitting ducks." The Batman takes off on the Batpod heading back down the street, and then the Joker falls out of the truck. He gets up, stumbling to his feet, firing his machine gun, shoots at a couple other cars in his way. He's like, come on. And he's like, "Come on, I want you to do it. Come on," and fires some more. He's like, "Come on, hit me. He's like, "Come on, hit me." And then Batman just veers away from him at the last second, crashes into the truck, and Joker's kind of surprised by this. He's like, kind of licks his chops. He puts the gun down. He gets the knife. And he comes over to him, and one of his thugs decides to try and pull the cowl off of Batman, and he gets electrocuted. And Joker thinks that's hilarious and just kind of, he's like, ha ha ha, and starts spitting on him and kicking him. And so then he goes back and kneels over Batman, and he's about to take the knife to his face. And that's when the driver of the SWAT van brings a shotgun and pulls it up behind his head. And Joker's like all frustrated. He's like, could you please just give you a minute? And they kicks him to the ground and pulls off his mask, and voila, it's Gordon. He's like, "We got you, you son of a bitch." And then he goes over to open the van, and it's kind of an odd callback because Gordon's not the one who said the line, but Harvey's like, "Gordon, you do like to play things pretty close to the chest." I'm like, actually, Bruce said that earlier, not Gordon, but okay. And he's like, "We got him, Harvey." And you can see the genuine joy on Gordon's face that this is finally over with. And as Harvey's being rushed away, the reporter's like, "Oh, Mr. Dent, you're the greatest hero in Gotham." He's like, "No, the cops, they're the heroes." He's like, "But you and your office have been working with the Batman all along." He's like, "No, I just trusted him doing the right thing, which was save my ass." And then Ramirez rushes him into the car with Wirtz, and he's like, "Thanks, detective. I got a date with a pretty upset girlfriend." And as he drives off, you see the look on her face, and you know that's kind of over with. And so then we cut back to Gordon's house where Gordon greets his son, revealing that he's alive. You're muted, Scott.
I thought you'd be excited about that fact. You got a performative indication from the actress who played Ramirez that it was like,
the camera lingers on her, I think, for too long. Once, because when Harvey says, "I got a date with a pretty upset girlfriend," he puts her in the car, or he gets in the car, it drives off, but the camera stays on her and kind of zooms in a little bit. She's just got this self-serious look, and I'm like, nah, he's kind of like with Gordon. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I figured out that Gordon was the driver a lot earlier because the fact that Nicky Cat was being so vocal and going on about whining about everything. I'm like, why isn't the driver telling this guy to shut up and
saying
stop?
nothing?
And so I'm like, it's gotta be Gordon because there's no way you're gonna kill Gordon like that in a Batman movie.
Well, no, but the thing is that okay, watching for the first time, let's examine and just briefly killing Gordon, because again, I was looking at the
Did a great
Joker.
job selling it.
They sold it for me. I thought he was dead.
Mm-hmm. You're shocked.
And I remember people telling me, it's like, you can't. How did you even think that? And I was like, the movie was so good, it made me believe the universe that had been created in Batman Begins and the beginning up until this point in The Dark Knight is that no one is safe. And you had the Joker kill Commissioner Gordon. And I was like, I don't even know where they're going right now. I do not know where they're going.
He wasn't even commissioner yet. So that kind of makes sense that they wouldn't kill him because he's not even commissioner yet.
Yeah. And then you have this great moment between Gordon and his son where his son doesn't even have a great, amazing reaction to his dad being alive. He just says, "Did Batman save you, Daddy?" And he says, "Actually, this time I saved him." And they kind of smile about it. But then his pager goes off and he's like, "I'll be back." And we cut back to Major Crimes and you see Ramirez, Wirtz, and I'm just going to call him Keith, the fugitive guy, because that's the actor's name. He's like, "Has he said
Keith,
anything yet?"
I like it.
And they shake their head, and Maria's like, "No." And he walks in, and the lights are still off, and the Joker's like, "Evening, Commissioner." And Gordon just sits down, and he's not even going to cut the bullshit. He just sits his hands down. He's like, "Harvey Dent never made it home." "Of course not." "What have you done with him?" "Me? I was right here." "Who'd you leave him with?" Your people." "Oh, assuming, of course, they are still your people and not Maroni's." "Does it depress you, Commissioner? Just know just how alone you really are. Does it make you feel responsible for Harvey Dent's current predicament? Where is he? What's the time? What difference does that make?" "Well, depending on time, he might be in one spot or several." And Gordon's like, if
we're going to play games, then
Gordon
I'm going to get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, and Gordon just stays stone-faced about that until he gives that response.
Kat, we seriously have to have a conversation about you dealing with scripts. Because if there are multiple characters, you can't be every character.
And he uncuffs the Joker, and he leaves. And he's like, "I'm gonna get a cup of coffee." And Joker, the good cop, bad cop routine. And he's like, "Not exactly." So he shuts the door. The lights come on, and I love how it's a shallow focus shot because the Batman's kind of out of focus, and you see a little bit there. And Joker's kind of reacting to the bright lights, and then bam, he just slams his head down on the desk. And he's like, it looks like it. Never start with a head. The victim feels all fuzzy. They can't feel the next hit. He punches him in the hand. He's like, "See?" And Batman just sits down calmly. He's like, "You wanted me. Here I am. I wanted to see what you do. And you didn't disappoint. You let 5 people die. Then you let Dent take your place. Now, even to a guy like me, that's cold. Where's Dent? These mob fools want you gone so they get to get back to the way things were. But I know the truth. There's no going back. You've changed things forever. Then why do you want to kill me?" "Oh, I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers?" No. You see,
is there a script that you could actually put in the private chat so we can all play?
You complete
voice.
me. You're garbage who kills for
Bill
money.
has a great Batman voice.
You're garbage who kills for money. Don't talk like one of them. You're not. Even if you'd like to be. To them, you're just a freak. Like me. They need you right now. But when they don't, they'll cast you out. Like a leper. You see, their morals, their code. It's a bad joke.
Do you want to be alone?
Dropped at the first sign of trouble. You're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. He's like, "See, I'm not a monster. I'm
ahead of the curve."
Batman just grabs him by the strap and yanks him over the desk. And I think there's a blooper here because if you look closely, I could swear that I could see in the Joker's back pocket there's like cables in a box, like a sound, like for wireless mics.
Again, I didn't notice.
I noticed that, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And they don't really show it again, but he pulls him up, and he's like, where are they? He's like, you have all these rules, and you think they'll save you. And he slams them up against the wall. He's like, I have one rule. He's like, well, that's the rule you're going to have to break to know the truth. And Batman's like, which is? Well, the only way to live in this world is to live without rules. And tonight you're going to break your one rule. It's like, I'm considering it. And you'll notice as the camera keeps cutting between shots, it cuts from Joker's hands being over Batman's arm to being underneath it between cuts.
Okay.
Blooper that goes back and forth.
Again, it's the frenetic nature of the editing in this that still maintains somewhat of the geography, but you don't notice it, like because of the tension of the scene.
Intensity.
Yeah. It's like, I'm concerned. It's like, well, you're gonna have to play my little game if you want to save one of them. It's like,
are you gonna change voices between the two characters, or are you just gonna do the same thing all the time?
Like them, like, for a while
your
there.
Batman voice is terrible, Kat.
I know. It's like, I thought you really were dead.
Because it's not deep.
After her.
And she's not nasal enough to do the Joker.
Batman just grabs him by the
like Ernesto gets it, but she won't even let Ernesto do a Joker voice.
I know this conversation by heart. And
I know you. What?
Slams him onto the desk, and the Joker just starts laughing, and he's like, "Oh, look at you go!
Look at you go!" The way he
says
it. Look at you go!
The chair, and he's like, he cracks his back, and he's like, does Harvey know about you and your little bully? And Batman just grabs him by the hair, just slams his head into the glass, and where are they?
He's really hitting him too.
Voice.
See, that was a good Batman voice. That was a good
Where
Batman
are
voice.
they? Choose between one or the other. Your friend and attorney, or his blushing bride to be. And he punches him again really hard. And then he's just really laughing and enjoying it too much. And he's like, you have nothing left to threaten me with. Nothing with all your strength. And then he just grabs him again, and he's like, or I'm gonna tell you where they are, both of them.
Wait, Kat, I gotta stop you. I have to stop you.
Yeah.
When Batman beats the hell out of the Joker, what does he say when he's laughing on the ground? And he's like, you can't threaten me with anything with all your strength. What was the quote?
He says, you have nothing left to threaten me with, nothing to do with all your strength. And
exactly. And so the reason I bring it up very specifically is because I do enjoy follow Sly Snide on Twitter. I do enjoy that as being whatever didn't kill me just made me stranger. And I love that. And the same thing that when you are at a point of low, and it's like, it doesn't matter what the rest of the world can do to me anymore, especially if Batman is just beating the fuck out of me. It doesn't matter. With all your strength, you can't take anything away from me. There's nothing. You got nothing. What are you going to do? Kill me? Fine. They're going to die. Great. Like, there is something about that. And it's not necessarily in the performance. I'm not going all Heath Ledger crazy on it, but I'm just saying in terms of the writing and the performance of both Christian Bale and Heath Ledger interacting together. Like, it's one of the best Heat moments that it had, again, akin to De Niro and Pacino speaking in the diner. I don't know why I'm doing this all the time. I do, because one is good and one is bad. But it's an incredible
He was really hitting him too, because he told him.
And that's also what directly inspired this interrogation scene, was the coffee diner scene from Heat. And if I recall correctly, some of the lines from Heat were homaged in the interrogation scene and putting a different spin on it. But that's where they kind of got it from. And the Joker finally gives Batman two addresses. He's like, all right. He's like, she's at Avenue. He's at
252.
No, 250 52nd Street. She's on Avenue X, Cicero. And Batman just throws him down. And Gordon immediately knows, like, which one are you going after? He's like, Rachel. And he takes off from the Bat Pod. Gordon takes off, listing the address. And we finally cut to Harvey and Rachel in two separate warehouses, strapped to a chair with all these oil drums around them, with a bomb rigged to blow and a phone on a PA system, letting them talk to each other.
Now, I would like to say before we start this, and please, you can play the part of Maggie Gyllenhaal, and Gyllenhaal, whatever. And but I would like to say that this was beautifully performed. I thought that this was a really heartfelt and loving, I don't know, exit from the movie. Like, this is where I actually was fine with Maggie Gyllenhaal. I was just like, yeah, this is where, because it was Rachel with, not Rachel versus, but Rachel with Harvey.
Right.
And that was a relationship that was introduced in this movie. And so I believed much more Maggie Gyllenhaal with Harvey Dent than I did Maggie Gyllenhaal with Christian Bale. Or, Christian Bale.
Yeah, and I like that also the music really ratchets up in the scene. It's not the Joker music, but they're building tension with the drum, like it's coming. And they're talking to each other, and Harvey kind of wakes up and she's calling for help, and they don't know where they are. And she's like, well, they told me only one of us was gonna make it, and they're gonna make our friends choose. And he tries to assure her it's gonna be all right, and he starts jumping around in the chair. She's like, Harvey, like, what are you doing? And he's like, she's like, try and find something, anything sharp. And he's like, I'm trying. And he falls over in the chair, and it knocks over one of the oil drums, spilling oil everywhere, and it's just all over his face, and we know what's coming. And Gordon just tells the driver, he's like, mount the curb, and they start speeding down the sidewalk. And
I do like mount the curb. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and so they're getting closer, and finally she's like, she basically professes her love for Harvey and says, fine, I do have an answer for you, and my answer is yes. And he tries to reassure that they're coming. He even says that, don't worry, they're coming for you. And interestingly, she says, I know they are, but I don't want them to.
Yeah.
I guess that was her way of saying that she doesn't want to.
No, she says very explicitly, because I don't want to live without you. She says it right after.
She's like,
and that's when she accepts his proposal for marriage.
Yeah, because she says, I don't want them to, and then that's when he shows up, and then finally when she says, I do have an answer for you, my answer is yes, that's when the tension finally breaks. And I love that they don't replace it, and that's when the Joker theme sets in, because Batman kicks the door open, and he sees that it's Harvey, because the Joker lied about who was where, and
if you can't trust the Joker, who can?
Harvey is upset, and I love how Maggie gives that impression in her, like, she's even kind of mortified because, Batman went for Harvey, because of course she doesn't know the circumstances, and Batman has to drag Harvey out of there, still tied up, and she's like, Harvey, it's okay, listen, someone, and then bang, and the explosion goes off, it blows up the warehouse and kills her. Gordon thinks he's just lost Harvey Dent. Harvey, meanwhile, kind of stumbles because he's still tied up and is unable to run, and that causes him to catch fire, and then it goes into somewhat slow-mo with super volume, and then it just cuts to, I forgot to mention, the whole time while this was going on,
it still would have been better with Katie Holmes.
Yeah,
but Maggie Gyllenhaal was fine.
The whole time.
Anyway,
thank you
for showing up, Maggie.
The whole time this was going on, the Joker was taunting Keith back at the interrogation room, asking him, how many of your friends have I killed? And he's like, I'm a 20-year man, and I know the difference between punks and the freaks like you would just enjoy it. And you killed 6 of my friends. And I love this actor. He's so understated, but he really sells it.
He's great.
Yeah, and the Joker's just like, and just kind of laughing it off, and we see that he cranks his neck, and he's like, you don't really get to know people for real, until they die. It's like, he's like, so in a way, I knew. It's like in their last moments, people show you who they really are. So in a way, I know your friends better than you ever did. Would you like to know which of them were cowards? And that finally sets off Keith. He's like, I know you're going to enjoy this. I'm going to have to try and enjoy it even more. And he rolls up his sleeves to beat him up. And the Joker, using one of the broken mirror shards from the two-way mirror behind him, gets him in a chokehold, holds him at like shard point, brings him out into the room, and the cops all pull their guns on him, and he demands that he just wants his phone call.
I want my phone call. I want it.
Yeah, I want my phone call. And meanwhile, there's a disturbance going on in the holding cell where the big overweight thug is like, my inside's hurt. And there's like,
can't we say fat guy?
What?
Nothing.
The big guy, he's like, you're lucky to be feeling anything below the neck. And he's screaming, crying about it. He finally collapses and almost passes out. And so the cops go in and they try and see what's going on. And they see that he's got these stitched up contusion along his stomach. And you could already see the outline and the impression of the phone in his stomach. And again, this was cross-cut with the Joker in the interrogation room and cross-cut with Rachel and Harvey. Really great editing here. And finally, when the Joker gets his phone and he dials the number, you hear the phone ringing with the glowing light in the guy's chest. And the cop's like, is that a phone? Blows up, killing all of them, creating enough chaos that the Joker's able to get away. he goes to the other holding cells and he shakes the keys rattling along the bars, which is great. He's like, hello?
Wow.
Yeah, and he takes Lau out of the cells and
Immolates him.
And back at the destroyed building, one of the cops tells Gordon, he's like, back at the MCU, the Joker's gone. And
Marvel
Gordon,
Cinematic Universe?
like, with Lau? Like, yep. And Gordon's like, the Joker planned to be caught. He wanted me to lock him up in the MCU. And then
hang on. Wait a second. Okay, so rewatching this movie, I was actually taken a little out of the movie because they kept calling. They were like, "Oh no, they're going to the MCU. They're going to the MCU." And I know that it's the Major Crimes Unit. I understand that in the context of the movie, but because MCU is so ubiquitous,
yeah.
It's just like, I butchered the word, but thank you for understanding. But yeah, every time it said MCU, I was just like, oh no, Iron Man.
Yeah,
So,
I thought I always
not
liked
to
that
see
joke that, you wanted me to lock him up in the MCU. Yeah, you're locked up in the multiverse, bitch.
yeah, exactly. Doctor Strange is going to show up and put you in a fucking portal.
So then we have the most iconic. Oh yeah. So then we have the most iconic shot of the film: the Joker leaning out of the police squad car, racing down the street, and just.
And I want to give big credit to the guy who drove that car.
Oh yeah, because he's like weaving around to sliver it properly, and the camera's probably mounted right out the side front of the car.
Oh,
and,
that is such a brilliant shot.
Brilliant, and you notice that it's dawn, which is key because the interrogation began after midnight, and the thing that the Joker said was, "Tonight you were going to break that one rule," and everything the Joker does from here on out is exclusively about trying to get Batman to kill him, to break that rule that he's not going to kill because he's obsessed with proving that anybody can be corrupted. So then we cut to Batman at the ruins of where Rachel died, and he picks up Harvey's two-sided coin, and that's when we hear the overture from Rachel as Alfred is reading Rachel's letter, in which she tells Bruce basically that, look, I'm going to marry Harvey Dent because I'm convinced that you're never going to need to give up Batman, but I did want to be with you genuinely. And when you do give up Batman, I'm going to be there, but as your friend, please don't, even if you lose your faith in me, please keep your faith in people. Love now and always, Rachel. And Alfred goes to bring the note to Bruce with breakfast. And he sits it down, and Bruce is like, Alfred. And he's like, yes, sir. He's like, did I bring this on her? That I was meant to inspire good, not madness, not death. And rather than being a good fatherly type figure in this moment, Alfred kind of gives him more tough love. And he's like, well, you have inspired good, but you spat in the faces of Gotham's criminals. Didn't you think there might not be some casualties? Things were always going to get worse before they got better. And Bruce is like, but Rachel, Alfred. He's like, Rachel believed what you stood for. And he picks up the cowl. He's like, what we stand for. And he puts it in his lap. And he's like, Gotham needs you. And he's like, no, Gotham needs its true hero. And I let that murdering psychopath blow him half to hell. And he's like, for now, they're going to have to make good with you. And he's like, she was going to wait for me, Alfred. Dent doesn't know. He can never know. And Alfred just immediately picks up the letter. And he's like, what's that? And he's like, it could wait. And he's like, Alfred, that bandit in the forest in Burma, did you catch him? Yes, sir. How? We burned the forest down.
See, okay, stop.
Yeah,
please.
Excellent line.
First things first.
Yeah.
Rachel is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Alfred knows this.
Yeah.
And he wants to put the breakup letter in breakfast. Seems a little insensitive.
It does. Because again, he is being insensitive in that scene where he's just giving him tough love and not being sympathetic at all.
And also bordering on stupid. Because then Bruce is like, but Rachel, they killed Rachel. And then that's when Alfred is like, well, you know what? Maybe the breakup letter is inappropriate now that I know that you're mourning for the love of your life.
That's not even when he took the note. He was not even going to take the note then. It was only when Bruce said that that she was going to wait for me and we can't tell Harvey.
Exactly. The breakup letter. But oh my God.
So he was willing, even when he said, but Rachel, Alfred, he still wasn't going to pick up the breakup note. It was only when he mentioned the thing about Harvey because he knew that would break him.
You know what? And the thing is that if you want to put Batman over the edge to being Batman forever, no pun intended, then you leave the breakup note saying, you know what? I'm not picking you because you're never going to lose Batman. Like, that's what Rachel's note says. is that I don't think that you'll ever not need Batman.
And that's something the audience understands too.
Yeah. And so it's just like, I think that if Alfred was doing a good job, maybe he would have let Bruce read the letter and be like, meh, you know how I've been saying that your war against crime is cool? Well, you are pushing away a lot of people that you love.
I think that was also his.
I don't know why I went Irish there.
Well, I think him also taking the note away at that moment was about motivating him to stop the Joker, because he put the cowl in his lap because he's like, no, you need to finish this. And he knew that would
which is perfectly exemplified by the continuation of the Ruby story. How did you catch the bandit?
And that just sets up such a great expectation. Like, you burn the forest, are we going to burn Gotham City to the ground? Like, what's going to happen? It's like building. Because the poster for this movie was Batman standing in front of a skyscraper where the bat signal has been blasted in it, looking reminiscent of almost like 9/11 with a massive hole in a skyscraper with the flames. And
yeah, for sure.
That's one of the parallels of the movie.
But don't forget that also, if you want to get your September 11th iconography going on, then you've got also Batman standing in front of the sonar screens. That was a poster.
Yeah.
With his back to the sonar screens, which was a highly contentious political issue at the time in terms of surveillance. And
that's something that this movie also does. It's like, Lucius Fox is the voice of people who are anti-Patriots Act, whereas Batman is in favor of the Patriots Act.
Oh, we got to the politics. I didn't think we were going to get to the politics.
Joker is an analogy for an Al-Qaeda terrorist, like an Al-Qaeda terrorist type, and the fact that he knows how to do the honor guard, that he knows how to handle an interrogation, that he mentions to Harvey in a bit that, like a truckload of soldiers be blown up, nobody gives a shit. One of the theories I see that pops up a lot is that maybe he came from a broken home with a bad father, but had PTSD as a veteran of the war on terror, perhaps. I could buy that because it seems to kind of check some of the boxes. I mean, again, it's a multiple choice. It could be anything. We don't know.
Yeah. You just said, like, at least 2 hours ago, you were like, I like it when I don't know the origin of the Joker.
Which is why I like that they don't get it in your face either. Because again, the politics of the movie is Batman's pushing the more conservative agenda of, he's pro-police, he's pro-mass surveillance. We got to stop this guy. And Joker being just like Alfred said, some men want to watch the world burn, like Al-Qaeda. They just blow the shit out of everything, And that's kind of like, and with the 9/11 iconography, and I feel that's kind of political. I mean, Nolan insists there's no politics in this movie, but I kind of feel that that's kind of what they're going for. Now, I don't know whether that was David Goyer's idea as contributing to the story, or whether that was his Nolan's brother's idea, Jonathan, who contributed to writing the script as well. But it's definitely.
Hi, Jill.
Yes, hello, Jill.
Hi, Jill.
But that's all definitely there. So then later on in the morning, we cut to Harvey waking up in the hospital, and he's got like all the steri strips on him. He wakes up and he sees that he's all mangled. He picks up his coin. He turns it over and sees that it's blackened and scarred on the back. And that's where he just freaks out and just, this got to be hurting, like rips that bandage off. And I love that you don't hear the scream. It's like silent as they're just bringing up that high pitched, whatever sound that is. And then it just cuts to Alfred watching a news report with Anthony Michael Hall saying, he's waited to do the right thing. And now we'll be live at 5 tonight with the true identity of the Batman. And it's like, oh shit. And then we cut back to Harvey's room where Gordon goes in to basically, face the music and basically admit that you were right, I was wrong. And it's like, well, I need someone we could trust, because Harvey was telling him the whole time that those were corrupt and he wouldn't listen. And so he's like, oh, why would you listen to me now? And he's like, I'm sorry, Harvey. And he turns to him and he's like, no, you're not yet. And we see the makeup for the first time, or CG really. And Gordon, just defeated, just leaves the room. And we see Maroni there, surprisingly. And he's like, this craziness is too much. And Gordon's like, well, you should have thought about that before you let the clown out of the box. And he's like, and I love how resigned Maroni is. He's like, you want him? I could tell him where you'll be this afternoon. Or I could tell you where he'll be this afternoon. And then we cut to the docks. In the ship, we see the $68 million that the Joker had stolen, arranged as a pyramid. He's got Lau tied up, sitting at the top. And the Chechen's like, you're not so crazy as you look. And he's like, I told you, I'm a man of my word. Now, where's the Italian? And we cut to Gordon arranging like a hit squad that's going to raid the place. And he's like, all tactical units will converge in the spot in 20 minutes. I want auxiliary units to cover all possible getaway routes. And then Keith is like, dude, get a load of this, Jim. And we see that Mr. Reese is on TV being interviewed by Anthony Michael Hall. And Hall is like, but I thought that Dent didn't want to expose the Batman. He's like, well, I feel if we talk to Dent today, he may feel differently. And then he just cuts him off, and Hall's like, and Godspeed. He needs a speedy recovery because God knows we need him now. And then we cut back to the inside the ship, and Chechen's like, you said you were a man of few words, and Joker's like, oh, I am. And he takes first he shows him, he slides down and he says, he asks Joker, man, what are you going to do with all your money?
Oh, we did all this already. Ernesto did a really good job.
He did. Yeah, he did. He's like, I mean, dynamite, gunpowder, gasoline. And he's like, you said you were a man of few words. And he says, oh, I am. And he takes his cigar from him. He's like, I'm only burning my half. And he throws it.
Yeah.
And I like how when this thing catches fire, you never hear like loud screaming. And they don't even cut to loud to remind the audience that he's up there on top of the burn.
Lau gets burned alive, ladies and gentlemen.
That would have gotten him an R rating.
And as that happens, he has the Chechen seized. And he's like, let's see how loyal do you think your hungry dog really is? Like, we'll have to cut up and fed your dogs. There's an alternate cut of this scene where he actually just tells him straight up, this town is mine now. Like, really sinister, but then they cut it the other way with the dogs instead. His men drag him away, Chechen away to be eaten alive and mauled by his dogs. And Joker's like, it's not about money, it's about sending a message. And he's like, everything burns.
I think it's worth more that the Joker never wants to possess anything. He's just doing what he's doing.
You see the world burn, literally.
And so he calls.
Although it's not sustainable.
Yeah, and so he calls the TV show, and Hall's like, "Who is this?" He's like, "I had a vision of a world without Batman. The mob ground out a little profit, and the police tried to shut them down, one block at a time. And it was so boring. I had a change of heart. I don't want Mr. Reese spoiling everything, but why should I have all the fun? Let's give someone else a chance. If Coleman Reese isn't dead in 60 minutes, then I blow up a hospital." And I love how the camera is just slowly zooming in on Reese and how petrified he is, and the tension in the music is just raising. And then we cut to Gordon, totally shifting gears. We're going to go down to the hospital. We're going to get all whoever has transportation, get buses down there. The priority's Gotham General. Get everybody out of there right now. And you come with me. Where are we going? To get Reese. And then Bruce, who was watching on the TV, gets up to leave. And he's like, Bruce is like, check on all Gotham police officers. He's like, what am I looking for? And he's like, for hospital admissions. And he's like, do you want the Bat Pod, sir? And he's like, middle of the day offer, not very subtle. He's like, oh, the Lamborghini then, much more subtle. And the model of Lamborghini, I can't remember what it's named, but it's in Italian and it translates as bat.
It's a bat, yeah.
It's a Lamborghini Murcielago.
There you are.
Yes.
And it means bat.
So he's speeding off in the Lamborghini, and Anthony Michael Hall's character is following Reese as Gordon is trying to usher him out of the building, saying, "Sir, do you really think an ordinary citizen would try and kill this man?" And so there's an angry mob outside.
Immediately, an ordinary citizen attempts to kill
him. Yeah. He's rushed away, and Reese is like, "They're trying to kill me," and he's like, "Well, maybe Batman will save you." And they move him into a car to drive off, and eventually. We cut back to the hospital evacuation. It's rather chaotic. And one of the cops goes in to get back to Harvey. And he's like, "Ma'am, we're going to have to move him now." And the nurse, revealed to be the Joker, shoots the cops dead. Then wakes up Harvey, raising him. And he's like, "G'day, g'day, g'day, yada, 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 yada." And he just takes the mask off. He's got the I believe in Harvey Dent pen. And he sits down. And he's like, "Hi," taking off his wig. And he's like, "You know, I don't want there to be any hard feelings between us, Harvey. When you and," he's like, "Rachel," just screaming at him. He's like, "Rachel, we're being abducted." He's like, "I was sitting in Gordon's cage. I didn't rig those charges." He's like, "Your men, your plan." He's like, "Do I really look like a guy with a plan?" He's like, "You know what? I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it. I just do things. The cops have plans. The mob's got plans. Gordon's got plans. You know, they're schemers trying to control their little worlds." Well, I'm not a schemer. I like to show the schemers how pathetic their attempts to control things really are. So when I say, "Look, come here, when I say that you and your girlfriend was nothing personal, and he kind of claps his hands with him, and he says, you'll know I'm telling the truth. Gordon, meanwhile, is in a car with Reese, and he gets a text warning him about cops in Gotham hospitals sent from Batman, and one of the cops is in the car with him, and I love the look in Gordon's eyes when he looks up. You can just see the fear is palpable. He's like, it's Berg, isn't it? He's like, yes, Commissioner. He's like, all right, you all right, son? He's like, I'm going to need your weapon. He's like, why? Because my wife's not. He's like, yeah, that'd be why. And he gets close to shooting him, and he's like, Mr. Reese, and Gordon eventually shoves the gun out of the way. This angry driver is about to ram their car in an attempt to kill Reese, and then Bruce uses the Lamborghini to block it. And Gordon goes to congratulate him, saying, it's a very brave thing you did. And he's like, what, trying to catch the light? He's like, well, you weren't protecting the van. He's like, why? Who's in it? And it cuts over to see Reese getting out, and Bruce kind of nods at him.
Well, and then we go back to Gotham Central.
We go back to the Gotham General, and
General, not Central. My mistake.
The Joker says, it's the schemers who put you where you are, as he's untying Harvey. And he says, you were a schemer, you had plans, and look where that got you. And he just starts freaking out and grabbing him, and Joker just grabs him by the hands and seizes him. And he's like, I just did what I do best. I took your little plan and I turned it on itself. I mean, look what I did with a few drums of gas, knives, and a couple of bullets. He's like, you know what I noticed? That nobody panics when things go according to plan, even if the plan is horrifying. If tomorrow I tell the press that I want a gangbanger, we'll get shot. Or
you sound like Mr. Pink.
Blow up. Nobody panics because it's all part of the plan. But if I say that one little old mayor will die, well, then everyone loses their minds. And then he gets out the gun, puts it in Harvey's hand. He's like, introduce a little anarchy, upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos as he puts the gun to his own head in Harvey's hands. He's like, I'm an agent of chaos. And he says, oh, you know the thing about chaos? It's fair. And then Harvey gets up his coin. He's like, you live, you die. He's like, now we're talking. And if you look closely, when Harvey flips the coin, you'll notice that the Joker is holding the hammer back on the gun so that even if Harvey pulls the trigger, it's not going to work. So
that was amazing.
Right, another kind of bullshit kind of little detail thing there. And we don't see what the result of the coin toss is.
Well, the Joker lives.
Well, again, he would have lived anyway because he wasn't going to let Harvey pull that trigger. Like, either way, because he had the gun, his fingers down on the hammer. He wasn't going to let himself die that way.
So what do you think happened?
I think it could have gone either. I think it maybe the simplest thing would be that it would come heads up. But
yes,
because again, he leaves
50% of the time.
And that had to be it because Harvey doesn't like try and attack him after that. Joker just leaves the room. He gets the hand sanitizer. He starts walking down the hall, and he's like, hits the button. And it's not really logical where these bombs are coming from or how it's happening, but several bombs go off that just the shot is great as Heath is walking out of the hospital with flaming cork in his hair, and then the building explodes, and the only thing CG in the shot is they had to replace the top floor windows because the day before they shot it, somebody went and stole all the top floor windows. Who knows why? This was an abandoned candy factory, by the way, that they got permission to blow up. They had to send out flyers warning everybody in the neighborhood that don't worry, it's okay, nothing bad's happening. But they got flooded with calls anyway. Epic explosion, unbelievable. And Bruce's reaction to hearing that, he just kind of puts his hand down and is like really serious. And Gordon kind of freaks out. He's like, that's East, that's Gotham General. And he's like, did he clear the building? And this guy's like, yeah. And you see just how collapsed everything is. And the music's tense setting in. Anthony Michael Hall's character got kidnapped by the Joker's thugs, and they all get on a bus and drive away. Let's see. Daniel says that hospital that the Joker blew up after he lets Two-Face go. How many people do you think were in that hospital when Joker blew it up? Well, he says they cleared the building, so I guess they cleared the building.
I would say none.
You're trying to get Two-Face out.
So they
maybe. You know what? Worst case scenario, I would say like 10.
Yeah. So then Gordon's like, this is it. We need the mayor's office on the line. We're going to need the National Guard. And we cut to the bar where Wirtz is just having a drink. And the bartender is like kind of spooked by this. He's like, Jesus, he's like, shouldn't you be out there doing something? And he's like, it's my day off. He's like, well, I got to take a leak. Keep an eye out for me, Willie. He's like, okay. So then we cut and we see Harvey Dent shows up in his suit, his charge suit, which he still has. And he's like, hello. he's like, Jesus, Dan, I thought you were dead. And he's like, half. And he takes a drink and he points the gun at him. He's like, who picked up Rachel Wirtz? He's like, oh, it must have been Maroney's guy. It's like, shut up. He's like, you're really going to protect the other traitor in Gordon's unit? He's like, I don't know. He never told me. Believe me. I swear to God, I didn't know what they were going to do to you. And he's like, huh, that's funny. And he spins his coin on the table. And he's like, I didn't know what was going to happen to you either. And then it comes up, tails up, and he raises the gun and shoots him as it cuts to the sonar bit. I should have mentioned the Joker already made his latest threat, which is that come nightfall, the city is mine. Anybody who doesn't want to be in the game, get out now. The bridge and tunnel crowd are still in for a surprise. And you had that great shot of just Fox watching this in his office, where he's just got this look on his face that says, I'm fucking done. Like, he's just done with this. And he got warned that somebody had broken into the R&D department. And so after Harvey kills Wirtz, we cut to R&D where Batman's there, and he says, beautiful, isn't it? And he's like, you took my sonar concept and applied it to every phone in the city. You could spy on all of Gotham. He's like, this is wrong. And he's like, I have to find this man, Lucius. He's like, at what cost? Spying on 17 million people isn't part of my job description. It's too much power for one person. He's like, that's why I gave it to you. You'll be able to identify him with this voice recorder and tell me where he is. He's like, I'll help you this one time, but as long as this machine is at Wayne Enterprises, I won't be. And Batman's kind of surprised by that. He's like, well, when you finish, type in your name, and he leaves. We then cut to the mayor's office. We see outside the window that there's a major traffic jam because they're not letting anybody over the bridges. The bomb squad dogs are sniffing out, and Gordon tells the mayor's like, yeah, well, we're going over the tunnels and bridges, but with the Joker's threat, they're not an option. He's like, well, land routes east? He's like, got tied up for hours. And he's like, and then we got the ferries at 30,000 ready to board, but I want to use them to get Harvey's prisoners off the island. And the mayor's like, the guys you would put away, I'm not worried about them. And Gordon's like, well, you should be. Chances are they're going to be involved in whatever the Joker's evil plan is. And so the mayor kind of reluctantly concedes that maybe. And he's like, have you found Harvey yet? And he's like, no, we haven't found him. He's like, how long can you keep this quiet? And he's kind of nervous about it, not really sure what they're going to do about it. So then we cut to Gordon, or we cut to Maroni walking with a cane, getting in his car. And if you look really closely out of the corner of your eye, you'll see Harvey grab this thug out of the way. So when Maroni gets in the car and he tells his driver, don't stop for lights, caps, nothing. And then he sees Harvey just sitting there with a gun. Is it going to join your wife? Yes. Do you love her? Yes. You ever imagine what it would be like to listen to her die? He's like, look, man, take it up with the Joker. He killed your woman. He made you like this.
I didn't have anything to do with killing your woman.
And I love how Maroni plays this. He sees Harvey, and he knows from just the state that he's in that clearly this guy's career is over. And he just plays it cool, and he manages to handle it. And so he's like, look, if I tell you, he's like, look, I already got Wirtz, and Maroni's kind of worried about that. And he's like, well, who was the one who picked up Rachel? Who's the other traitor in the unit? And he's like, look, if I tell you, will you let me go? He's like, it can't hurt your chances. And he's like, it was Ramirez. And then Harvey cocks the gun and gets the coin. He's like, you said, he's like, I said it wouldn't hurt your chances. Flips the coin. He's like, you're a lucky man. And he smiles. And he's like, but he flips it again. And he's like, oh, but he's not. He's like, who? Your driver. Which is Harvey basically like
justifying the death of Maroni. Yes.
Yeah, he's upset. It's like he wants to obey the coin, but he's upset that it didn't give him what he wanted, so he tried again.
I think it's absolutely logical. If he couldn't get it once, then try again. He still had options. And you know what? If it went heads up, then he would have sat there.
Still flipping.
Right. And so he shoots the guy in the head and buckles his seatbelt. The car flips over, presumably killing Maroni. And then we cut to the ferries where the prisoners are being put on board, and the people are upset, and they're like, but oh well. The ferry boats take off across the harbor.
But oh well. All right.
And then the ferries eventually stop at some point, and they're like, what the hell was that? And somehow, and it's never really explained how the engines stop. They just do. And they send a guy looking for what's going on, and they found he's like, Captain, there's a bunch of 100 barrels rigged to blow in this, and he gives them a present. And then the same thing happens on the other boat. One boat with civilians, one with inmates, and then you get the Joker coming in on the PA system saying, tonight you're all going to be a part of a social experiment. Through the magic of diesel fuel and ammonium nitrate, I'm ready right now to blow you all sky high. Anyone attempts to get off their boat, you'll all die. And then Batman hears the voice, and he tries to tap it into Fox, and he says something's going on the ferries, and Fox is tracing it, and he's like, west in the Pruitt building. And so Batman calls Gordon and tells him that he's in the Pruitt building, assemble on the building opposite, and they do. And then Joker's like, at midnight, I blow you all up. But if, however, one of you presses the button, I'll let that boat live. So who's it going to be?
Hang on.
Scumbag collection or the sweet and innocent civilians? You choose. Oh, but you might want to decide quickly because the people on the other boat may not be quite so noble. And he hangs up.
Mega Reacts says, damn, y'all still going? Laugh out loud. Hey, man, that's what we do for $6.
And this is where we have...
You paid for this show.
Yeah, you actually paid for this show. So, yeah, we had to. We had to keep going.
And then you have, of course, the typical thing of all the civilians being really angry, really wanting to press the button. The one civilian who turns out to be the biggest jerk among all of them is a lawyer and is credited as lawyer in the end credits because you can tell this guy's a lawyer.
What is a man Karen called?
A what?
A man Karen.
I don't know.
Is it Ken?
I don't know. But meanwhile, on the other boat, we have the prisoners are all urging the warden to do something, and the warden's kind of iffy, not knowing what he should do. And this is all intercut with Batman comes to Gordon on the roof where the snipers are setting up, and he's like, I need 5 minutes alone. And he's like, no, there's no time. We have clear shots. And he's like, because Gordon's like, why would he pick a spot with such big windows? He's like, it's not that simple. The Joker, it never is. And he's like, well, the longer we wait, the closer they'll blow each other up. No, that's not going to happen. Well, then he'll blow both of them up. And then the National Guard guy on the boat with the civilians is smart. He tries to buy time by telling people to have an anonymous tally. And so they start doing that. And then Gordon, meanwhile, tells him, we have clear shots. We have to save Dent. I have to save Dent. And Gordon's really losing it at this point.
He is. He's going off the hook.
And Batman just takes off and flies in there while Gordon whispers, 2 minutes. Then we breach. And Batman knocks down one of the clowns. He takes the mask off, and it's Anthony Michael Hall.
Yeah.
Mouth duct tape shut. And he looks and he sees that all the clowns have the guns duct taped to their hands, and under the mask are the civilians. And he realizes they swapped costumes, and he warns Gordon that the clowns are the hostages, the doctors are the targets. And this leads to a great action scene where they intercut Batman's POV with the sonar stuff with the fight. And you have Batman basically fighting the SWAT team to try and save the clowns and not being able to efficiently alert them that doctors are the bad guys. And
right. Well, hang on just 1 second. 1 second. In terms of like last week when I was talking about Batman Begins and the way that the aesthetic was sort of being established to modern Batman in gaming, like you look at the sonar system that goes on with the glowy eyes and everything, which many people at the time were like, finally, Batman has the white eyes. And I was like, meh. But a lot of people were very excited. But with that is very much like the detective mode of the Arkham games and what you can do to use the environment.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
This action scene goes on, and it's intercut with the people on the boats freaking out. And eventually, after the SWAT team finally figures out on their own that they eventually figure out that the clowns are the hostages and the doctors are the targets. And at one point, they actually corner Batman, and they think they've got him. And he kicks one of the guys off the ledge, and because he's attached to a larger cable, that knocks everybody else off as well. And then Batman gets away from them using his rappel gun to ascend up to the upper floors of this building, where he because it's like a construction site, and he gets another allusion to Batman #1, where he fights the Joker, or in the first Joker story, fighting in this bombed out construction site,
scaffolding kind of thing.
Knocks him off the scaffolding, and so he gets up there, and Joker's standing there with Chechen's dogs that start barking, and Joker spins around, and Batman's like, "Where's the?" He's like, "Oh, you made it! I'm so thrilled." He's like, "Where's the detonator?" And he's just like, "Go get him!" And the dogs run at him.
Isn't that what, Phil? You do it. I can't do it.
Where's the detonator?
Yes, Phil does a great Batman voice, and the Joker runs after him, and he starts beating the dogs the first couple hits. Then he starts beating Batman like crazy. Batman kicks him out of the way and throws the dogs off of him. Gets up and starts fighting, and Joker just throws a net over and beats him even more. And then we cut back to the prisoner's boat, where we have Tiny Lister in his cameo in this film. He's been sitting down looking all serious for this whole time, and he stands up. And I love how the other prisoners just gather around him and kind of give the warden the look, like, yeah, this guy's going to deal with it. And he's like, you don't want to die, but you don't know how to take a life. Give it to me, and I'll do what you should have did 10 minutes ago. And he finally gives him the detonator, and Tiny just throws it out the window. And all the prisoners are shocked, but they're not. Of course, they're not brave enough to say anything to him about it. The warden is shocked, and Tiny just looks at him with disgust and just walks back to sit down. And they all kind of gather around him in like a prayer circle of sorts. And then the Joker swings his crowbar, knocking Batman onto the scaffolding, pinning him down. The lawyer, meanwhile, goes to grab the detonators. Like, no one wants to get their hands dirty. Fine, I'll do it. Those men on the boat, they made their choices. They chose to murder and steal. It doesn't make sense.
That is the best impression you've done all night.
Yeah. So he grabs the detonator, but he can't really bring himself to do it. And then finally the Joker's like, he's like, he pins him down. He's like, you know, we really should stop this fighting. Otherwise we're going to miss the fireworks. And Batman's like, there aren't going to be any fireworks. And,
And that's the thing. And this is what I like about this movie as well. And just in terms of people say it's not a superhero movie, is that like Batman is fighting, as he established in the first movie, as a symbol to try and inspire others to do so. And right now he is on a mission to protect Harvey Dent. And he also, the reason that he's doing any of this, building the cave, buying the tank, any of this, he's doing it because he believes in Gotham City and that there are good people there worth saving. And so he takes the gamble with the Joker, who is like, someone's dying. You want to see who? And someone's going to pick something else. And then he pulls out his own detonator and it's like, fine, I'll kill them both. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Which is great.
Yeah.
But it's Batman. Like Batman wins the moral argument at that moment. When it becomes midnight and both fairies still exist, the Joker is wrong. Batman has won.
So Gordon also got the call from Harvey Dent because he held Ramirez at gunpoint and forced her to call Gordon's family and tell him that, your unit outside protecting you can't be trusted. Sneak out the back, and directs her to go to 250 52nd Street. And Harvey's like, does she believe you? Because like Rachel did. And she's like, I didn't know what they were going to do. They got me early on with their mother's hospital bills. He's like, don't. He's like, what exactly did you think they were going to do? And she's like, the hospital, which is something they alluded to in the very beginning of the movie. And Ramirez's first scene where he's like, where Gordon asked how her mother was. He's like, well, they checked her back into the hospital. And so we get that she's not just corrupt for the sake of being crooked. She's like caving because she was desperate and needed the money. And so Harvey flips his coin. He's like, you live to fight another day, officer, and knocks her unconscious. The Joker, meanwhile, got Batman pinned. And he's like, and here we go. Midnight comes and goes. Batman takes the gamble because he believed it wasn't going to happen. And he also did it because I think he wanted to see what the Joker's response would be. Like, I think Batman believed that the Joker believed he wasn't going to have to hit the detonator because the Joker was so convinced that one of them was going to do it. And you can see the shock on the Joker's face when it doesn't happen. He's like, huh? And then he looks back at the clock to make sure. And it's like, it's after midnight. And he's like, and Batman's like, what were you trying to prove? That deep down, everyone's as ugly as you? You're alone.
Yeah.
Joker just throws the crowbar down in frustration, and Batman's like, you're alone. And he's like, can't rely on. And even the people on the boat are wondering what's going on. And Joker's like, can't rely on anyone these days. Got to do everything yourself. Which I thought is funny. You can't rely on the people to kill each other. He's like, got to do everything yourself, don't we? And he reaches down and he pulls out the detonator. He's like, that's okay. I came prepared. He's like, it's a funny world we live in. He's like, speaking of which, I got these scars. And Batman's like, no, but I know how you got these. And he just shoots.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
It is hard. You make something. Yeah, you got to cough.
Cutting up the side of his face, and then it puts the wrist blades up into his ribs and flips him over, grabbing the detonator from him. The Joker falls and he starts laughing hysterically because he believes he's finally done it. He is getting the Batman to break his own rule. He falls down laughing maniacally, but Batman catches him with his rappel gun and brings him back up. And that's
all right,
it.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Did this not, even upon first viewing, this is a relatively long movie. How long is this one? 240?
2 hours, 2 hours, 25 minutes plus
225. Okay, so 225.
Shorter than this review.
But hey, we had a lot to say about it, and you said a bunch of stuff, so you're eating time too, Pally.
No, I couldn't even give you. Just kidding.
But I couldn't help but remember the first Batman 89.
Yeah.
And how that was the exact opposite of what happened in that movie. And so when he caught the Joker by the grapple line, I was like, even on first viewing, but it was fine.
Well, he
wanted
wouldn't
him to die.
I initially the shot of him falling. I thought the shot of him falling was very similar to the shot of Joker falling from Batman '89.
Yeah,
except in Batman '89 he's falling right side up, whereas in this one he's falling like upside down. But the angle of the shot looks the same. But I actually thought of Batman #1 because that's where he knocks the Joker off the scaffolding when their final fight in that story. But he catches him, brings him back up, and this is where the Joker finally concedes defeat. He's like, you just couldn't let me go, could you? He's like, this is what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. You truly are incorruptible, aren't you? You won't kill me.
We are
misplaced sense of self-righteousness, and I won't kill you because you're just too much fun. I think you and I are destined to do this forever. And Batman's like, you made a pen and sell forever. You share one. You know, they'll have to be doubling up at the rate the city's inhabitants are losing their minds. Like, this city just showed you that it's full of people ready to believe in good. And the Joker's like, until their spirit breaks completely, until they get a good look at the real Harvey Dent and all the heroic things he's done. And Batman's kind of looking curious, and he's like, you didn't think I'd seriously risk losing the battle for Gotham's soul in a fist fight with you? He's like, no. You need an ace in the hole. Mine's Harvey. And Batman's
Phil gets it.
And Batman's like, what did you do?
He already said that.
I took Gotham's White Knight and I brought him down to our level. You see, madness, as you know, is like gravity. All it takes is a little push. And he just starts laughing maniacally. Batman just leaves him there. The SWAT team shows up and aims their guns at him, and he's just laughing like a maniac because they got him. And we cut back to 250 52nd Street. Gordon rushes in there, shouting Dent's name, finds his family, rushes to them. Dent steps out from behind the post and hits him over the head. And he's like, this is where they brought her, Gordon. This after your men handed her over. This is where she died. And he's like, I know I was here trying to save her. He's like, but you didn't. He's like, I couldn't. He's like, sure you could have if you'd stood up against corruption instead of making your deal with the devil. He's like, I was trying to fight the mob. And he pulls the gun on him. And he's like, you wouldn't dare try and justify yourself if you knew what I'd lost. Which, again, shows that Harvey isn't cut out for this.
He's really fragile now that you mention it. Like, one girlfriend dies.
Yeah, and he's like,
and he's just like, I gotta fucking destroy everything.
Yeah, he's like, have you ever
had half of his head?
He's like, have you ever had to talk to the person you love most and tell them it's gonna be all right when you know it's not? It's like, well, Gordon, you're about to know what that feels like. Then you can look me in the eye and tell me you're sorry. And he's like, so is it your wife? Is your kid? He's like, your son? He gestures to his son, and then that's where Gordon really freaks out. He's like, stop pointing the gun at my family. And he's like, we have a winner. And he picks up the son, and the wife's begging Jim to intervene. And he's like, and then Batman suddenly arrives out of nowhere. He's like, you don't want to hurt the boy, Harvey.
Like Batman usually shows up out of somewhere? He's announced?
I like that he knew where to go, too. Because nobody told him where.
Oh, he became a target. He became a target. It was great. It was amazing.
So he puts he's like, you don't want to hurt the boy, Harvey. He's like, it's not about what I want. And he screams, it's about what's fair. Which is another thing I forgot to mention. That he did make Gordon tell him his nickname, which was Two-Face. And he screamed that at him in the hospital, which was like, wow. And he's like, it's about what's fair. And he's like, well, fine. Why don't you point it at the people responsible? We tried to save Rachel. He's like, why was it me? He was the only one who lost everything. And he says, and Batman's like, it wasn't. He's like, well, the Joker chose me. And he's like, well, that's because you were the best of us. He wanted to prove that you could fall. He's like, and he was right. He's like, well, you got the gun, Harvey. So why don't you point it at the people responsible? So he's like, fair enough. You first. So he flips the coin, shoots Batman. Gordon's son starts crying. He points the gun at his own head. He's like, my turn. He flips the coin right side up.
Yay!
He's like, tell your son it's going to be all right. Lie like I lied. And Gordon just feels ultimately defeated here. And he tells him it's going to be all right, son. Kid's
such a good performance.
And then Harvey flips the coin, and then Batman just knocks into them both, knocking them into the hole, off the building.
Into the hole.
Harvey falls and breaks his neck, killing him, getting killed. And Batman is hanging onto the edge of a rafter, using his other hand to raise Jim's son. And Gordon grabs him and pulls him up, and the kid immediately runs to his mother's arms. Batman falls and breaks his leg in the fall, and Gordon rushes down there. And I thought it was kind of funny how quickly the kid runs to the edge. He's like, Dad, is he okay? And my first thought was, there's no way the mom would have let him go that quickly. But she did. And he runs down there, and Gordon gets his radio on, and she's like, and Batman stops him, and he's like, thank you. He's like, you don't have to thank me. He's like, yes, I do.
Hey.
Joker won.
Yeah, he's the thing we say at the end.
He's like, the Joker won. Harvey's prosecution, every bit thing we fought for, undone. Whatever chances you get at fixing our city dies with Harvey's reputation. He's like, we bet it all on him. The Joker took the best of us and tore him down. People will lose hope. And Batman's like, he won't. They must never know that they did. He's like, 5 dead, 2 of them cops. I can't sweep that under the rug. And he's like, no, but the Joker cannot win. And he turns Harvey's face over, and he's like, Gotham needs its true hero. And Gordon's like, no, and because he knows what Batman's going to say. And he's like, look, you live long enough, you die the hero or live long enough to become the villain. I did those things. I can kill those people. That's what I can be. He's like, no, you can't. You're not. And he says, I'm whatever Gotham needs to be to call it in. Now, one wonders why they didn't just blame the Joker and his goons for these deaths. It seems like it would have been easy, but I guess that wouldn't have been as dramatic. And so, cut to the montage of,
you have a very valid point, Kat.
Yes, you have Alfred burning the letter.
The whole movie is bullshit.
You have Fox entering his resignation.
They could have just lied, considering that they were lying anyway. Yeah, no, seriously, you just broke the movie. Thank you.
Fox entering his resignation name, which destroys the machine, and he smiles about it. You have everybody destroying the bat signal on the roof.
Excuse me, sorry.
And it's cut to the montage of like, Gordon's like, they'll hunt you. He's like, you'll hunt me. You'll condemn me. Send the dogs on me. That's what needs to happen, because sometimes truth isn't good enough. Sometimes people deserve more. They deserve to have their faith rewarded. And then he runs off, and Gordon's son is like, Batman. And he's like, why is he running, Dad? He's like, well, because we have to chase him. And he calls it in. He's like, well, he didn't do anything wrong. He's like, well, because he's a hero Gotham deserves, but not the one it needs right now. So we'll hunt him. And you see him taking off, stumbling through the dockyard, getting to the bat pod, taking off in the nick of time. And he's like, we'll hunt him because he's not our hero. He's a silent guardian, a watchful protector, the Dark Knight. And he just takes off.
I don't know.
Where they have a tribute to both Heath Ledger and stuntman Conway Wycliffe, who was killed testing in a rehearsal for one of the fight scenes, or for one of the Batmobile scenes, sadly.
Quick interjection. I apologize for this, but if Ben is actually watching this, and I know that he has a masterful putting together of two, a song and an image, and I would very much like to see the end of The Dark Knight cut to Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal.
Sweet Jesus.
So this movie,
come on,
fantastic film. And it's like, I wonder, though, given the Joker very quickly got over the fact that the people didn't blow up the ferry boats, I wonder if the next day or within the coming days, he would have gotten over the fact that Harvey was protected because, hey, I succeeded in forcing Batman into early retirement. Maybe he'd be satisfied by that. Who knows? But it's, in a sense, another good title I thought would have been Dark Victory, a name of another comic, because that's kind of what this is. Because, yes, the heroes, in a sense, they didn't really win entirely. I mean, they protected all the good and all the criminals locked up that Harvey achieved at the expense of no longer having Harvey and no longer having Batman. And so it's a really great story. And the title's ambiguous. It could refer to Batman or Harvey Dent, really. And according to Nolan, they specifically designed it so that Harvey had the character arc and that Bruce didn't really have one. Because they wanted Harvey, even though Harvey's not treated as a protagonist, he kind of has that sort of arc. It's just a tragic one.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Oh, no, he's a tragic protagonist, of course.
Yeah, so it's
in
just...
most Batman stories, everybody around him has the lead. He's just filling in the blanks.
Right. And so that was just great, fantastic movie. Can't say enough about it. I enjoy it more than... I like it more than the other sequels I mentioned. This is my favorite sequel of all time. But I've also seen it so many times making a tradition of watching it at midnight on every anniversary, like I did when I first saw it. That because as I did tonight, knowing all the dialogue without even having to think twice about it.
We? What do you mean we?
It's like I know it enough that
Yeah.
I could probably not watch it for several years before I would feel the inkling to. Because when you know it all the way heart to back, it's like, wow, or front to back. It's just excellent movie. I love it. And it just got me started on the internets, and it started my Batman obsession and collecting all these graphic novels. And I've never looked back since then. So I love this movie. Can't say
Well, even when it comes to Hush, was Hush after? Hush was after The Dark Knight.
No, before the story. That was 2003. This is 2008.
Okay, my mistake. But I do like. There is a thing about the internet.
Do you mean the comic or the movie Hush?
I meant the comic.
Yeah, 2003. Yeah.
So Hush was before.
But, yeah, 5 years before. And this is the 20th anniversary of the Hush story this year as well.
Anyway, I had something I was going to talk about, but then, perfectly legal products. Hey, Affinity is back. And but that's not the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it? Is that the end of the movie?
Yeah, when he takes off with the bat pie, he says Dark Knight.
I remember what I was going to say. There is a voiceover of Kevin Conroy doing that dialogue, and it is good. And I don't think that it's like clipped of Commissioner Gordon, Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
I think it's a different voice actor who does that, and they do okay. But if you have the opportunity, I highly suggest it, because, hearing Kevin Conroy do any of the famous Batman speeches are awesome. Mark
Hamill did a bit of the Joker speech and laugh as well once at a Q&A Comic-Con thing. That was nice. Great.
Did you see that live, or did you?
I saw it on video.
Okay, fair enough.
My favorite video of Mark Hamill doing anything is singing "Happy Birthday" in the Joker voice and ending it with "Happy Birthday, you son of a bitch."
Oh, that's right. I did forget to mention that scene where Gordon reveals to all the police that he's still alive and says, telling all the cops to get away from the bars so that he doesn't. He's I don't want anything for his mob lawyer to use, and that's when the mayor came forward. And he's like, "You better go home and get some rest. Tomorrow you're going to need it because you get the big job." Commissioner Gordon, and the Joker was clapping in applause.
That's coffee.
Great. And that's something else I like about this movie, is that not only are we chronicling Batman's arc, but we're following Gordon's arc as well. And you totally get that not only is it a tragedy for what happened to Bruce losing Rachel and his whole, the best laid plans gone asunder, but you can imagine, even if they'd not made The Dark Knight Rises, that Gordon's marriage is on the rocks big time now that he's praising the man who kidnapped his wife and is about to murder his kids. And so it's kind of a tragedy for him as well.
Oh, dude, next week we're going to be watching The Dark Knight Rises, and we are going to have so many conversations.
Oh, yeah.
About the repercussions of all of this. And going to Gordon's marriage. I don't think he's married in The Dark Knight Rises.
No, she took the kids and left England.
They're gone. Yeah, no, this has not been a successful.
Also takes place 8 years ahead, so.
It's a very, every character who is good in Batman, except for Lucius Fox, apparently has to give up everything.
Yeah. But yeah, this is excellent film, very well directed. Editing was great as well, and the cinematography. That's why it got nominations at the Academy Awards from those categories as well. It just didn't win. The only two that it really got snubbed in was Best Picture, Best Director, even though it was 6th place on the ballot that year, according to insiders speaking anonymously at the Academy. But yeah, I thought it was an amazing movie.
No buffer.
Can't say enough good about it.
Tiger, is it me? Or is it the entire show? I don't know.
Probably her.
Well, no, I'm asking. I'm
no buffering on
curious. No, I've been having internet issues recently, but that's not. No, don't worry about that. That's my problem.
We got to give it batarangs.
Better.
Oh, this is a 10.
Yeah. 10
Sorry.
batarangs for me as well.
Yeah. Like, I don't even have to write this down.
Ernesto?
I still would give it a 9.
Okay.
That's fair. That's
And the
fair.
reason why I dock a
What did
point,
you give? What did you give Begins?
8.5.
Yeah. So, hey, man, I'm.
I think when I saw the movie the first time, it was a perfect 10 without question. But after rewatching it and everything I know about Batman, I give it a 9. I like knowing it's an adaptation, knowing it's one man's vision. The one thing that I kind of take a little bit umbrage with this movie, which I take with Burton's Batman, and I also, to a degree, took it with Snyder's Batman, is you're focusing on this no-kill rule, the one rule that he's not supposed to break. And I swear to fucking God that Batman killed the guy in that truck under the bridge when he collided against the roof with the tumbler. That guy was squashed. There is no way you can tell me that guy walked out of there unscathed.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and then and something that we mentioned in the Batman Begins review, that Nolan, in his focus of being, I mean, this is an ambitious movie. This had ambition.
The entire trilogy's ambitious.
Well, yeah, but this is why it's up there with Empire Strikes Back.
He kind of abandoned that. The fight choreography here really made Batman more of a brawler than what we kind of got in Batman Begins, where he used the quick editing to kind of show that Batman can take down anybody and he's like a shadow. But here it's just more like a boxer brawler. Like they've focused less on the martial arts and more on everything else that's happening around. Batman's just knocking people out just because, oh well, I'm gonna punch you harder.
And I want to qualify this against other sequels as well, is that I give this a 10, but this does not necessarily mean that it is the best of all sequels. It means that it shares a very exclusive club that has other sequels as 10s. And so if I want to see those sequels fight with each other, maybe, that'd be a fun conversation. But no, I like, this is a 10, but it's not better. Like, this movie is not better than Aliens.
It is.
Okay. All right, and there you go. There you go.
Phil, how many batarangs do you give it out of 10?
Well, we're watching it tonight. I would have given it a 9.
9? Okay, cool.
I was really going to go 8.
Batman Begins.
Oh, 7. I wasn't a fan of Batman Begins when I first watched it, but Dark Knight made me appreciate Batman Begins more. And Rises is
Captain Infinity says, which one are we talking about again? We're talking about all. It's basically the Dark Knight. It's a Dark Knight conversation.
Yes, it's a solid 9. I'm not a fan of the third act in this film, but it's still a solid 9 because it's still a very well made film, and I think it's Nolan's more ambitious one of the entire trilogy. So.
Well,
he put a lot into this movie, obviously,
It's going to be interesting because next week we're going to be talking about,
you can
The Dark Knight Rises. Now, see,
I can do a good Bane too. Wait till.
Oh, dude, I have a coffee cup. I can do a great Bane. My great Bane is better than Scooby Doo.
I haven't had one drink.
You feel in charge.
Oh, dude, do you have a coffee cup, or are you using the palms of your hands?
I use the palm of my hand. It looks like the mask part.
I don't use the palm of my hands.
Oh, wait. I haven't read this, but Daniel's Hot Topic says, the Joker thinks if he gets Batman to kill him, he wins. How is that winning? If Batman kills the Joker, then the Joker goes to hell. There's no winning. It's eternal damnation.
It's winning because the Joker knows, like when Batman says, I have one rule, he says, that's the rule you have to break to know the truth. And his one rule is the no kill rule. And the Joker doesn't care about self-preservation, much like he doesn't care to possess anything. And is just, burning it. It's all chaos for him. One can argue that he has this preconceived obsession with proving that all it takes to push people over the edge is one bad day means that he must have had one bad day and maybe felt some type of shame about it, and maybe that's why he's so hell-bent on proving that it can happen to anybody. It didn't just happen to me. Maybe, but who knows? But that's the thing. He doesn't care whether he lives or dies. He's just obsessed in proving this one bad day philosophy. And if in Batman's case, it's not like breaking the kill rule would be, it for him, then the Joker's like, well, then that's what it's going to be.
Tiger Stripe says, "You guys are drunk." No, it's just me.
No. I wish I was. I didn't even get to have beer tonight. But that's
Oh,
okay.
well, calm
It's
down. Let me be the drunkard of the group. Tiger Stripe says, "What? We're not going to rate The Dark Knight?" I'm confused. No, Kat and I gave it 10s.
We gave him 9s.
And you gave him 9s. Yeah,
Right.
Phil and
A while ago,
Ernesto.
we just graded it. So
So, and that's where we are.
Yeah, must be a buffering issue.
Well, no, it might be my fault. I don't know.
Everything's your fault, Scott.
You know what? I've been told. So yeah, but I am very much looking forward to the conclusion of the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
yes.
What
Yeah.
else? What else we got? What do you got?
Well, we are at the 4-hour 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I have a plan.
If you got it, 420.
Does anybody have anything else to say about this film, or are we going to call it a night?
I still have the original Blu-ray that came out.
Yeah, that was the second Blu-ray I ever bought. Was The Dark Knight.
That was the first Blu-ray I ever bought, and I bought it almost 2 years before I even got a Blu-ray player. But I don't have it anymore. I gifted it to a friend. I did buy. I also bought it on DVD Steelbook. Later on Blu-ray Steelbook, I got it on the Blu-ray 3-pack where they came with the character cards, and then I got the 4K trilogy box set. So I own.
I think we got the same one. See, we got this one.
Yep.
And try to hunt down those steelbooks I ordered once and never got. So
That's right. You ordered that badass set from Zavi, and they never sent it.
So when you asked, does anyone else have anything else to say about The Dark Knight? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Scotty, you need to pace yourself when you smoke.
Yes, live, Scott. We don't want you to die yet.
What?
Yeah, you still got some reviews to do. After that, you have my permission to die.
Next week.
Permission to die.
When your lungs are ashes, you have my permission to die.
After 4 hours, I imagine you're all drunk with weariness, Tiger Stripe says. Yeah, my throat was getting a bit scratchy from doing the voices.
I'm not drunk. I'm just cranky.
My throat's fine.
I'm not even drunk. I'm cranky.
Yeah. I'm going to finish watching the movie after because I still got like an hour left of it.
No.
Yeah.
Well, it takes me forever to watch movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see Heath Ledger's Joker again, if only he did not overdose on sleeping pills. I mean, that was the original.
Well, we'd like to see Heath Ledger again, period, in anything. But I don't think. But this opens up another. Like, I don't think that Nolan would have brought him back for a third movie because he kind of said everything he wanted to say about the Joker in the movie. Nolan has said that he didn't really want to give the Joker an origin. He liked keeping it ambiguous to the multiple choice, whereas he said Heath was really interested in exploring that. So I don't think it would have happened. Because if because the way Nolan put it was that Heath's interest in reprising the role down the road would be if they could dive into his origins, like a deep dive. And Chris said that he wasn't really interested in that because it's not really what the character's about per se. So I don't think they would have done. I mean, yeah, the studio undoubtedly would have tried to strong arm him into doing it, but yeah. I don't think it was going to happen. At least not with Chris at the helm.
But I'm pretty sure. I mean, despite what
would have given in and put him in anyway,
would have been for The Dark Knight Rises. I could totally see a scene where, and again, not to get ahead of myself because we are going to review Rises next week. I could totally see there being a cameo of sorts between Bane and Joker in one of the prisons, and they have like a little one-on-one before he says, "All right, now go away. I'm bored with you."
Well, it is. They do. The Joker is mentioned in the novelization of Dark Knight Rises as being the only patient left at Arkham Asylum after the Dent Act goes into effect. It's like it's going to apply to everybody else, but not you. It's like you're going to stay here at Arkham, and that was the only thing. I guess Bane didn't let him out. Mega React.
Mega React came back. Cat, please.
He says, I just watched Meet Joe Black for my Patreon and came back after 3 hours to y'all still going. Nice surprise. While watching, I thought Anthony Hopkins could have made a great old Batman.
Yeah? Well, okay, come on. Even if just an Alfred.
No.
What about Anthony Hopkins Alfred? You're against Anthony Hopkins Alfred.
I am. No.
That's ridiculous. Why would no one can?
Well, I just did.
Well, how dare you?
Accent. I don't think I've ever heard Anthony Hopkins do an American accent.
Well, but but Anthony Hopkins. No, both Anthony Hopkins and was it Anthony Hopkins or Anthony Perkins?
We just said Anthony Hopkins.
Hopkins. Watch Meet Joe Black. Anthony Hopkins is in that movie.
You know,
Anthony Perkins is no longer with us.
Yeah.
I use Anthony Hopkins and Anthony Perkins synonymously. They're synonymous. Anyway, but yeah, I think he would have been good.
Yeah,
casting choices, they're always,
I think Anthony Hopkins anywhere. If you can fit Anthony Hopkins into the Batman universe, do it.
He did a Transformers movie, for Christ's sake. So.
Exactly. He was in a piece of shit Mark Wahlberg Transformers movie.
Funny thing about that. When I first saw the trailer for that and it's Anthony Hopkins like narrating the lore, I'm like, I whispered to my friend, we both kind of did a jinx moment. We're like, oh, Anthony Hopkins needed grocery money. That's what we say when famous big time actors appear in little bit roles in movies like that. Oh, they needed some shopping money.
John Malkovich 2 is in one.
I've never seen it. I don't like it.
The Anthony Hopkins one is the only one I haven't seen so far.
My dad loves the Transformers movies, but thanks for tuning into our Batman.
Bumblebee was decent. The second one, the third one's climax is great, but it's just way too long.
Right. And the fourth one's let's not devolve this into a Cybertron.
You're right. We're not. Are there anything else in the chat?
My fault for bringing it up. My fault.
Oh, there's lots in the chat.
Yeah, you haven't going over the chats. You got like a bunch of them coming in.
Well, no, I just I went to Mega Reacts and we got Captain Infinity. Reboots can't be sequels is a cornerstone position on my channel. Reboots can't be sequels. That's a fair rule.
Reboots is an invented word anyway. So.
No, do you mean Infinity when you say reboot? Like if somebody made a movie and then they tried to turn the sequel into a reboot? Is that what it means?
Okay, wait here. I think, and I hate to use an awful example, but it's the one that I can mathematically parse in this easily. I would say Ghostbusters 2016 is a reboot, and it is also not a sequel. Like, it is divided from the previous IP.
Mm.
And I think that Captain Infinity is presenting that as an absolute. If you reboot something, then it can't be a sequel to what you can't expect me. I don't want to speak for him.
Oh, right. I get what he means. Yeah, of course. That's true. Because if it is a full-on reboot, then you don't really acknowledge what came before, because it wouldn't. Because again, even in Ghostbusters 3, when Ernie Hudson has his cameo and Bill Murray has his cameo, they're not playing the same characters.
Exactly. That's a reboot.
Right. So that's a reboot.
I still see it as a sequel.
No. Sorry. Captain Infinity's rule.
I give a shit.
We don't have rules.
All right. Next comment.
Black Phillip, you have a rule.
I have a rule too. Yes.
And I share your rule. I subscribe to your rule. What is your rule?
Break your one rule.
What is your rule, Black Phillip?
Oh, my rule is don't judge a movie before you see it.
And I agree with that rule, and I always have.
And my rule is I will always be honest about my opinions on movies, be damned what everybody else thinks about it.
For sure. Let's talk about Godfather Part 1.
Let's.
I'd watch
That'll
that
be another
video.
day.
I'd watch that
Well,
video.
but the thing is, and while we're talking about sequels and The Godfather Part 2, and you did give Godfather Part 2 as being the superior to the original. But before we even went live today, I said, I don't even own Gremlins, but I own Gremlins 2 because I find Gremlins 2 to be a superior sequel.
Gremlins 2 is better.
Yay! Phil's on my side.
The first one is a Christmas classic.
I don't believe in Christmas because Phoebe Cates told me about her dad.
No, it's like the most
And
out of place scene in movie history.
And I've never seen the sequel.
Oh
The
my
sequel-
god!
Treated more as an outright comedy, and it's even got Christopher Lee in it. And it's fun movie for sure. And you have talking
Mr.
gremlins.
Butterman is back. Dick Miller is back, even though he dies in the
Village of
first
Gremlins,
one.
I mean. But
Sorry.
yeah, it's like in a skyscraper, and it's really a really fun movie. Definitely.
Yeah, you should. It's way better than Weekend at Bernie's too.
Funnier, and it's more of a parody, but
You know what? I have an argument.
Okay.
I think that Crocodile Dundee 2 is better than Crocodile Dundee.
I can't remember those movies. It's
I
been
haven't
so
seen those
long.
movies in so long.
I'm just saying, if you check them out, get back to me. You can at me at ScottyR37 on the Twitters.
Watch Flipper again.
That's not a knife.
Watch
Part 2,
Flipper.
the one that takes place in Australia. Because like part 1, he
Yeah.
goes to work, right?
Right.
It's the
And then part
reverse
2
of part
mostly
1.
takes place in Australia. Is what I mean.
Yeah, it's because they take. Because Linda
reverse.
Kozlowski
Okay, I
has to go back.
I
Yeah.
kind of remember liking the Australia one better than the first one.
Yeah, it's like the Beverly Hills Cop 2 of Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
It's great.
I haven't seen a movie in
3
so long, I don't
sucks,
even remember.
just like Beverly Hills Cop 3.
So what else is in the chat? We gotta zip through these.
And so, Meet Joe
Commissioner
Black. To be honest, I don't know why you bother trying to quite questions. In fact, I knew my channel. What? Let's see. Mega React says, think Mask of Zorro. Yeah.
See, I forgot Hopkins was in Mask of Zorro.
It's just,
Well, how do you feel about Mask of Zorro, Kat?
I like that one a lot.
And that, like, and you
I
have
remember I remember thinking it was weird that Anthony Hopkins played Don Diego because he's not, but that was like, wait a minute, you're not Latino, you're not, yeah. So that always kind of funny with me. I'm like, wait, what? Even as a 10-year-old seeing that movie for the first time, I'm like, I didn't buy it. But I mean, granted, Antonio Banderas isn't Mexican either; he's Spanish. But as a little kid, I didn't know that. But Anthony Hopkins definitely, it's like, no, he's British. What's going on?
Ricardo Montalban is not a Sikh. And also, apparently, Christian Bale is a Welshman.
And I'm Puerto Rican. Go figure.
What? I thought you were Irish.
My left nut is.
Hey! Genealogy.com, I suppose.
Let's go to the next comment.
Yes, let's.
We're getting them coming in left and right now.
Jill says, it's a good question. I just don't know the answer. I would think there's just one Batman, but many interpretations and the necessity of casting different actors due to practicality. Captain Infinity. I'm not sure what question she's referring to.
I think we're still on the reboot.
Referring to the reboot sequel thing. How they're not the
Oh,
same
yeah.
Batmans and whatnot.
Oh, wait. Here's a hot take. But the Batman is demonstrably a mess. And I believe he is in reference to the continuity of the Batman, if you consider all of the movies.
And don't watch the X-Men films then, Infinity. Those are all over the
Oh,
place.
what? No, but that's a weird thing, is that I still try and shuffle the X-Men movies together as being a solid narrative.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, narrative, but not solid.
no, it's not solid. I have to work hard to make it make sense.
Yeah, they go all over the place.
Yeah, let's keep it going.
Oh, that's pretty much it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna.
I mean, I don't want to be the wet blanket here, but I don't know what's so difficult to comprehend about the difference between a reboot and a sequel.
It's just,
Well, I guess
it's
the
just
difference
Infinity
is, yeah, because the sequel is just continuing the story, the same characters or whatever. Whereas a reboot, it's like they're hard.
Well, Forever, and Batman and Robins are sequels, just different actors and different settings. And this one is all on its own. And then Batman versus Superman is a sequel to Man of Steel, and the Batman is its own thing, following its own storyline.
Right.
Same
But
character, just different actors.
well, but also different storylines and different motivations, so it does get somewhat confusing with so many.
The third and fourth one, the Schumacher films are in their own thing, and I bought that they had simply recast George Clooney, but because everybody else was still the same, I bought that that Batman and Robin is a sequel to Batman Forever, because the storyline with Robin continues as well. Whereas Batman and Batman Returns, I mean, there was nothing in those 4 movies explicitly saying those films didn't happen. I mean, just because Catwoman doesn't show up in the 3rd and 4th movie doesn't mean that if you just take those 4 movies by themselves, there's nothing saying that you can't imagine all 4 of those films in the same continuity, just with different actors.
I believe it.
Yeah, they're like Bond movies, at least those 4.
I've never seen a James Bond movie in my life.
Jill says actors act. Shocking news. Yeah, I know. It's kind of shocking to tell people that today, given the positions that people are at about that thing. But
Yeah.
You know, yeah, that is sort of it's a pitfall. It's a speed bump.
It's kind of like when you hear the argument that people freaking out about the idea that they could one day potentially cast an American actor to play Bond, and I'm thinking, why not? They've cast so many British and Australians to play iconic American characters. You know, so it's like, is it really a big deal? I mean,
well, you know who I want to play American James Bond.
yes.
Yes, we know.
But the thing is, I don't think, as much as I want that, I don't want that. I think that John Hamm would be an excellent Felix Leiter.
Yes, I've always wanted to see a movie like a Bond, because Bond and Felix have this brotherly bond. I'm going to make this short. That
okay.
Now they have a history there.
Oh, by all means.
Invited him as the best man to his wedding, but I want to see a Bond and Felix buddy movie.
Yeah,
that showcases this history. Like, what is this history between them other than just hanging out on a couple missions? Like, I want to see this, and you never really get to. It just always implied that their relationship. I mean, other than Casino Royale, where they explicitly said that was the first time he met Felix, and Dr. No, I guess, because that's also the first time. But
I am so angry right now.
I would like to see them have an adventure together. And you're right, Scott. John Hamm would make an excellent Felix Leiter.
I agree with that, but the reason that I'm angry with you is because I have seen so many adventures with James Bond and Felix Leiter. I don't need a whole movie, and part of the fun is that Felix Leiter shows up for a little bit, and then he goes away. And I've seen so many episodes of Jim and Felix.
Bold of you to assume it's going to be a movie at all. Knowing Amazon, they'll make it a maxi season.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Amazon now.
I don't know. I think
the Broccoli fan will put their foot down on series and everything, but who knows what's going to happen moving forward.
All right.
I have one more thing, because as long as we're on the Fantasmagorium show, I did want to say to Mega React, who literally paid for this entire show, thank you so much.
No expense.
And well, no, it was some sort of currency.
$6. You still got to go to 6 hours.
Without adjusting
$1.
Hey, no, wait, hang on. Our words are slurring. Tiger Stripes left hours ago. Captain Infinity is heckling from the balcony.
Mega React says, I have never watched a Bond movie.
Now,
you're in luck. We have 30 videos of James Bond.
Mm-hmm.
Now. We will also guarantee. I've already floated the idea recently in the chat that we will have an anniversary show of sorts coming up later this year.
Because of the anniversary of the literary.
Yes, and if they do announce, that's another thing as well. So if they do announce the new actor, we'll do a show for that as well. But that keep you posted on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We are committed to James Bond. That's how Kat and I met.
And Mega Reacts, for your information, that show is a playlist on our channel called Martinis, Gadgets, and Guns, which is our Bond reviews, if you ever want to check that out.
We have all of them.
Show. Yes, we do a scene-by-scene recap and have a lot of fun with it. So,
It's much like what we just did this evening, and thank you, Kat, for being so specific. But seriously, we got to start talking about working on the voices.
Yeah.
Like, if there's a dialogue scene between two people, you got to
Like,
start getting the dialogue so that we
Next
can
week, Phil,
participate.
Batman.
Like, I don't know.
I'll do the Batman voice again next week.
Can I be Bane?
Yeah.
Yay!
We'll wear like the mask or you like the
No, I have a coffee cup.
Coffee.
You'll see it next week. It's so much better than what I'm going to do right now. I'm not going to do it until the day.
doing that voice actually hurts my throat more than doing the
Oh no, it's
voice.
so easy. Jill says, I used to be like you, and Mega reacts. As of last week, I finally saw Dr. No. She did.
Oh, Jill, that's great.
She watched our review afterwards as well.
Nice.
She said it was cute.
Yeah, the first
remember
episode,
that.
I admit I screwed up a lot on the recap, but it was still a fun episode.
I remember that episode.
Did we start on Dr. No?
Yeah, we did.
Nice.
You went in out. We went in order.
Well,
Of all of them.
Kat, tell them about my memory.
No.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's not good.
I'm gonna apologize in advance and tell you to just skip the Casino Royale review because Scotty and I are just gonna redo that one.
Yeah, we are, but it's no, I'm leaving it up. Like I haven't taken it down.
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed. I did what I did. I was wrong. I did it anyway. I'm a criminal. And Batman would punish me. Anyway, do we have anything else to say about The Dark Knight?
We stopped talking about it a while ago.
We stopped talking about like 20 minutes ago.
So what do you guys want to talk about? Fine. If no one has control of this show.
Excellent Batman movie. I don't think it's necessarily been topped yet, but there's one that comes close for me, but we'll get to that in a few weeks.
Oh.
So yes. And,
Okay, so here's the thing, and this is I want to just like throw this in, and yes, we're going for another 10 minutes. Is I understood what you said, Phil, in terms of liking Jack Nicholson as the Joker better than Heath Ledger, and him being your Joker. Because he is more like the comic book or what you imagine the Joker being. And then, like, when you say, oh my stars, what it's eras or feelings of Batman. I lost it. I was on a good track.
I see what you're trying to say.
But it's like you have a different sense of who the Joker is. Like I like a clean cut Joker, and when I saw Heath Ledger with his long shoulder length hair or like just his bob, I was like, meh. I don't know. I like clean cut Joker. He's kind of a gentleman psychopath with a good sense of humor.
He's great in the role. I'm like, man, I'm not going to say anything bad about Heath Ledger's performance because it was excellent. I mean, he won the Academy Award. Period.
But for
reason,
sure.
So.
But I wasn't sold on it until I saw it for myself. And so, yeah, exactly. And so, but here's the thing, and here's the problem, because I am going to have to watch The Batman. And part of the reason why I'm angry at that movie that I've never seen is because I don't like what I've seen in terms of the character design of the Riddler.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like
you're going to be surprised.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be pleasant. So, but
in the dark.
But there is a situation where a preconceived notion as to who you think should play or how the design should go. If you watch the movie and enjoy the story, maybe you can overcome what you thought you were going to see and say, "Hey, I get why they were doing that."
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of cool. I'm hoping for that, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to hate it.
We'll see.
I'm pretty sure.
Can't speak for you, obviously.
Over or under 5 batarangs from Scott after he sees the Batman?
Oh, that's a good bet. That's a good, yeah. You know what?
Over. Do I think?
Am I going to love it or hate it?
I think it depends on a couple things. One, how much you let the Riddler thing bug you? Because on the one hand,
it bugs me already. I brought it up.
On the one hand, excluding end credits, that movie is 2 hours 47 minutes long. The Riddler is barely in it, barely logs any screen time. So are you gonna like everything else that's in the movie as a Batman movie enough to not be bothered by it? So I'm gonna pick, given his ratings for everything else, I'm gonna give it an over 5. Like in terms of how many batarangs, I think he might give it a 7. Maybe. I don't know if it'll be lower.
Oh
We'll see.
wow.
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't see him giving it too low.
But I think it'll be over 5 at least. I don't think it'll be that low.
Like when I set my mind to it, I'm expecting a 3.
Way to lower your expectations.
Or maybe it's starting at a 3 because of principles.
Hey, well, no, I haven't seen it. I could be fucking wrong. I'll let you know.
Well, make sure you watch it sober then.
Well, I will. It's a long movie. I'll have to.
No, right?
Eh,
It'll make you want to drink afterwards.
You know, Lawrence of Arabia is longer than the First World War. Much like Batman. The Batman. I heard it ends twice. I'm not excited.
But at the very least, dude, it's a new live action Batman movie. You don't get those too often.
You know what? And it's not against the Japanese.
What?
Well, no, because the Batman serials that are free on YouTube, you can watch those, the 1940s ones.
Right.
They're very much against the Japanese. And
You
the
know
new
what
Batman movie is not against the Japanese, and so it's good.
Okay, there's that at least.
Well, at most.
At most,
What are you
it's not that
saying?
bad.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to it just because it is new Batman. Like it's big budget new Batman, that Oscar winning big budget new Batman.
Well, not Oscar winning yet. I don't.
Yeah, Oscars.
think-
Well, they're gonna get makeup. Like they're gonna get makeup.
Well, that or the Whale, I think, are the two running. That's a 2-horse race.
Ooh, that's a good choice.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, so we'll see. But yeah.
All right. So 4:45, 4:46. You guys want to get out of here?
Yeah.
Okay. Phil, do you have channels or promotions?
Yes, I have a channel, Black Phillip Alvarez, and I'm actually coming back maybe as soon as this weekend
Nice.
Yay!
because my job is over.
You get fired or you just walk away?
Oh, the job just ended. You know, it was like an assignment.
Mm.
Yeah.
You're a spy.
Yep.
You're Batman.
And I hired Phil Scott.
Ernesto, do you have promotions, coupons?
No promotions, but if you're bored, you can find me at MartinezXYZ on Twitter or Cinematic Universe Ultimate on YouTube.
Nice.
Bingo bango. I'm going to be...
every second and fourth Sunday of the month on the Virtual Cantina Network, live streaming.
I was going to let you close. I didn't mean to interrupt.
For the Unifying Force show. And Slice Snide at YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram.
True. And I am Scotty R37, and we do the Batman show. Next week, we're going to be continuing on with The Dark Knight Rises, and I'm going to bring a coffee cup.
I'm gonna work on my Bane voice.
Are you coming back, Phil?
Yeah, of course, Phil's got to come back. I'll bring my Bane jacket.
Okay,
one.
sweet.
Nice.
And so, yeah, we'll see you all next week. And also, if you're into Star Trek Picard and all of the opinions,
Yeah.
we do a show on Thursdays where it's an earnest debate. And I think it's incredibly informative to me on the perception of the people who are against old Star Trek, or no, against new Star Trek, but really revere old Star Trek. And we have Jill, who is incredibly honest and pays attention to the filth and what has been done to bastardize the situation. I'm kind of meh. I'm not as angry at the Kurtzman Trek as Jill is. But I understand where she's coming from.
This along here.
No, I'm promoting a show. It's topical.
We gotta wrap this up.
Well, you can leave whenever you want.
I'm co-host. I'm obligated to stay through the whole thing.
That's Anyway, we do a Picard show tomorrow, and I don't know if anyone watches or cares. So, did you want to, like, you know what? Thank you, Black Phillip Alvarez, for being here this evening. I look forward to having a conversation with you next week.
Yes, and I'm coming back though this weekend.
Yeah, but back here on the Batman.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Ernesto,
Goodbye.
do you have any words of wisdom?
Goodbye.
Okay. And that's why we keep you around, for the charisma. And Kat, did you? Oh, you know what, Kat? I never thanked you,
And you'll never have to.
or I never said thank you.
And you'll never have to.